Okay. YouTube says excellent. Okay, it's blank. Okay, I gotta figure that. Oh, there it is. Alright, let's see if we get some people in here. How does this work again? Snap. Voice channel. Okay, so it looks like there's nobody in here yet. Let's give them a moment. Okay. Let's give them a couple of seconds. Let's give them some people a chance to get in here. Let's see, my videos. What is this? What is this? I'm supposedly streaming right now, right? My channel. Okay, I think I should have somebody in here by now. Let's see who joins. Or I guess I don't. I don't know. It's live. Not sure. Let's see. Okay, guys. Hey, I see y'all in the side. Y'all can hear me okay? You guys hear me all right? You should be able to hear me, okay? So, the Discord link is up in the title. So anybody wants to join in, you should be able to join in if you have Discord. Hit that super chat, holla back. Biden Harris 2020. Sup, Big Trucks, Raleigh, North Carolina, checking in. Salute. How y'all doing? I don't know what the feed looks. Oh yeah, I guess that's what it looks like right there. Oh, I see. It's just a photo. So guys, who's gonna join in? Who's gonna join in for some voice chat? So this way I don't have to talk to myself. Who's gonna join in? Who's joining in? Let's go. The link is up there. Who's gonna join in for the voice chats? Hello. Who wants to join in? Who wants to join in? Let's see. Let's get some people. So the Discord chat server is open. So let's see who's going to get in here. It says the bit rate for the stream is a little low. Whatever. Probably not a big deal. Who's coming? Who's coming? Join up, guys. Join up for another open discussion, open forum discussion. Okay, so it's 21 people here. All right, let's go, guys. Who's join the Discord? The link is in the title. The link for the Discord server is in the title. It's at the very end. https:/discord. Hola. Hello. Okay, who's this? Who's this? Anybody? Who's this? Hello. Playback's 53. Okay, so I guess most people are joining, but it's taking them a little time. Okay. So how's everybody doing? Hope y'all got your money ready for this week. It's going to be a very, very, very expensive week. You got Apple stock splitting. You got Tesla getting ready to split. It's going to be a very expensive next 15 days. It's going to be very expensive. Oh, you're at work, Leo Fuss. What do you do for work? Where are you at on this fine Sunday? Where are you? What are you doing? You can buy. Listen, the problem with Apple and Tesla is that because people know the split's coming, they've been driving the value of the shares up. So the best time to have bought Apple was when it was only $399. The thing about it is, It's going to cost you $115 per share, depending upon what happens tomorrow. You can hope that there's going to be a sell-off, but something tells me there's not going to be any sell-offs. It's only been going up. So the sooner you can buy in, you might as well just buy in. One of my friends wants me to call her up tomorrow, and she wants me to help her because she doesn't really know TD Ameritrade's app that well. So she wants me to help her to buy stocks. Hey, Dominique, if you're going to make anti-Biden comments, then what you should do is you should call into the Discord server, and if you get in here, you can talk about it instead of just throwing these simple sentences at me. Bottom line is, Biden's not going to be any worse for the market than Trump has been. Now, I do know that taxes one way or another are going up because Trump's been running a massive deficit, and we're going into deeper debt under Trump. So if he's too chicken to raise taxes, but he's up there giving out tax cuts, I don't know what good that'll be when the national debt is fucking $30 trillion. I really don't see what good that'll be. Shut up, your stocks will be just fine. Thank you. Thank you for saying that. Absolutely right. Your stocks are going to be just fine. See, it's amazing how these people, they say these things as if, like, they have definitive proof that the market's going to go down or up, which they don't. And they just say these things. And then next thing you know, you got people who actually vote based on, like, innuendos and conjecture. Simple fact is, nobody knows for sure what's going to happen. Nobody knows. Absolutely nobody knows what's going to happen. If everybody knew so well what was going to happen, then we wouldn't have 170,000 people dead right now because of some damn virus or the mismanagement of such. Yeah, the Discord link is right there for you, everybody. It's right there. Thank you, Cannabis Music, for reposting it. It is right there. Trying to get some voices in here so we can do some voice chat. Yeah, it's scare tactics. It's really just a bunch of scare tactics. And if I keep saying this. It kills me when I hear Trump up there saying, oh yeah, well if Biden becomes president, we're going to have chaos and shit. And that's happening like right now. Those people are still in Seattle fighting. What do you think? That's going to stop if Trump is still president? Are you kidding? Do I invest in Canadian companies? When it comes to Canadian companies, my Canadian companies are mostly mining, lithium mining, and oil, lithium, and marijuana. Mostly, you got to remember, Canada is mostly commodities. I mean, a while back they had a huge drive up on marijuana stocks, and then people decided to stop buying that, and they started to go into cryptocurrency. Oh yeah, Logitech was one of my better calls. Logitech, I told people at the same time. I said, listen, buy Logitech and buy AMD. AMD I knew was going to explode. And AMD went up so quick. It was amazing how quick AMD went up. Just shocking. And, anybody who bought into that, good for them. But AMD just flew up and AMD and Logitech went up at the same time. Now, I wish that y'all could have gotten into it even earlier, but Oh, and by the way, excuse me, Noel, Obama didn't double no fucking deficit. George W. Bush left office as his presidency was ending in 2008. Obama stepped in, and they were doing a $1 trillion bailout as Obama's walking into office. So don't run that bullshit about Obama running up the deficit. That's bullshit. Absolute bullshit. Didn't Obama double the deficit? Well, I'll tell you what. Trump is going to push it up $6 trillion before he leaves office. And God forbid that idiot gets in there another 4 years. It might even go higher than $30 trillion. And then y'all worried about China, you're going to end up owing them your left lung. Intel is a buy now. Yeah, well, if you can afford to buy Intel, my problem is because of Apple and Tesla doing what they're doing now, See, ultimately, the problem is all of these investment opportunities are all popping up at the same time. They're not giving us enough time to save money for anything. They're not giving us enough time to really think about it. They're basically just saying, oh, yeah, well, here, we're doing a stock split, buy it right now. That's a lot of money. You know, it's not easy to get this money together, and that's a lot of money. Anybody else joining the Discord voice chat? I would really like to be able to listen to people talk and talk to people. Nobody's joining the chat yet. But yeah, hopefully you guys got your money ready. I don't know if y'all plan on buying anything. If you want into Apple and you buy on $500, that'll get you at least one share, and that one share will become 4. But yeah, I know everybody's spread too thin. See, the thing, and what bothers me more than anything is the timing. They're doing this, Apple and Tesla are doing this as people are getting their tax returns back from July. So that means that these people, they don't even know what their financial stability is going to look like for the next couple of months. They're getting this money, and they're going to gamble it away in Tesla and Apple. Now, chances are they're going to make more money than they put in. Chances are they're going to either double or quadruple their money over maybe a year or two. But most people, they can't really afford to just take their tax returns and just dump it into a freaking stock. A lot of people, they need that tax return just for their rent. And some other people may need that tax return for, they may need it for their mortgage or something else. And Jamal says, when do you plan on getting another car? I plan on getting another car when the Jeep Trackhawk comes out. I don't think I'll be able to buy a Durango Hellcat simply because, first of all, I don't want 3 rows. And second of all, they're going to mark that shit up to like $150,000 before it's all said and done. So I don't think I'd be buying that. It doesn't make any sense spending $150,000 worth of credit on a goddamn gas guzzler. That's just stupid. How much profit can I make off Apple in a year? Well, here's the thing. Because investment is so much easier now and you have more people investing now than ever before, I would say that if you buy Apple and you hold it for a year, you may have doubled whatever the money is you put into it. So that means if you buy, if you buy 4 shares of Apple, that's going to cost you, if you wait until the split, it's going to cost you, close to $500. If you spend that $500 now, you're still just going to only have 4 shares. I believe that $500 will turn into $1,000 within a year. However, it might even be quicker than that. It might triple in a year. Because you got to understand, these corporations, these guys, Apple's $2 trillion basically. These guys are making so much money so fast until, if you buy in, you should be able to quadruple your money in a very short period of time. Now, obviously, there's no guarantees of that. But you got to understand, Apple and Tesla, in March, both of them were trading below 500. Well, wait, what about Apple? Yeah. Apple was trading lower than, I think, $300 during the crash. And Tesla was trading at about 400, like 361 at the lowest in March. Now, Apple is like 444 or whatever, and then Tesla's like 1600 or something. So the bottom line is, if you buy like 1 share of both and you split that due to the split, at least you'll be in the company. And I guess that's what they're counting on. They want a little bit of money from everybody. And they want a lot of money from whoever can afford to give them a lot of money. But the way I see it is Apple, if you buy into Apple, Apple isn't about flipping and making money. Apple is about storing your wealth for a long term. It takes a long time for these stocks to actually build in value. But if you're buying Apple, Apple expects you to keep your money into Apple until you get ready to retire. That's what they want. But Apple's kicking ass and taking names. So my thing is, investing into Apple probably is a safe bet. But you never know. The market can go either way, as you saw in March. Yeah, Apple is the kind of stock that you don't sell it until you're about to retire or when you're retiring. And I would say Tesla, you got to understand, Tesla is pretty much unmatched. Tesla and Apple basically have no competition. Now, obviously, there's other companies out there making electric cars, and there's other companies out there making some of the products that Tesla makes, like batteries for solar panels and such and such. The problem is, Apple and Tesla are basically cults of personality. They don't have any competition because nobody can make what they make the way they make it. So if you're buying Apple and Tesla, it's like you just have to sit on those stocks. But I think I made this in a video. I put this in a video. If you're gonna spend, if you have $1,000 and you have a choice to spend it or split it between Apple and Tesla, my thing is you're better off just putting the whole thing into Apple. And the reason why is because Apple actually pays a dividend, Tesla doesn't. So what you're basically trying to, and by the way, this shouldn't be like a one-time thing. If you have extra money every end of the month, if you have like $100, you should be able to invest $100 a month. If you have more than that, good for you. You can invest a little bit more. But in order to build your portfolio, it's like you're looking for stocks that are going to hold as much value as possible long term. And then what you're hoping is that you can invest a little bit of money here and there, and you build up your portfolio, and then you have enough dividends coming in that justifies your expenditure. So we can only hope. Is there anybody in the voice chat with me, or are you guys muted? Okay, El Seth, yeah, I hear you. Who's the other guy?
What's up?
Hey, who's that? What's up? Are you guys investing at all this week coming up?
I'm not investing in anything right now. I can't right now.
Yeah, I understand that, man, because I understand it's a lot of money to just put in the air like that. I understand that.
I'm not doing it right now. I'm doing it later when I get my job back. I lost my job due to coronavirus.
Really? Where were you working?
I was working at Walgreens.
Oh shit! They laid people off at Walgreens. I'm shocked.
Yeah, they did. They laid me off. I was mad.
Wow, I'm really surprised that they laid you off from Walgreens.
But I was a part-time worker, so
Oh, you were
that's why.
part time.
Yes, because I
Yeah,
have to do schoolwork and work at the same time.
yeah. I worked in a Walgreens up here. I can't say it was a horrible job, but I was only doing it for a little extra money while I was in school.
So that's what I'm doing right now. But I'm not even allowed to go on the job site.
Why is that?
Uh, because okay. Uh, Come on, Rose. It's basically because of the way they, the way they told, the way they marked me as part time. So I couldn't even go on the job site because the teacher said that I wasn't allowed to go due to coronavirus, right? For my safety. But I said I'm not gonna get coronavirus. I know better because there are people like that, but they don't believe me, so they just laid me off.
Well, at least if you got laid off on okay terms. So I think you should be able to get your job back eventually, right?
Yes, I
Are
have to
you in
go.
college?
No, I'm in high school. I'm in 12th grade.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Well, if you're in high school, then you got to concentrate on that. You got to concentrate on finishing that, and then you get your job when you're in college or whatever.
Did I miss the question? What was the question?
No, the question was to him. Because he said he got laid off from his job due to coronavirus. So I was basically just, I was just saying, if he's in high school, he's got to concentrate on school first. He can worry about the job later.
Hmm. Question. I had a question for you.
Sure, go ahead.
So I'm about to turn 21, and I have my first car already. It's kind of like a hand me down. Not really a hand me down, but I'm about to sell this vehicle. It's a '09 C300. I'm about to sell it or trade it, and I'll probably sell it private party to get more money.
Okay.
But I'm looking for my next vehicle. I'm kind of wondering, do you have any opinions on anything? I don't know.
How much money do you make a year?
Currently, right now, around 50 to 55.
All right. So if you're making 50 to 55,000, you live with your parents or you live alone?
I live alone, but don't really factor in rent right now. Because the way I set it up, I don't pay too much in rent at all.
Well, I'll tell you. How's your credit?
Good. About 750. 760.
Okay. Well, if you're looking for something luxurious or fun or whatever, my recommendation is obviously that you're going to go with something you can afford. The thing about it is, it depends what you want out of a car. If you want something that's reliable and you want something that's luxurious, you want something that's got a lot of features. If you look at anything from like I'd say 2014 onwards, there's a lot of used cars with a lot of low mileage, and they're good cars that won't cost you an arm and a leg. You know, so it all
Yeah, no,
depends on
yeah,
you. What state do you live in? What city you live in?
New York City.
Oh,
I
you're
live
in New
in
York?
yeah,
Yeah.
I'm in New York.
Most of the people here, most of the people here are driving around Econo boxes. So the thing about it is, you can either get a decent luxury Econo box, or you could get a Econo box or whatever. But my thing is, before you would spend money on something that's very expensive, I would be making more money than $50,000. So right now, you're probably looking at wanting to spend less than $500 a month on a car.
Oh, most definitely. I'm not trying to go over $500. There's no point. I'm not trying to do anything too big or too fancy. I'm only, I got time.
You can get like used Hyundais, you can get used Chryslers, you can get used Dodges, whatever. It's like my recommendation is just try to avoid the gas guzzlers right now.
True. Fair enough.
You know,
Fair enough. Yeah.
50,000. I think when I started working, I started at about 50,000. This was back in like 2009, I think.
Mm.
So it was like that was good money back then. But right now, 50,000 is kind of tight if you live here in New York City.
Oh, most definitely. I'm moving into a new job soon, but that's just current for the time being. I'm
Will
still
the new
going to
job pay more?
school. Yeah, a bit more. I'm
Okay.
making like maybe 75 to 80, depends. You get a lot of overtime. So,
Yeah, that sounds good. I mean, if you're doing that kind of money, it's like, yeah, if you keep your budget, like, sometimes it's better to buy something that's like, first of all, if you're gonna buy a car, you should buy something that has like all the features and whatever, but you don't want to overspend on it. And there's a lot of cars that you can get that have all types of stuff in them, but you don't have to spend an arm and a leg. That's one of the reasons why I like Hyundai so much, because even their new Sonata, like their new Sonata, or one of their Genesis is from even the current, or the last generation. Those are really good cars, and if you have a good warranty on them, it's like you don't have to worry about anything. You know? You hear me? Hello? You can hear me, right? Oh, okay.
I hear you. My mic is going crazy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Yeah, but there's lots and lots of options.
Yeah, no, it's true. Most definitely true. I was looking at, I don't want a Mercedes again because the maintenance I know is going to kill me.
What Mercedes did you have?
An older one, but low mileage. An '09 C300, but it only had like 60,000 miles on it.
Oh,
And
okay, an
still
'09
only
C3.
has like, still only has like 75. So I really don't put miles on cars. It's just, I don't know. I don't want something, those cars, something goes wrong and it's like $1,000 a fit. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, I totally hear that. That's one of the reasons why it's like, a lot of people, it's like they buy either domestic or they buy Japanese. So this way, it's like they don't have to spend much money.
Yeah, no, that's true. That's definitely true. I was looking at the Genesis actually. They're
Yeah.
not bad for what it is.
Oh man, the Genesis is awesome, and I'll also say this: the Azera was a really good car. It all depends what kind of car you want. Like, first of all, whenever you buy a car, I guess you should know this by now. You always find out how much is it going to cost to insure it, how much is it going to cost. Obviously, what's the car note on it? And the thing about it is, the Azera was actually a really good car. You can get an Azera fully loaded, and it's a good car. It's a big, spacious car. But the Genesis was a better driver, in my opinion, and it was also a little bit more luxurious from the 2014 year on up. But it all depends how much money you want to spend, because those cars depreciate pretty fast. So you can either find one that has relatively low mileage, or you can find one that's new. But they may be doing really good leases, because I've seen even with the new Sonata, they have really good leases with like most of these foreign cars. They're trying to lease them as much as possible, because a lot of people are they're trying to avoid buying anything right now.
Yeah, no, most definitely. I saw the new Sonata from your video. Actually, I like the new Sonatas. It's just I don't know if it's something I would buy. It would be more like a lease, like you said. To be honest with you.
Well, it all depends on you because see, if I was gonna buy an economy car like that, that's a low cost, low maintenance car, you might
Yeah,
as well just finance it because this way at the end you own a car and you don't necessarily have to buy another one. But
true,
my only
true,
problem is the introductory prices of those cars is maybe in some cases some people might think it's higher than what they want to pay, but leasing means that you get rid of it and you just get to get something new, at the end of the lease. The only downside is you got to keep coming up with $3,000.
true, true.
Yeah, like they have, like a lot of people have been talking about the Kia Stinger and the G70. Those are really nice cars, but there's no way I would buy one of those new. I'd buy them off lease. Like as soon as somebody brings one back with like 20 or 30,000 miles, that's when you
Mm.
buy it. When it's severely depreciated.
Yeah, no, I saw actually one of my friends just did that with one of the Stingers, and I don't know. I'm a fan of the Stingers, but I'm a big dude, so I don't know if I'm gonna be cool with a Stinger.
Nah, if you're a
I don't.
big dude, you should check out the Genesis instead, or the
Yeah,
the
that's why I was
Genesis and
looking
the
at it.
Azera.
Yeah, yeah, most definitely. 'Cause I'm a bigger dude. That's why I was trying to get out of this seat because even this is a little bit too much, too small for me.
Yeah, that's one of the things, man. Americans are big people. It's like we don't have time for these small ass cars.
You're telling me I'm like 6'5", stand like I can't. It's too small for me. So that's why I was looking at the Genesises. But I appreciate that input though.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But ultimately, you're gonna go for something that you want. So,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you have like, I don't know if you have the infrastructure for it, but most people who are making the kind of money that you're making or expecting to make 20 to 30,000 more, they're buying Teslas. They're buying the Model 3 or the Model Y. Now, that might be expensive if you don't have a garage, but if you do have a garage or a place to charge it, now all of a sudden you don't have to spend money on gas. And it also depends how much mileage you have to drive. Like if you're a person who has to drive 30 or 50 miles a day, a Tesla will kill it for you.
True. Yeah, you're right. Actually, I thought about the Tesla, but it was like I don't know. With the I was thinking about it, but it was like one of those thoughts that just kind of went to the back of the pile. I don't know.
There we go.
In the long run, a gasoline car might be easier for you. Hey, what's going on, brother?
How you
Right.
doing, man?
Just fine. I figure, yeah, I do a little live, like about the investment opportunities and about President Kamala Harris.
Yeah, I just got my money. I just got my money. I'm about to buy some Apple stock.
How much you plan on buying?
A couple thousand.
A couple
Yeah, I'm
of.
spreading it around. I'm spreading it around with between that, the bank stocks and the cruise lines. So
Yeah, see, one of the things I was telling people, I have one of my friends. She wants me to call her tomorrow, and she wants me to talk her through the purchase of those stocks. What is it called? Apple and Tesla. And the thing that I was trying to get across to her is like, make sure that whatever the money you're spending, it's like
hmm
make sure that you're spending something that's comfortable that you won't need right away. Because the way I see it is, depending upon how quickly these investors are pumping money into it, because as you've seen, Apple went from 399 to 444 in just like a week after the announcement, right? Basically, less than 2 weeks, it went that quick. So
yep,
my only thing is, when you put money in these things, you're basically putting that money away as a long-term investment. That's not a short-term investment,
exactly.
you
Yeah,
know.
I'm everything is long right now.
See, what my problem is, too many people, when they get into these investment opportunities, they think that this shit is like cryptocurrency. They think they could just put a couple of dollars in and take it out next week, and they make like $1,000 profit. It's like it doesn't work that way.
hmm Nope, nope. And this is not the environment you want to be day trading or even swing trading in.
Yeah, this is
It's too
really
volatile.
bad. And but you know what also bothers me? It's funny that you mentioned that day trading. There's a lot of these guys on YouTube who try to make it like they're huge day traders and that they're rich from day trading. The average day trader does not make money, and it's only like 5% of all day traders that are really getting rich day trading.
Yeah, you really gotta. It's a skill or art to do that, and you have to have multiple strategies. I mean, when I say multiple strategies, like real day traders, they got like 20 spreadsheets with
Right.
different strategies in them, and that's something that it takes a while for you to learn and get the hang of. It's not anything like you said that you could just do in and pop in and out and make a ton of money. And you start small. You really got to start small. You don't want to lose your hat in it.
Yeah, from what I've seen, it's like even most day traders will tell you, it's like if you start with like $40,000 or $50,000, you can expect to probably lose half, if not all of it. When you just start out,
It depends on you know
the market.
if you're yeah, and what do you so the way that I look at it is you set yourself what's going to be your get out plan. So if you plan to make 30%, you know and you get out after 30% no matter what, and you hedge against your losses, that can work. But the problem is some people continue to go, keep going, kind of like they do with gambling. You know what I mean? You
It
go,
is gambling. It
yeah,
absolutely is.
exactly. It's the same concept. And so you just have to know when to cut your losses and get out and not try to, a lot of people go, they stick to their strategy to a certain point, then then the rest of it is just, well, I got a hunch. And I'm like, nah, you can't do that. You got to stick to the strategy. But that's when the going is good. Right now, I wouldn't do that shit.
Yeah, no, it's too the market's just way too volatile right now.
Yeah, yeah. But the stock picks you gave, those are great stock picks, man. I like Bank of America. I really like Capital One. Capital One is really the one I'm excited about out of all the bank stocks right now because I like what they're doing. I mean, they're providing so many different services, banking, credit, auto loans, and I've heard nothing but good stuff about Capital One.
When I got started with Capital One, because I always tell this story because now I have excellent credit, but when I had poor credit back when I graduated from college, as soon as I had to start paying student loans and all that stuff, I had bad credit. I was like 500, 530 or something like that. I had to get a bank account, and it was like I think I had a bank account with maybe Washington Mutual, and Washington Mutual went under, and I think Capital One was like the first bank I was able to easily get a bank account with where you didn't
Yeah,
have some outrageous amount of money you had to put into the bank, right? So I've been with Capital One since what, 2005. And they've been really
yeah.
good to me. Now, the only thing that I was disappointed with was that I couldn't have done a mortgage with them because they stopped doing mortgages and they sold off all their mortgages to other banks. But other than that, I've been
Hmm.
very happy with Capital One as a bank. I really like the locations. I like the services,
Yep.
and they've been really good with me. I haven't had to ask them for anything. Like I haven't had to take out any loans. I haven't had to ask them for any car loans lately. But no, I've been very, very happy with Capital One.
Yeah, once they changed out their leadership, they became a better bank. They were in some trouble back just before I think it was around 2008. They
Well,
got
everybody,
political.
everybody was in trouble in
Yeah,
2008.
yeah. What they were doing is they would give, and I was laughing because they were one of Equifax's clients, and I was laughing because they would give people with 500 plus credit scores credit cards
Oh yeah.
with like $2,000, 500 or $1,000 limit or $1,500, and then when people would max it out, they would give them another credit card, and they would do that for like 2 or 3 times, and then before you know it, the person had like $6,000 in credit card debt, and then the authority, then the SEC was like, "What are you doing, dude? You're putting people who are already subprime in more debt."
Well, I
So,
remember back then I ran up credit card debt quick because I was in school and I was using
mhm,
credit cards to finance myself during the last year of my schooling, right? And then
yeah,
I'll also admit, like I was buying shit I shouldn't have been buying. Like I
mhm,
was buying like toys, like electronic stuff. Just like everybody, a lot of people right now they end up screwing up their credit over cell phones and stuff like that. And
yeah,
and I
yeah,
and back then you got to remember that, well, this was 2005, so this was before iPhone. Back then they had like
mhm.
all types of toys and stuff that you could buy, like iPods and all types of stuff. It was wireless
Oh yeah,
Bluetooth headsets. But I discover Discover put me in judgment over $5,000. So it was like as soon as I started working my first job, I had a judgment on me, and I had to pay back Discover to $5,000. And once I paid them back, well, I shredded that card and I got rid of the account. Looking back, I kind of wish that I had tried to handle it differently because I would have kept the actual account and I would have just brought it current. But it was like whatever. I just started all over again from a 530, and now I'm at 850. So, you know.
Yeah, which is impressive, man. I really you really meet people that have an 850.
Oh, I
Like
couldn't believe it,
that
man.
takes work. That
If
takes
you were to
work to
go
do
in my
that.
living room right now, that frame that I bought to print it out, that's sitting in my living room right now. That's on my glass table.
Yeah, I saw when you went and got the frames for that. I was like, you know what? If I had an 850, I would get a frame too.
There's
I'm
nowhere
not
to
gonna
go.
lie.
There's
Yeah, I mean, there's nowhere. You already as high as you can be.
Yeah, because I'll tell you, I thought that they kept messing with me. I was like, yeah, they won't give me the extra 7 points to give me a perfect because I'm black.
Hmm.
But nah, sure enough, I got that shit too.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, they can't. Not in this climate. They're not gonna do that to you, man. It's
But you know, the funny
but
thing is, after you pass like 750, it really doesn't matter anymore.
it doesn't. I mean, 750. You're still gonna get the same. You'll get a great interest rate. I mean, they want your business. That's the thing.
Yeah,
Um, they're not gonna fuss about a couple extra points once you're at 750.
yeah, because
Yeah.
if you're buying a car, you're gonna get the highest, you're gonna get the best interest you can if you got a 700, seven
Uh-huh.
fifty. But if you're buying a house, the score doesn't matter that much because there's a different adjustment. So it really
Yeah.
matters about your credit history, your job security, that all that, and whether or
Hmm.
not you can pay the mortgage every month. But my
Yeah.
thing was, it's like when you have an 850. And let me tell you something. I would love to do a skit about how different they treat you when you go into the bank, and they can, like, if they
Hmm.
look at the computer and they can see how much money you got in the account, they treat you differently. If you have a high credit score, like for instance, like when I go into these dealerships, a lot of times like people go into dealerships and they just kicking tires, or like because the dealers don't really like some deal. I have to say the new training is to the first thing a dealer, because the dealer says it's like, okay, if you walk on the lot, then you're ready to buy something, and they're not letting you leave without buying something, right? So
Yeah.
some dealers, they'll put you on a test drive almost immediately, but meanwhile, if you go to certain places, they don't take you seriously until they check your credit. Once they check your credit, it's a whole new attitude, right?
Yeah.
like
Yeah. It
like
also depends. Yeah. It also depends on what you're looking at too. Like
yeah,
if you're looking at a Hellcat,
yeah.
they don't take you seriously until they see your credit and they see that you can get approved. You're
And
not
they're,
going
they're
anywhere
not
that.
letting you. They're not letting you test drive no Hellcat ever. Like they'll let you test drive the regular, like the V6, the V8s. But the problem that they have is unless it's used or unless it's a demo, they're not letting you test drive cars like that, right? But
Right.
I have a dealership. In fact, well, there's two dealerships not far from me. Garden City is one of them, and Garden City, for example, it's like, yeah, they'll, you know what? It's like depending upon when you catch them. Like if they have a really good sale and they're trying to move cars, yeah, they'll be flexible with some of the ways they do things. But my thing is, it's like unless you have excellent credit, it's like these guys will try to rip you off.
Yeah. Yeah. I know. I actually called when you went to security. Was it Security Dodge in Amityville?
Security Dodge.
Yeah, and I went online and I called them about that SRT. They have a 2019 SRT still sitting there, and I
A
was like,
Jeep or a car?
Jeep Grand Cherokee
Oh yeah.
SRT
Well, but you gotta
still sitting
understand,
there.
nobody's buying shit right now. The only like it's really hard to sucker people into buying stuff like that right now. Like,
What they told me was
That
that
coronavirus is kicking in.
the well, what the dealers are doing is they're holding on to their inventory because the manufacturing had come to a halt. So
yeah,
they're holding on to whatever inventory they can, and they're not giving you the dealer discount. They're making you pay closer to MSRP. So you'll get the power dollars, but before where you were getting the power dollars and the dealer discount, you're only getting the power dollars now. You're not getting anything else. And with that particular one, I was just kicking the tires on it, and they were like, "Well, if you're not prepared to pay 81,000," I was like, "So bye bye, so long, farewell." That's what she told me. And I was just like, okay, I'll call you next year when it's still sitting there.
Yeah, exactly. See, the Jeeps, one of the things that I realized about them a long time ago, if a Jeep will sit on the lot, if it sits on the lot long enough, they'll take about $8,000 or $10,000 off of it after that full year that it's set on the lot. That's why I kept making fun of them with the Count the Trackhawks videos, right? Because I thought that shit was hilarious. Because I knew what was going to happen, because I was like, wait a minute, nobody's going to pay that kind of money for one of these things right now. Nobody's going to do it.
Exactly.
So sure enough, yeah, they basically were lopping like 10,000, 12,000. Some
And it
people
was
were getting track
15.
hawk. Yeah, some people were
And it
getting
was
track hawks
20.
for 20 off because those
Yeah.
things were sitting on them lots rusted. Now,
Hmm.
what I did think was funny is Jeeps. They don't make deals for the Jeeps, but the Dodge cars they'll make deals quick. Like even
Yeah.
with the Hellcats, they were moving Hellcats on these crazy leases, and the leases were like
Hmm.
$599 a month. And I'm like, how the fuck did you give them this car for $599 a month? You charge me $1,060 a month for finance. You know,
Well, the problem, and so here's the problem with the Grand Cherokees. I love the Grand Cherokee SRT,
it's
by
the
the way, but the
best. It's the
problem with the
best.
Grand, it's the best all around product. And I also like the Durango, but the problem with the Grand Cherokee is that the money factor for the leases are so bad,
They're horrible.
and they're horrible, and it's just like when they told me the money factor for
Electric
the lease,
grace.
I was just like, why even offer to lease
I
it?
said
You're
get
better off
electric
just
grace.
financing it. It's ridiculous. The money factors are like something like six. I was like, who's gonna lease that? And it just makes no sense. I said, that's your best product.
No, well, you got a lot of rich people who can afford to do a lease like that at $899 a month. Because like when I really like a lot of people when I bought my Jeep, a lot of people thought I had leased it. No, I financed that thing, and it still costed me $1,030 a month. But what I think is so funny about that is if I had bought a Mercedes S Class of that same year, that would have cost me $120,000, and right now my Jeep is still worth more than the depreciation on that car. Because if you look on
Oh wow,
eBay, a 2014, 2015 Mercedes S Class could have cost
like 40 something.
$130,000.
Right.
Shit, less than 40. You can get it cheaper than a Toyota Camry.
Actually, yeah, I think I saw one recently for 38,
Oh yeah.
somewhere around that. But you know what? And that's the thing about Mercedes. As nice as their interior is, they don't do it for me. I think they're priced way too high. Some of them, and it's just once you get past the CLA class, it's like whoa, it really starts to get up there. I just
Mercedes wants you to pay for the name, and they want you to pay for the
yeah,
prestige of having a Mercedes.
Yeah, it
yeah.
just
But I have to say the S Class, because we have what is it in my family? We've got four of them, and
Mm,
my aunt just bought one, and they love that car because it's got like that. My aunt got hers with the full reclining seats,
hmm.
and she got the heated, cooled back seats, heated, cooled front, massage and shit. And the thing about it is, it's a really awesome car. My only thing is the depreciation is fast, and the leases don't make sense unless you do a
Yeah,
swap lease. Because I've seen swap lease where I could get a swap lease for $1,000 and pay $30 less than I'm paying for my Jeep's finance. So,
yeah,
but the problem is the initial guy who bought it, he probably put down so much money to give himself a low payment that he's taking a loss. But he doesn't care
right.
because he's just trying to move the car at this point. Like a lot of these people, they're dumb with money. Some of these people they just buy it and then all of a sudden they say, "Yeah, I don't want it," and then they do the swap lease.
And Swap Police is doing real good right now.
Oh shit,
There's a
man.
lot of yeah. You
When
know,
I
it's
see,
funny
have
because
you
I
seen have you seen these people, these rich people dumping these expensive cars where they got like $5,000 a month payments on fucking McLaren or Rolls Royce? That's crazy.
I saw a SRT the other day. It was $1,400 a month,
That's
an
crazy.
SRT.
Yeah,
But you know the
unless it was
thing
a
is,
demon. Was it a demon?
no, it was a Grand Cherokee SRT.
Nah, that's crazy. How the
yeah,
hell are you
yeah, four.
leasing that for 14? That's crazy.
Well, so what happens is leases are great if you got negative equity and you don't want to pay
Yeah.
negative equity long term. You roll it into a lease and so that you can pay it off sooner. Now, would you pay 1,400 for a Grand Cherokee?
Nope.
I would not really, but here's the thing: you don't have to deal with the dealership. You don't have to deal with the dealership fees. but I mean, you're paying more for the car, and but that car. The thing about the Grand Cherokee is it holds its value so well.
Right.
So let's say you do get paid 1,400 a month for that, and say like after 3 years, you'll be caught up, and you'll be able to trade it, and yeah, you'll probably be in a positive equity situation with those cars because, like I said, they hold their value so well. Like I've seen 2017, 2018 SRTs still going for 48 and 50 grand um, off lease.
Mm-hmm.
It's unbelievable. It's almost like almost as good as a Wrangler.
It's because of the engine. The engine you can like.
Hmm.
Well, first of all, the SRTs are fully loaded, so for the
Yeah,
most part, when you get one, unless you have them build it, that car is coming with every single feature, including the moonroof, the double pane moonroof. It's coming with everything to the tune of like $80,000. Or if you get a Trackhawk, it's coming out to the tune of $100,000 if you have the televisions and stuff in the back, right?
right.
I think the total price with every single feature is about $105,000. Now, I can't see spending that kind of money for the same damn looking car. I can't do it. But,
Yeah,
but once those things have depreciated, whether or not anybody bought them, yeah, they become a little bit better. But then when you see what they just did with this Durango Hellcat, and then you look at that pathetic looking Trackhawk, like that, and then they say the Durango Hellcat's limited edition, so that means you're not even going to be able to buy that thing that easily, that long, you know.
yeah, yeah.
So,
yeah,
the dealers are going to mark those things up like crazy.
by 30,000. Yeah, that's what they were doing. Well, they tried to do that with the wide body Charger, and it didn't work out so well as they thought they did
It
because
worked
what
out with the
happens is,
Daytona though.
well, in some cases, but like where I am over here in Concord, North Carolina, they had about two or three of those, and they were selling them for 83.
That's what they
And
cost.
people, yeah, but they weren't doing the markup thing, the
Okay.
ridiculous markup. So they would get as fast as they would get them in, they would sell them. They'd be out the door. You see them rolling them out of the showroom
Right.
because, a lot of it was people from out of state
Right.
because the markup, because like you go to probably Security Dodge, they're probably doing a $30,000 markup. Why would I go and buy from there when I could go 8 hours south, get it for 83, save myself 30, 40 grand, and have a wide body Daytona?
Well, I know I've told this story on my videos, but and I keep on telling the same story. Over in Roslyn, New York, it's called East Hills Chrysler, right? These motherfuckers, I went. Well, wait, is it East Hills? Yeah, I think it's East Hills. So it's over in Roslyn, and I went there checking in to see about the Trackhawk. These guys told me that there was a $30,000 markup on the Trackhawk, and
I
I
remember that
wanted.
conversation.
And I was like, you guys must be out of your goddamn mind. What do you think I'm stupid? And then I went over to security, and the dude who's there that was on Omi and the Hellcat video that sold him his Daytona, Jonathan. Jonathan tried to run that same bullshit, but he said 10,000, right? I was like, John, I'm not
Hmm.
paying you a dime over the sticker. What are you crazy? And he was like, oh
I
well.
remember
And then
that.
he looked down. He was like, oh well, we could do five. Because you're a returning customer, we could do 5,000. I was like, yo, bro, I'm not paying. And you know what's funny about it? I had my checkbook in my hand right there in front of him. Had my checkbook.
What's up, big truck?
And I was like, nah, I'm not paying no overage. Who's this? What's up? Who's that? Who's that?
What's up? It's Michael Burrito.
Oh, hey, how's everything going?
How you doing, man?
Man, I'm in
I'm
Arizona right now.
Arizona. How's things in Arizona? It's hot there.
Yeah, man. I've been to Flagstaff, Grand Canyon.
Okay, sounds
Uh,
good. Sounds good.
it's a nice drive.
Oh yeah, definitely. Flagstaff, the weather's not too bad, but here in Phoenix, it's pretty bad.
I haven't been to Arizona. The closest I ever got was Denver, Colorado.
Oh, it's real nice, man. I recommend you coming. Houses are cheap too.
I'll wait till after the election.
Hello.
The Midwest is the best, man.
I'm sorry, what?
The Midwest is the best.
The Midwest is the best? I don't know. I'll wait.
I don't know about that one. I haven't been over that way.
I don't know.
You got a lot of white nationalists out there, man.
Who's this other guy? Look at this other guy. Who's this?
Well, he got them everywhere. Yeah, that's kind of
Yeah.
crazy.
Who's this guy?
Get social.
Get social. Oh, what's up?
What's going on, Big Truck?
Oh, just chilling up here. Just running this little live stream here.
I just got off work, drinking a cup of cold, was listening to you.
And what state are you in?
Texas.
Oh, you're in Texas. Okay. How's things going there?
Pretty good. It's hot as shit out here.
So how do you feel about this election coming up? What do you think?
I think Trump's gonna get his ass handed to him.
I'd like to believe that.
That's just me personally. I don't know.
Kill
I
the
mean,
mail system.
I don't know. It's gonna be close, but I mean, you got one guy that don't even know where the hell he is. But I mean, these are the best that we have out of this whole country. These two guys, that's insane.
I'll tell you,
We need you.
I know. They should run me right now, but the problem is that'll never fly because I haven't sat through any of the debates. I'm totally unvetted. Fox News is going to use my YouTube record against me somehow. They'll be like, "Oh yeah, well he doesn't respect the speeding laws. He doesn't respect Toyota Camrys or some shit." It's like they'll totally tear me up with that.
Didn't you say you were gonna make it to where it's a fast lane and have it? You can go whatever speed you want or some shit like that.
No, you know what I said? I said what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make it so that you can pay extra money for a license, a special license for the left lane, right? And you can do as fast as you want in the left lane as long as you don't get into any accidents. But you're gonna pay extra for it, but it makes you inundated from speeding tickets.
They would never look
I remember that.
So if a cop is chasing you, if a cop decides to turn his lights on, all you got to do is pull over and say, "Hey, officer, I've got my special license," and they'll be like, "Oh, okay, have a nice day, bye."
That's what we need.
In fact,
that night you got pulled over by that crooked ass cop out there.
oh my God, I'm still thinking about that bullshit, man. That bastard. And see, the problem was he wanted to make an example out of one of us, but he caught me. So, he's trying to make an example out of one of us, and I wasn't even the guy he was looking for. The guy he wanted was the guy on my team who had an older Jeep, and he had purple lights, and I told the cop, I was like, I don't have purple lights, it's bullshit.
He was definitely looking for something, though. He's like, are these, let me look at your headlights. He was looking all around trying to get you for something.
Yeah, it's pathetic.
And see, you're not one of those guys that has those stupid mods all over his car, so he couldn't get you for anything.
Right.
Trying to come up with.
I've gotten pulled over. I've gotten pulled over by cops who claim that they pulled me over because they thought I had tinted windows. Now they said they thought I had fucking tinted windows, right? And then they look at it and they're like, "Oh yeah, well sorry about that. Go on about your business." And I'm like, "Wait a minute. You pulled me over and you said that I had done something wrong. It's like, and now you're just leaving?" Yeah, it's pathetic.
These cops are so stupid these days.
They're hungry, thirsty football players. They're looking for money. They're really hurting right now.
Yeah, it's like when people hear me knock on like the Blue Lives Matter and I call it fascism and everything. Yeah, I got reasons for that shit.
Over there, up in Flagstaff,
Bootlickers. Uh-oh, you're breaking up. Yo, your feed's breaking up. Nah, but see, my problem is with a lot of these cops, right? Yeah, some of them are good, some of them are doing the right thing, but you got a lot of assholes out there who are always an inch away from trying to bully people.
Yeah.
And I told this other story.
When they're in high school.
Yeah, and I've told this other story before. It's like one time I was with my girlfriend in college, and we were in the backseat of the car, right? And we were over near Brooklyn because we were not far from our house. So what we did was we pulled over to the park, like we were at the park near the basketball court. So we pulled over, and I had a nice regular parked there. We got in the back seat, and we're chilling in the back seat, right? Cops pull up to the side of the car, and I tell her, I was like, "Yo, quick, put your clothes back on," right? So she's putting her clothes back on, and while she's putting her clothes back on, the cop is shining a light through the car. And naturally, we just get out of the car, because I was like, "Oh, shit, they're going to have us get out of the car." So I was like, "Okay, let's get out of the car." So the cop was like, "Oh, so what are you guys doing?" And so, I'm telling him what we're doing. And he's up there, "Hey, I smell weed. Do you smell weed?" I was like, "Weed? I don't smell fucking weed. What are you talking about?" So he used that as an excuse to check my car. Now, if he had been a good cop and he just said, "Okay, listen, this is indecent exposure, and we're just gonna check your car, whatever, real quick,
No, I'm probably
and
gonna
if you
let my
don't have
phone rest
anything,
because this thing is hot as fuck.
what kind of phone do you have?"
I got the iPhone 10 XS Max, man, but I'm here in Phoenix,
Oh yeah,
and
yeah.
it's not like in Flagstaff, and I don't want this because it's lithium ion battery. I don't want this shit to
It's hot as
burn
fuck.
or die.
What's the temperature there? Isn't it hot there?
Go up on his ass.
190, 98 by now.
Yeah, isn't it hot there?
And
115, man. But I will say this: it's not too bad. Yeah, I'll say this because see, the thing is, yeah, there is a lot of white nationalists, but you'll find them like in the rural north of Arizona, maybe like near like outside of Flagstaff. Because when I was there was a little bit of tension, but um, since I'm Hispanic, so but it's not that bad.
Oh, you're
They
Hispanic,
just think
really?
we're
Because I looked at you. You look like Whitey Bulger.
man, I'm albino. Shit,
You're albino. Wow, I didn't know that. Wow.
I
yeah, man.
remember you mentioning that last, a couple days ago.
Yeah, I'm not man.
Yeah.
Shit, I speak
Hey,
good
don't.
Spanish.
Hey, man, it don't matter what you are, man. It's where you're at.
Exactly.
That's where it is.
Exactly.
No, I'm just joking with you guys. I'm giving you a hard time. Yeah, I am Mexican.
Hey, Big Truck.
Yeah.
Hey man, I'm glad I found your channel, man. I'm like 20, but you give me all this stock advice and stuff. So all this Trump welfare checks and and all that stuff. I've been putting all that towards the stock. So I'm like,
Yo, I'll be back. I'm
I
gonna let
put
my
it.
phone rest. Shit, I don't want this thing to burn.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Got you. All right, so yeah, I put like maybe 4,500 in. I'm on six. I'm like six something now, man. So I put in
4,500
NBR.
into what? MBR and.
Yeah, it was a lot of stuff. Apple, I only put two on Apple because it's so expensive. So I did NBR. I put like 1,000 or something in NBR just because how far it was going up. It's like I put in a lot of them, man. I put like everything you said. I put in Square, all that stuff. I'm up there, man. I appreciate you, man.
Well, I'm glad I could help, but always remember my thing is I like to diversify, so I
Right.
try to spread it. I try to spread it around instead of just putting it in just one place. Because you got to remember, right now oil stocks are still relatively low because the airlines aren't flying, the cruise lines aren't moving. Once those two things come back, now here's the problem. They're saying October 1st pilots are supposed to lose their jobs. So the problem is a lot of people are going to end up furloughed, especially in the cruise and the aviation industry. They don't want to fire these people because they know that they need these people to come back. But
Yeah,
once the industry really gets going again, oil is going to go right back up. That's why I was trying to get
Hmm.
people into oil, and also oil is always so profitable that they pay dividends. You know, so
yeah,
oil. That's why I was always saying oil, banks,
Oil is way too low.
yeah, and
Way too low.
right now, technology's doing really good because everybody's doing work from home, and nobody knows how long it's going to last. And on top of that, they have new products coming out because mostly, everything's targeting remote learning. So
Yep.
ultimately, yeah, tech, oil, and banks are a great place to put money. Now, that doesn't mean that you can't go into airlines and cruise lines. It just means that you're not going to make any money for the short period of time.
Right. Yeah, I did
Yeah.
sell out a lot of that stuff. I sold out a lot of the airlines and stuff like that when you said, but I kept it in some of them though. I didn't want to sell out all of them because you
No,
never
as
know.
long as you got them low, you hold on to them. Like
Right.
JetBlue, Delta, United, right now, those guys are extreme lows. But the problem is, we have no idea how long it's going to take them to get back to their highs.
Right.
Yeah. I have a feeling that once if things go the way that they should in the election, I think you'll see a run on the market like you've never seen before. Because what'll happen is you have somebody that's in place that will have a plan to get us out of this. Because right now they have no plan, so everything is in fluctuating.
Yeah, they have no plan. Their only plan
Yeah.
is to restart the economy, put people back into harm's way, and hopefully
Yeah.
they can deal with the people who get sick. Because basically, I heard the numbers is like 1 in 4. So if it's 1 in 4 that gets severely sick and ends up on a ventilator, they're just trying not to overwhelm the hospitals. But as far as they're concerned, they want us all to spread it around and catch it because they really believe in herd immunity.
Yeah, no, unfortunately, it don't work that way.
Nope.
And here's the thing: with flu season. I think I mentioned this last time. With flu season coming up,
Yeah.
people, you got to remember, if you got the flu and you're already compromised,
Oh yeah.
don't think you can't get COVID.
When have you seen anybody sneeze lately? If you sneeze, everybody looks at you like you just committed a crime.
Dude, I was in Verizon the other day, and the
Yeah.
dude, I was in Verizon the other day, and the dude across the room sneezed. I looked at that motherfucker like, you stay your ass over there,
Yeah.
where you stand.
I mean, you got people fighting and shooting each other over not wearing a goddamn mask. It's crazy.
Yeah,
God.
yeah. I mean, the guy had a mask on, but just the mere fact that he freaking sneezed over there, I was just like, man. And
Yeah,
sure enough, he had to come up. He had to come over to the counter to sign something electronically. Man, I bolted over to where they have the iPhone cases.
yeah, I'm more worried
When
about
What
people
were
coughing.
you saying? I didn't hear you. That's
Yeah,
what I got
right.
to deal with every day.
yeah,
In the beginning, Trump's like, "Oh, no one needs to wear a mask. No one needs to wear a mask."
nope,
Yeah, bullshit.
he's lying.
Bullshit.
That shit is airborne, man. That shit
But
is
see, but
airborne.
see, you know what the problem with Trump? My biggest problem with this dude is it's the narcissism. It's like, listen, you don't know shit about infectious diseases, and we know it. Why don't you
Yeah.
just let these scientists come up here and tell us what's what? And he's demanding to be the center of attention, but we know you
Yeah.
don't know shit about this. So it's
He's a
like,
doctor
Yeah,
and he's a scientist. He's a doctor. He's a scientist. He's everything. Yeah,
that
exactly.
guy
He's not
kills
doing
me.
shit. He's a genius.
But see, what
yeah.
really gets me is that the people tolerate this shit.
I'm
Bill
not
back in
surprised
With
anymore.
that bullshit.
Yeah.
Crazy.
It gets old. It gets old after a while. It's gonna catch up to his ass. I'm thinking he's gonna get his ass handed
Well,
to him. There's
here's the
no
thing.
way.
Does
I talk to my
anybody?
customers. They do not. I mean, I talk to rich people, white people, black people, Hispanic people, and all my customers I talk to, and they
Mm,
got that look in their eye, even though they voted for him. I go, "What do you think about Trump?" And they go, "Well," that's what they say. That well, and I'm like,
they
"I
didn't
just don't
expect.
see it." They do
They,
that. Well,
yeah,
I'm like, "Well, I don't think he's gonna win. I don't see it. He might pull a rabbit out of the hat, but it's
yeah.
Nah,
gonna really be a
doubt it.
close one."
Yeah,
Not Trump.
I don't think the people who voted for him thought that he would do. See, the thing about people who vote for people like Trump is they think that they're one of them. They're part of his circle. And the
Yeah,
fact is, you're not. This guy don't even mingle with the people who work with him. I mean,
exactly.
if unless you're like, you're Ivanka or one of his kids, you're somebody real close to him, he's not messing with you.
Exactly.
He's the prime example of what an elitist is.
But how about the?
He doesn't want to
I want to get your
see
point on this big truck.
because
The oh, sorry, was it? Go
his
ahead.
amenities society, we shouldn't be here at all, in my opinion.
Breaking up.
How
Yeah.
about the dollar devaluation and him spending? You know, they never said like they were all tripping out when Obama started spending money. This guy, how much has he spent? 4 times as much as Obama.
Yeah,
I'm
well, you
guessing.
won't hear
It
Fox
was
News
like
say
just a
anything
shit
about
ton.
that.
$1 trillion.
But
A
okay,
Everything
trillion
just
dollars
keeps
in
going
debt.
up and up. All our prices on
Hmm.
anything that we buy, it's like you can go to Walmart and you're just like, damn, prices keeps going up. You're not going to pay for nothing. Everything that he said, oh, we're not paying for this, we're not paying for that. He goes, we're going to pop China. Don't worry, you don't have to pay for it. The wall, you don't have to pay for none of this.
well,
Uh,
here to answer your question about the dollar devaluation, there's a couple of problems with it, and there's also a couple of kind of upsides. First of all, as the dollar's value goes down, it actually becomes cheaper for other countries to manufacture products here, i.e., BMW. They'll come here and they started making factories so that they could build their SUVs that are going to be sold here. It actually is cheaper for them to build here if the dollar's value decreases. So that's one issue, and now you're dealing with a president who's anxious to say, yeah, I created a lot of jobs, but at the expense of the dollar's value going down, I'm creating more jobs and factories here. That's one issue. Second of all, if the dollar's value goes down, then that means that $30 trillion worth of debt that actually means that over a long period of time, it's technically cheaper to pay it down. It's just that you have so much more of it. It's like a 30-year fixed mortgage. Technically, a 30-year fixed mortgage is cheaper to pay off because of the devaluation of the dollar than a 15-year, because if it's a 15-year, you have to pay it back in today's dollars rather than tomorrow's. And right now, the dollar going down, where it hurts us is the fact that it causes prices to go up, as you're saying. Like food costs go up. Right now, gas is low, but gas is only low because nobody had been driving for almost 3 months.
Airlines are not
Yeah.
on.
And the
Yeah.
airlines are not doing anything, and the cruise lines are not doing anything. When all of that comes back to work, eventually gas prices will probably go right back up to where they were before if they don't go higher. And we're
The
not very
only
smart.
the only thing that scares me is I don't think that we've seen the inflation yet because he's still printing, but it's going to catch up to us, and we're going to be like, "Holy shit! What did Trump do to us?" Because he's just printing so much money and
You can't
Hmm.
give
doing
up
the
free shit like
executive orders and all this other stuff. I mean, he spent so much money, and I'm thinking by like next year we're going to go to Walmart or wherever to buy a product or a car or a Hellcat, and we're going to be like, "How much do you want for the Hellcat?" $150,000, and you're going to be like, that money is not going to be worth anything. That's
Well,
that's what really scares me.
I will say this: you're going to see it first in the cost of food. That's where you're going to see it immediately, because even after he printed those welfare checks, you saw food prices go up a bit. You saw it, and you
Yeah,
felt
I,
it
I
there.
did.
The other place you're going to feel it is in the housing market and the rental market. However, what we're facing right now is a rent crisis, and we're facing a housing crisis right now. So as far as inflation, you're going to feel it in cost of living increases. Clothes might cost you more, food might cost you more, manufactured goods, certain things might cost you a little bit more. But ultimately, um, Trump might, if he's not in office, they'll just blame it on President Kamala Harris.
yep.
Yep,
And they'll say, "Oh yeah,
exactly.
the market tanked because she won." You know, it's like that's what we're dealing with. That's what they did to Obama. That's why a lot of these people are still talking about these bailouts as if Obama was the reason why they had to go in. It's like nobody mentions the fact that Bush was leaving office as the economy was crashing. That's just
Yeah,
ridiculous.
Bush
Nice
was like
call.
one of the worst economies, and then Trump's like he took the crown. Obama was like the glory days. I mean, I talked to my
Yeah.
wife and I'm like, "What do you think about Obama?" And she goes, "Damn, I miss those days." And I'm like, "I said, baby, them
Yeah.
days are gone." I'm like, let's fuck with China. Let's do all
Well,
this
the
crazy
thing that
shit.
people
Let's stir it
forget
up.
is the thing that people forget is that the TARP, which was the bailout for the banks, there was, I don't know if people remember this, but it was September 2008, and McCain and Obama were in, the middle of their,
In the
election
middle of the
cycle,
debates, yeah.
and they brought them in when they when they put TARP together to let them know, because they were like, whoever was going to take over the country, you're going to have to carry out this order. You're going to have to execute TARP. And that's what that was. That was already in place before anybody got elected. And so when Obama got elected, he's like, okay, now that they bailed out the banks, I got to bail out the rest of the country, because they were hemorrhaging. I remember they were hemorrhaging like 450,000 jobs a month
Yeah.
after he got elected, and it was bad. I mean, but not as bad as this. This is 1 point. You're averaging over 1 million people a week, and the only reason that it was under 1 million past week is because people don't even bother to apply for unemployment because they probably can't get through because they're so or the states are so inundated.
Yeah. And
When
also let
Trump got into office, okay, this is after right when Obama got out, everything was running smooth as silk. Our business, everything was running perfect, and then he just like started monkeying with it, just everything, and just
Hmm.
right after that, it was like just a downslide. I mean, like products, this that. I mean, everything was so perfect, and a lot of people like man, I was hoping Michelle was going to be, Biden's. I mean, it would have been awesome if she would have ran with Biden.
Michelle, here's my
It would have been
problem.
like a dream. It would have been a
Mich-
dream come true.
Michelle Obama, in my opinion, would not have been a good vice president specifically because she really, first of all, she didn't want that job. Second of all, she really has no background, I'll say,
Government.
in governing, right? Now, Kamala Harris, based on the jobs that she's done, I know she knows the law. You've got everybody attacking her because she was a prosecutor. A prosecutor. I have a sister who's a lawyer, and she's nothing but criminal defense, right? If you're going to be a lawyer for the city or the state, you have to be able to fight either side. You have to either prosecute or you've got to be
Or
able
defend.
to defend. That's it. Your job is to prosecute or defend. The state has to make a good case against the person you're either prosecuting or defending, and your job is to just follow the job. I don't blame her for being a prosecutor. The people who are throwing all this up, a lot of them, I really think in many cases, a lot of them hate women for various reasons. I think a lot of them don't want a female leader for other reasons, because they did the same thing to Hillary. I think you remember they were talking like it didn't get much traction, but I think Hillary had defended somebody who was a sexual assailant or something like that. And I'm not talking about Bill Clinton. I'm talking about somebody else. But
Yeah.
yeah, the thing about it is they'll come up with reasons, and just like what they did to Obama, it's like, oh yeah, well he's an angry black church going Muslim and all this. They're gonna come up with something, but ultimately, I don't think Michelle Obama would have wanted that because I don't think she wanted it. But second of all, I think she might have been a little too polarizing for that position because you got to understand a lot of people who came out and voted for Trump, they just hated Obama.
My
So
question
Yeah.
is, why did Obama even tolerate that bullshit?
why does Obama tolerate what?
That bullshit.
Well, listen, Obama's not me. It's like if I was on stage and somebody said the right combinations of things to me when we're doing a debate, I would snap on them. And depending upon how it looked, that might end your presidential career or it might enhance it. Because you remember when Trump was on the stage with Hillary, this motherfucker's walking around like a vulture. And the thing about it is,
That's true.
for him to get caught saying the things he said and doing the things he's done, and his campaign to not be ended by that, just tells you that he's not the problem. The voter's the problem. But bottom line is, if we come out to vote, we can put whoever we want in there. But liberal left-wing voters, they showed you in 2008, they outnumber the right-wing conservatives. The problem is they have to show up.
Yeah. And they didn't show up
Everyone's
last time.
coming out on this one. I think they're going to show up. I'm telling you, they're going to
Your
show
li-
up.
your
this
life
time.
depends
This ain't
on
going to
it.
be like 2016 with Hillary. Hillary
Yeah.
lost because people just didn't go to the polls. This time, people are definitely going to the polls this time.
John,
They can
Ye-
count.
can I ask you a question?
yes.
Okay. What? Okay, John. I wish you was president, and I have two good reasons. You hear me, John?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay. If you was president, America would not be in debt. Two, you would have. You should make all the cars cheap. Buy any car I want. But even have it, I could buy me a V8 engine with a comfortable car, and don't have to worry about any of them high skyrocketing prices. President, it's so much better with you in them.
Well, I will say this. There's certain things that if I was president, there's certain things that I would do to improve the feeling of being in this country. There's certain things I would do. The thing about it is, this country's built up so much debt over such a long period of time. I don't think that you'd be able to get out of it. You could reduce how much you're spending, and I think you might even be able to attack the debt. But the thing about it is, it took us what since the Reagan era to build up this level of debt. It's not going away overnight. Now my focus would be on improving the overall feeling in the country because right now this is a very toxic environment. Everybody hates each other. It's like it's not good. It's really not good. But ultimately what we need is somebody who's not extremely polarizing, and I don't think you're going to get that Like, I really don't think you're gonna get a non-polarizing president at this point.
I don't think so either. Oh yeah,
But,
John.
yeah.
Let me ask you another question. Okay, John, can I live off $50,000 a year in California?
Um, if you if you are semi-homeless, maybe. But
I'm not
Peanut butter
homeless
and jelly
anymore.
sandwiches.
yeah, if
Semi.
you nah, you're not doing too well on $50,000 a year. Most of the people who make $50,000 a year, they had to leave California and go somewhere else. Probably,
Yeah,
Oh
I
man,
don't
that's
even think you're
crazy.
gonna be able to like
Yeah.
live in a box
Cost of
at that.
living is.
Yeah.
because I'll tell you like this: if you're making 50,000 a year and you're here in New York, you're probably living with your parents.
Yeah, like I pay nothing for rent almost.
It's semi
So
homeless.
that's my like, save to grace. But $50,000 in California is like chicken scratch.
Yeah, and some people come from cultures and ethnicities where they live with their parents, and even making 50 or 60, they'll just live with their parents and they'll build up a massive cash savings. But most of us can't do that for too long. So 50,000 isn't that great. I mean, you'll have a small apartment, but even here, man, 50,000, it's like if you're paying what an apartment here is going to cost you no less than 1,200 a month.
Yeah. Well, that's why the minimum wage. I mean, not minimum wage. Yeah,
And you're
that's why
getting
it's
a
so much
closet.
higher.
Yeah, you're getting a closet.
I saw that. You know what? Because I grew up in Queens. When you did that tour
Oh yeah.
of that
I'm
house,
gonna do more. I'm
John,
gonna do more open houses
oh
because I'm
my
still looking
God,
for a third property.
John.
I knew
Yeah, there you
exactly what
go.
you were gonna.
What
I
about
knew exactly what I was
$100,000 a year?
gonna see.
In Staten
Hey
Island.
John,
Yeah, yeah.
what do you think? What do you think about the BMW M4s, like a used one?
A BMW M4 used is a money pit. So unless you're a mechanic, or unless it comes with a really good warranty, it's like I stay away from stuff like that. I don't buy that stuff.
Okay. Yeah,
No, you got
you
to
get.
understand those things are really really expensive. Those cars, BMW, I've noticed they've been making their cars cheaper in order to make it easier to lease them, right? But the problem is
Mhm.
that those cars, once they get past that initial warranty period, those cars are extremely expensive to take care of.
That's all true. Yeah, you'd have to have a warranty.
Yeah, a lot of
Exactly.
people don't tell you how expensive they are because they're so in love with the fact that they drive a BMW. But those cars get very expensive very quickly.
And that's why they came out with that certified pre-owned.
Yeah, yeah,
They have
that's what I
that
was thinking.
certified pre-owned cover warranty covers it up to 100,000 miles. The reason why that
Hmm.
is because it's expensive as hell when it breaks.
Yeah.
I mean, you get a BMW, and so let's say you get a BMW and your compressor fails.
Oh yeah.
I mean, that right there is no less before labor is 4 grand. That's without labor.
Shit.
Yeah, that's crazy. It's like
Yeah.
No way.
when I get a car, when I get a car, I don't like I understand there's going to be some wear and tear that's not going to be covered by warranty. But my thing is, you're not hitting me up for these crazy. Like for instance, I know people who went out and bought used Nissan GTRs and then they had problems with them. And to do just about any level of work on that car, it's costing you like $2,000 or $3,000. Like for instance, if they want to work on the engine, they got to get behind the radio in the car and they got to take out like the whole panel and stuff. You're talking about like $8,000 worth of work. It's like who's got that kind of money?
Yeah. But that's a common problem that people have when they go and they buy these luxury cars in a used car market.
Yep.
And I remember I had a manager. I had a manager that I worked for, and this was in '09, and she said she got a 2004 Jaguar with only, I think the thing had like 10,000 miles on it. It was like $11,000. She thought she got a great deal, and the first thing I asked her is like, "Did you get an extended warranty for that?" She's like, "No, I didn't want to spend for that." I was just like, "Okay." Sure enough, that summer the compressor goes out, and if you're living in the South, that's the last thing that you want to happen is a compressor to go out. She drove the whole summer with her windows down. I was like, I
Well,
told
no
you to get a
offense to her.
warranty.
Yeah, that's
No offense
crazy.
to her, but I feel like her first a Jaguar product would last long, and it's because no offense to them, they make nice cars, but like maintenance wise, wear and tear, like their cars don't.
Well, I'll say this. Even in my videos, there's a video when we got a 2012 Jaguar XJL, right?
Mm-hmm.
That car actually lasted without any issues much, much longer than I expected. We still actually have it. In the family, we still have it in the family. The only things we had to repair were we had to get tires because it was grinding the rear tires to dust because of all the torque. And on top of that, eventually the radiator failed, but that was after like maybe 80, no, that was like after like 60 or 70,000 miles, the radiator went, and we just got a new radiator. It wasn't insurmountably expensive, but as time goes on and it gets harder and harder to get those parts, it's like you don't want to keep a car like that.
Yeah.
No, that's
And
true, most definitely.
yeah.
But even in my family, my one of my uncles had a Range Rover. He bought it almost new, but he kept it, out of the warranty. And once that warranty, hit, I don't know if it was just bad luck, but like the radiator went, something else went, a hose went, and it caused this to go. And it was almost like a $4,000 bill.
Yeah, that's
Just
crazy.
as soon as, yeah, it's like I feel like I don't know. Every car has ups and downs, but I feel like with Range Rover and Land Rover, Jaguar, their up is not worth their down.
Yeah, well, people are buying these cars so that they can show off in them, and they're not ready in most cases for the what if when something happens. They're not ready for it. And another thing is that most of these cars are capable of doing things that a car really shouldn't be doing. Like if you really think about it, nobody's putting supercharged V8s in a car no more. There's a reason for that. It's because number one, they're bad on gas. Number two, most people don't want to afford all the maintenance because people with Hellcats, they go through tires quick. So it's like most of these cars are so overly capable of performing until you're going to end up spending a lot of money. But my thing is, listen, if you're going to buy something, either you lease it or get the extended warranty because you're either going to be paying a car note or the mechanic. It's one or the other.
And the
No, that's
mechanics,
true.
the car
Definitely.
notes can actually surpass the mechanics real quick.
Oh, absolutely.
Cars. On the Range Rover and all that, definitely. I mean, the
Oh
parts
no,
are just
definitely.
crazy right now.
No, the parts are definitely crazy for those cars. But for any European car, the parts kind of are a little up there.
But what's funny? Range Rovers aren't European. Range Rover used to be owned by Ford, and now they're made by
Yeah, I
India
know.
Tata Motors. And the thing about it is,
Yeah.
you would think that they would have figured out a way to bring the prices down, but the problem is they don't want to bring the prices down. They want to keep it a prestige brand and all that. Me personally, I'm not sold. It's like if somebody wants one, go out and buy one. It's just I'm not sold on it.
I would lease one. I wouldn't buy those things.
And it would have to be a really good lease. I took one of my friends out looking for a car when she wanted to buy a car. We went to Range Rover. We were looking at the lowest end Range Rovers because obviously they were so expensive. Most of their lease deals really aren't that good. Like they give you not enough mileage. And then on top of that, when you say, okay, well, it doesn't come with these features, I want these features, they're like, oh yeah, well, that's going to cost you like 600 more. It's like, nah, it's not worth it.
How about
Yeah,
a brake
no.
job?
Brake jobs, the worst brake jobs are typically
Your car.
only. Oh, well, my cars, you're talking about. If you're going to do brakes on obviously a Hellcat or a Trackhawk, you're talking about $1,000 a rotor, or you're talking about $450 for pads, depending upon whether or not they have the pads in. If you're talking about the Jeep, I can get my brakes done cheaply if I go to like Pep Boys, or if I can buy their brands of rotors and pads, and I can do the front for like maybe $200 or $300, and I could do the back for maybe $200 or something like that. If I go to them. But if you go to Mopar, if you go to Chrysler, yeah, you're gonna spend. It's gonna cost you $1,000 to do the brakes front and back. It's probably gonna cost like $600 or $700. But when you're talking about these Hellcats, man, you're talking about $1,000 a rotor. And my thing is, that's crazy because it's not like they're giving you carbon fiber rotors or carbon ceramic rotors like if you're buying a Lamborghini or something like that. And if you buy something like that, you're paying $5,000 a rotor or something like, or for a set. No, it's crazy. Like, my thing is, what you'll notice is most of these cars on these lots, they have very low mileage when people bring them back. That's because when it came time to get that maintenance bill, it was like, nah, I'll buy something else.
Yeah, that maintenance is no joke, and you can't,
No, that
and you
maintenance
can't,
isn't.
yeah, you can't cut corners on cars like SRTs and Hellcats and
Nope.
Scat Packs because you're talking about 485 horsepower or 707 or 717. You need to be able to stop
I need to be able to
You need to
stop.
be able to stop quick too.
quick.
I'm
Yeah,
driving. I'm driving a 5,000
Especially when you
pound
drive,
truck.
John. You got to stop quick. Especially
Even with
when you
my car,
drive.
I just did my brakes and I made sure to get the best brakes because I don't go to the dealer anymore. I used to go to the guy that works at the dealer, but I don't try to go to the dealer because they'll rate me in the behind. But
I'll
I go
usually get the parts and I'll go to any mechanic because typically they have like a
same thing.
set price. But for the
Yeah,
most
same
part,
thing.
it's either going to be Pep Boys or what are those guys? Mavis. It's like I usually go to one of those chains because I know that they won't mess anything up. But if they do, their work is warranted.
yeah,
Exactly.
Oh, smart. No, I
yep.
go to a guy I know in India around there. He treats me well, so but I just bring him the parts. That's the thing,
Yeah,
you know.
as long as you bring them the parts.
Yeah, most definitely.
I
Most
used to
definitely.
go when I lived in New York and I was in college and I needed any work. I used to go to the Precision Tune over in Westbury. They were pretty good, man. I don't know if
Never
they're
heard of
still
them.
there, but I used to go there, and a lot of people overlooked them, but I thought they were pretty good. The prices were decent.
Yeah, and the thing
MTV
about it
down
is
here.
a lot of the prices, especially when it comes to services, have been going up specifically because of where the market is right now. So
Yeah.
it's like at this point, I kind of expect that prices are going to be a little higher. So it's like I don't freak out too much, but there's just I'm not going to let you destroy me or rape my wallet, but
Yeah.
I understand you have to eat too. I understand that.
Yep.
Most
Yep.
definitely. Yeah, no, that's true. That's true.
Yeah, but it's a mess right now, man. I can't understand how, like, but it's just a mess. I can't understand how anybody could want, like, 4 more years of this bullshit.
That's me.
Well, the question is, do you want to live?
Yeah,
I
exactly.
feel like it's Terminator, and the scene where Arnold Schwarzenegger asked, "Come with me if you want to live." I
Yeah.
feel like that's where we're at right
And
now
she had to
because
decide real quick. She's like, should I go with this robot that tried to kill me in the last movie, or should I, not go with him? And we're in a
true.
situation where it's a binary choice. It's like you can either vote for 4 more years of chaos and insanity, or you could, or go the other way.
After 2020, nothing will surprise me. Nothing after
No,
2020.
that's true.
You could tell
I
me
agree.
a freaking meteor is coming tonight
Yeah.
and we're all going to die. I'd be like, yeah, I believe it. I
I'm
believe
still
it's
waiting
coming.
for the aliens, man.
That's what
God,
I'm waiting for.
dog, it's nonstop with this dude. I'm like, I don't know what he's going to
Well,
tweet tomorrow. I'm ready for you to come on and do another video and tell me the crazy shit he's going to come up with tomorrow, tonight. Like, do a
well,
video for tomorrow.
I don't know if you're on Twitter, man, but I just saw Kim Kardashian is gonna team up to try to get C Murder out. I
Oh
was like,
God.
huh?
Oh,
I
okay.
was like, okay, is this a play so that you can try to get more black votes? Like, who's thinking about C Murder right now from No Limit?
I just really, as a black
Conservatives.
male, it really bothers me to see what's happening to the vote among blacks in America. Like, what's happening to, I mean, like, for them, like, to be coming out to attack. Like, the thing about it is, if you really think back, black people really weren't with Obama in the very beginning. They weren't with him until he won Iowa, if you really think back. Because even
Right.
all of us were pretty much convinced we were going to vote for Hillary. Then I think after Iowa, people saw, okay, you know what, this guy he might be able to pull it off. And then also the economy kept getting worse because Bush was there.
Hmm.
So that really that sealed the deal. It was like Obama won, right? But now it's like I'm looking at all these black males hating on Harris, and I'm like, hey guys, it's like, who do you think comes if you call 911 because some crimes are happening in your neighborhood? Who do you think is going
Yeah.
to deal with this shit? It's like, it's not you, it's the
Well,
cops,
Hmm.
and it's somebody just like Kamala Harris dealing with it. And then I hear them say, oh, she's not black and she's Jamaican. I'm like, where the fuck do you think Jamaicans come from? It's like, it's
Yeah.
amazing.
You
there's
know,
a lot of
I
crooked shit. Go ahead.
yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No,
Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry, man. Go ahead.
There's a lot of crooked shit going on with the cops, and I think what it is, a lot of people are sick of it. It's all about the money. Everywhere I drive around Houston, and they're freaking got their laser guns out. They're just they won't pull you over and give you a warning. They're just all about the money, and not to mention that. I mean, black people are actually they're getting sick of this shit. I mean, they've been killing them and killing them and killing them, and it's like they get a pass. The cops get a pass. The cops get a pass. The cops get a pass. And then finally, I mean, I know she's a prosecutor and all that, but then it's like enough's got to be enough with this shit. I mean, I watch your videos. Half the stuff I didn't even know as a white person, and
What's
you
going
look
on?
at it, you're like, yeah,
Yeah.
you really, you just. I'm out there working every day, and it's like white privilege. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's hot outside. I'm in Houston. It's freaking 95 degrees right now. It's dark. You know, I don't know if you can see that
Wow.
image, but
Yeah.
95 degrees and it's 8:26, and I mean, it's like you hear all this stuff, and and I'm like, I don't know what's really going on. And you start watching your channel, and you're like, hey, this is fucking crazy. I mean, this has got to stop. I mean, it's
Think about how that was before these cell phones. And
Exactly.
think about
Exactly.
do you know how many like today there's a I don't know if you got HBO or not. Today I was going through HBO. I saw a special that talked about the death of Yusuf Hawkins. And that was the to me, that was the Greg Floyd of my childhood. Yusuf Hawkins in New York, because the people who killed that young man, have never been brought to justice. And the
yeah,
ironic thing about that was Yusuf Hawkins died the same year that Do the Right Thing came out,
okay,
and it was one of the hottest and most tense and most. It was kind of equivalent of what you're seeing going around the country, but it was all it was around going on in New York, riots, all types of stuff. And I just said, man, if they had the video camera back then, those guys would have gotten some type of justice. But there's been case after case, um, prior to us being able to record this stuff, where people have just gotten off and have gotten a pass. Like for example,
exactly,
that
exactly.
no knock warrant with Breonna Taylor, that happened in New York with Eleanor Bumpers back in '84.
Are you talking about? Oh no. Okay.
Yeah, yeah, that happened. That's not the first time that happened. That's been going on. That Eleanor Bumpers, they charged into her home, and she was, she was living by herself, and she had a gun, and they shot the hell out of her.
Yeah, but but here's my problem is, see, my thing is, it's funny, like I read a lot of these comments, and you get these like maybe they're right wingers who are voting Republican, or maybe they're Trump supporters, and they always, they're telling jokes on these, like when there's a situation, they're always saying something like these underhanded sly comments, and you mentioned no knock warrants. My problem is, in general, it doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter if you're black or white. That's unconstitutional. So my
Yeah.
question is, like,
How
it's
did
funny
they get
because
it?
white people constantly say, "Oh yeah, well this happened to us, but we don't riot," or "Cops shoot more white people per year, and we don't riot." And I'm like, "Well, why aren't you rioting?" My thing is that if this can catch anybody, police brutality can get anybody. It can get other
Absolutely.
cops. There are other cops who are shooting other cops in the back, and they got friendly fire because they don't even bother saying, "Hey, stop, drop your gun." They just shoot you, and it can hit anybody, and more people should be outraged. But because of the news media, it's like you have people so polarized. It's because that's why I constantly speak out about this Blue Lives Matter bullshit. First of all, they made that to make a joke about Black Lives Matter, number one. And number
Yep.
two, when you see a symbol that they're acting as if you have to be part of this symbol in order to matter, like for instance, that blue flag, the cops are only supposed to have an American flag because they're in America. There's no other flag. They're not supposed to. Their uniform code doesn't allow them to have anything else for that very reason, because they could be fake cops. So my thing
Yep.
is, that's what you see is you're seeing a rise of various types of fascism. And that's not just the only
Hmm.
one. But my thing is, white people need to speak about this too. Because, like, do you know how many times I see white people on YouTube and the cops break into their house and kill their dog? And they're like, oh shit, you killed my dog. He was my friend and all this shit. The cops just bust in and they just shoot their fucking dog dead. They don't care how much he cost. They don't care how much of a family member Husky is. They don't give a fuck. They just come in and blow the dog away. And I'm like, well, when are y'all going to do something about this shit? It's
Yeah.
like no knock warrants. That is so unconstitutional. It ain't supposed to even be happening. But the problem is, I don't see enough people fighting it. I just don't see enough people fighting it,
Well,
and
because it doesn't affect them
or at least they think it doesn't. And when it
until
finally does,
eventually it does.
yeah, or when they think it doesn't, because the thing about it is,
Yeah.
like I've seen situations where you have like these swatters who you're playing games and they try to send the cops to your house to do something to you, and the cops end up killing somebody. It's like, you mean to tell me that people are so certain that the cops are going to kill you that they can just do it and they're not even worried about the repercussion? That's
John,
crazy.
let me ask you a question.
Yes.
I live in a three-bedroom apartment, and my mom only gets 34,400 a year.
Okay.
How can I live off of that, John?
Wait, your mom gets 30. Your mom makes 34,000. Is it just her, or is your father too?
No, my father's dead.
Oh, he's dead.
Yeah,
Okay. So no. All right. What state are you in?
I'm in Los Angeles, California.
Oh, I think you need to move.
I need to because my mom's rent is high. After my mom pays the rent, my mom has no money left over to do anything except for pay two bills. That's it.
Well, what does she do for a living?
My mom doesn't work.
Oh wait,
My
so
mom
she's
receives
getting public
VA
assistance.
benefits.
She's getting public assistance to the tune of 34,000.
No, my mom gets the VA since my dad was a veteran.
Oh.
So everything my dad has goes to my mom.
Yeah.
Well, the bottom line is this: it's like you need to focus on finishing school, and you may need to get obviously a job to help out, but you need to pick. You need to find out what kind of job can you get that's going to allow you to a job that you can do. But what kind of job can you get that's going to allow you to make some money? But to tell you the truth, California, you're not in the best of places because it's expensive to live there. Number one.
I know.
But furthermore,
Uh,
you're going to have to get a job that allows you to help out because, there's lots of opportunities, but ultimately you have to get a job that allows you to help her out and also allows you to save up some money. Because if you're living with her, then maybe you don't have to pay rent. Maybe she's forwarding that money. But at least if you get a job, you'll be able to help support her.
that's what I'm gonna do.
But you're in high school right now, so you've got time.
Yeah, I'm in high school.
But you have to be planning for what you're going to do to make yourself some money, and it has to be something that you can do, something that you know that you can do, and something that you can build a career off of.
Yep.
That's what I was talking to my mom about, getting me a good, decent job. But I can't find any jobs right
Yeah, well, right now is the
Oh,
exception
It's
of the
hard.
rule. Finish
It's
school
hard.
I mean,
first.
yeah.
honestly,
It's
yeah, I
hard.
would say finish
It's
school
freaking
first.
hard.
But in your case, I don't know. That's just me thinking. I would try to see if I could get into the military and get something different. But I mean, that's just, you do 4 years and then, or 6 years, or whatever contract they give you. Try to see if you can get a check for the rest of, whatever's going on and then get a job after that. But I mean, that's just my suggestion.
Yeah, the
I don't know.
military is looking for people.
Yeah, they're always looking for people. I mean, I came out of high school and I could have got some nuclear engineering job, but they gave me a degree and they gave me this and all that stuff. They hype it up to you. I really looked into it already, and they were like, I get a degree, I do 6 years, I get a pension, I get a GI Bill. I was gonna do it. Like, do I want to go into the military with Donald Trump as my president? For me to
Yeah.
have to go and fight somewhere,
now. I
even though
don't
I'd
want
be
to
on
do
the ship
anything with
probably
Trump
doing
in the
nothing.
presidency right now.
But I don't want to be the ones to be like, hey, you get off the ship. You're going on the land. You're gonna go shoot some guys. Nah, I'm good. I might not want to do that one. Yeah,
And by
yeah.
the like, how old are you, by the way?
Me, I told you I was
Oh,
I'm 20, about to turn
not you.
21.
I meant El Seth actually.
Oh, oh,
Oh, I'm
oh, okay.
16.
Yeah, yeah. You got 3 years before you can even really hold a job. So it's like my thing is we're
He's
not
already
gonna.
thinking though. He's real smart.
Yeah, no, it's
Real
good. I'm
smart.
glad you're thinking now, but the whole thing is you have to focus on getting yourself through school, getting your career,
Mhm.
and by the time you're really working, it's like most of this issues that we're having now will be gone, or at
You
least we
can.
hope.
No, okay. What's your recommendation, John?
No, I don't know about you or what you can do.
I can give you an idea that a science teacher told me when I was in high school, and I wish I took him up on it. He told me because he said, he was like, "You're the smartest guy in my class." The idea that he gave me, he floated to me, and my dad totally torpedoed. He was like, "Why don't you just go get your GED? So go to a community college and transfer to the college or university that you want to." He said, "Why are
Uh,
you going to waste? You're too smart for this place." He's like, "Why are you going to waste, 3 years here to so that you can fund public school education?" And that's also an option, man. You can
that's
try to
true.
get your GED, go to a community college,
Now, look
and
now.
then
Excuse me.
yeah,
My GPA is a 3.5.
That's good.
I
I
mean,
can do
he's already
yeah,
in
anything I
12th
wanted
grade. He
to.
might as well finish college and then go to a community college, like you
yeah.
said.
Well, see, yeah, that's the
Yeah.
thing. You're already in 12th grade. Might as well just go and finish.
Like I know
But
in New York, if oh my bad, you can go. You go.
no, no, yeah, go ahead. That was
No,
what
like
he told me, and now that I'm looking back
yeah.
at it, I was like, man, shit, I could have saved myself 3 years of this bullshit.
No, like I know in New York, you go to like one of those because I live in New York City, for example.
Yep.
You go to one of those city university colleges, and I'm
Hmm.
sure he would get a good enough financial aid where they'll pay for your college, and you'll get a pretty good
Absolutely.
looking degree. It'll say Baruch or Hunter, or wherever college you go to, and you could use that to start off whatever you want to
Hmm.
do.
If you're a
It's a
civil servant, you have a very good chance of getting some loans. If you go to a community
That's what I was
college
gonna say
and you
too.
become a civil servant, like if you're a cop or a firefighter or a teacher or
That's what I was
something,
gonna say.
or a social worker, usually you have a pretty good chance of getting some level of loan forgiveness. Now, the thing I want to say is a lot of people are spreading, in my opinion, disinformation and getting jaded over the cost of going to college. My thing is, if you go to a community college, it's not going to cost you top dollar, even if you have to take out loans. But the thing about it is, if you get a decent degree in that community college and maybe even a scholarship to the next level, ultimately the loans aren't a big deal because they'll be deferred the longer you stay in school, and you can have
Hmm.
yourself a master's degree. You can come out working and making $60,000 or $70,000, and your loans are still deferred, and you can start paying them back when it's comfortable to start paying them back. But a lot of people now are spreading a lot of disinformation. Oh yeah, you don't need college, and college is stupid, and this, that, and the other. But the thing about it is, if you really look at them, they're not making any money working the jobs that they're on. So I'm like, well, where do you think you're going to get a job if you don't have a decent level degree? Like for instance,
Hmm.
there's lots of things
Yeah.
where you don't have to
Right.
go for 4 years. You could be a CAT scan technician, you could be an MRI technician, an X-ray technician. Those guys make a lot of money, and they're pretty much essential workers at any given time. And those people, they stay, and especially if they keep on getting more and more licenses, they have stability. Now, if you don't think you want to do that, there's lots of opportunities, but my thing is you want
Now,
to do
now
it as inexpensively as possible.
Most definitely. Most definitely.
I'm good with my technology.
Yeah, then,
Good at
then technology
technology.
might be something you want to go to. I would say technology and healthcare then.
Yeah.
Hmm.
That's my
Even,
background. My
yeah, even in
background
my
is
case.
I have a background in IT and finance and IT and healthcare. I have both. And
Wow.
2008 was the best thing that ever happened to me because when Equifax was laying people off, I
Mm.
ended up going into healthcare. And I worked for a company that sold electronic medical records. So now having both of those backgrounds, it helps tremendously. I was gonna say healthcare, but I didn't want to jade you. You may have something that you like to do that you wanted to pursue, but as John said, healthcare is a great field. It's recession proof. You always going to need people in healthcare, especially on the IT side. That's
Everyone always
never
gets
going to
sick.
stop.
Yeah, people
Yep.
are going to get sick. Look at right now. The essential workers, they are in no slowdown of work. They're making a lot in overtime. Yes, they are risking their life, but technically, that that's just what we're dealing with here in this
Like I
country.
could do something like that, but I'm gonna be out of my house for a really long time.
Well, listen, you'll come home to the same house. You'll come home to your mom and your family on a regular basis, and you'll be able to help out.
Yep.
So that's a great place to start. Now, my thing, I don't like it when I see people who stay on the same level. Like I see a lot of these girls who are nurses, but they have no intentions of doing anything else. And the problem is, even though they are essential workers, it's like they never get anything more than that money that they're making, except for their overtime. Now,
Hmm.
that could be something you look into, nursing. But health, anything that has to do with technology, engineering, math, or medicine, those are really good places to be.
Yep.
You know?
It sounds like me. I'm starting to get a little bit older and I'm getting comfortable and I don't want to take risks. And I got this guy that
Yeah, I
works for me.
know.
He's like, "You don't want to take any risks, man." He goes, "You're getting old." And I'm like, "Well, what should I do?" And he goes, "You need to do this, this, and this." And I'm like, "Yeah, I don't want to know if I want to take a risk right now with this damn corona crap going on." And he's like, "You got to
Now,
invest in this and that." But he's in his 20s.
yeah.
And that's
My,
why I watch this channel because you're like a guy that takes risks, but you do calculated risk, truck, and you
yeah.
know exactly what
I,
you're
I, I
doing.
try to keep my risks as minimal as possible.
Yeah, I know you do.
I hear what you're saying, man, about not taking risk as you get older. Because I'm probably around the same age as you, but I would
Yeah.
say that one of the things that Big Trucks said a few months back was like, when you see fear, you got to turn that around into opportunity. And right now, it may be a time like if you want to do a career change, you could probably get into a school, whereas before you had to take your GD, was it the GMATs and all that stuff. You could probably get into school and switch your career now easier than you ever did
I'm back
before.
at it again.
Oh,
You know what
look,
I
your
mean?
your
So
phone
so
cooled down,
so
huh?
just keep
Yeah,
that in
man.
mind.
Now the weather's really cool right now.
Cool.
Now
Yeah, but I
I
was gonna
get the
say,
fresh air.
I want
just
to hear
keep
you.
that in mind.
Keep talking. Yeah, keep talking,
No,
please.
no, I'm saying
I'm
just keep
listening.
that in mind, man. That you might be looking at opportunities now that are opening up because of
Well,
Corona that you didn't have before.
here's a
So
good thing about it. So
That's
You're
true.
now,
exactly
Yeah.
right. You're exactly
since I
right.
work
yeah,
since I work in IT, I kind of plan to move to Arizona because they offered me like a $60,000 salary or whatever, and so I'm like, I don't know if I should take it because I mean I'm like 20 years old, so I don't know.
You're 20?
Yeah,
Shit, I thought you were
Holy shit.
shit.
35.
Yeah, me too. I'm looking at you. You don't look
yeah,
like shit. I'm 20 and
yeah.
I'm looking at you and I'm like, hey, you look older than you are. But
He looks like he's in the music industry.
He
yeah,
does.
no.
In the music
Yeah, you
industry,
got
I'm dead, man.
the shades remind me
Oh
of Scott Storch,
man.
man.
Scott Storch. Yeah.
Scott Storch, I'm dead, man. Yeah,
Wait a minute, you're
Yeah.
20, you said?
yeah. I'm 20
Damn.
Shit.
for real.
That's
Wow.
You make
crazy.
a
Yeah, you
60,
do
60,
not.
60K
You
at
can
20.
buy
That's not
beer. You
bad.
can buy beer, definitely. You can
Yeah,
definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I'm happy for my job move. I was honestly thinking about it at 21. I was thinking about joining, becoming a civil servant because they get a lot of benefits and they get a lot of. You can't really get laid off. You get laid off. You don't really get
Pension,
fired, but you
healthcare,
can't really get
pension,
that
healthcare,
too.
man. Yeah,
I could
civil
always
service is
do it.
good.
Yeah, I could always cut it a little bit short and pay into my pension and then get out and
Yep.
do something else. And then you know what else too? If the route I was going to, they would
You
pay
know,
for 80% of
it's
my tuition towards my master's. So
I'm
that's
so
good, you know.
glad you said
damn.
that, man, because
Yeah.
I had a buddy of mine that I went to grad school and he ended up getting a
Mhm.
job with the MTA.
Mhm.
Now, he's making as much as I can and he's got a pension. He's part of the union. And I'm
Mhm.
like, man, I gotta do all the footwork in terms of, creating my own pension because obviously
Hell,
Yeah.
I'm
here
not
in
No.
gonna, yeah.
Arizona, I
Yeah.
got an
Definitely.
uncle who makes more than the average salary in California because he works for like Costco. I think he a month
Hmm.
he brings in like 5 grand or something.
Okay.
See,
It's
I was
decent.
looking. I was
Yeah.
looking at the Port Authority because you mentioned the MTA, and that I was
Yeah.
looking at Port Authority
Those are good
because I
positions.
wanted to join the police department due to the fact that they do nothing. They sit there on the highway and they chill. They sit in the terminal and they watch over people. Although you got to go through the boot, training and such,
Hmm.
but they make over $100,000 on overtime and this and that. And
Oh
then
yeah.
Yeah, no, it's great, man. The benefits, and the fact that I'll be going for my masters and they'll be paying for 80% of that.
Oh,
It's
master's
like,
degree, damn. That's a lot of any
That's a
good
good deal.
investment, man.
yeah,
And
it's like
they
it's just
forgive
getting
your
into it.
loans too.
Yeah, that too. So it's
Yeah.
like I might as well, shit, now is about, I might as well.
Shit, you got me thinking about that. I don't care. I'll sign up. What am I? 43.
So we'll sign up.
Yeah, it's a really crazy time. I mean, you've got pilots that are damn near facing a furlough right now. I mean, it's a
Yeah.
really crazy time. So, an
John,
industry, yes.
how much does your job pay you every?
Oh, what?
How much does your job pay you every year?
Not counting my YouTube income, I make over $110,000 a year.
Legitimate?
Legitimate, of
Dang,
course, it's legitimate. Otherwise, I'd be in jail.
that's a
No,
lot of
John.
cash.
What kind of job you have?
Well, here's the thing. You got to remember that I work in New York City, so our how should I say, our salaries are much higher here than if you're
Inflated.
living in certain places, with the exception of maybe
They have to
California.
be higher.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because of the fact that it costs so much just to actually live here. But
Well,
I do financial services. I work with a bank.
Oh, you work with the bank?
Yeah,
So you get a decent amount of money, so you're not too
I'm not what?
right? You're not too poor, you're not too
Well,
you're
listen,
good.
I'm one of the only, like, out of most of my friends, right? I'm like one of the
Yeah.
few that owns houses, and most of like some of my friends are damn near 40 years old, and they still living with their parents.
you
And
said
New York is tough.
What? Yeah.
New York is pretty
Yeah.
tough. It's very expensive to live here. And it depends where you want to live, but New York can be very, very tough on people.
People
that's
don't.
true,
People
definitely.
outside of New York don't understand that. Like
Oh no,
when I
most
Yeah,
definitely,
finished.
because I live in New York.
Yeah. Because
sorry, John, I
I
heard you.
when I graduated from with a graduate degree, I was still living at home because it's so damn expensive.
Yeah.
I mean,
Hmm.
the average house. I lived in Queens, and the
Oh,
average
okay.
house at that time was over 400 grand,
Yep.
And that's
Yeah.
why
and
Just like
I
that's
tell
now.
with
most I tell
that's with
most Californians
repairs.
move out of state, man.
Yeah.
Move out of state.
Well, that's
Yeah,
what I did.
see, the shame of it is the news isn't telling the real story. Right now, if you look at the news, they're just talking about violence in certain places. The reality is the only people who are trying to move out of here are people who can't afford to live here. The simple fact is the housing market is stagnant right now. It's not going nowhere. It's not moving except for foreign investment money. That
Yeah,
money's coming
exactly.
in, buying up places. And if you look in our news, they just did a story about there's like 15,000 apartments in Manhattan or something like that, and Brooklyn, and those places are empty, and they're not even letting anybody move into it. Yet they got the nerve to talk about affordable housing.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
Yeah, same thing in California.
he's gonna send all the money
Yeah.
to
Yeah, like my question is, who the hell's moving there?
People have been moving out of New York for years now. I When I moved out of New York, people were trying to get out of New York then. That was back in 2004.
Oh yeah,
And that what really caused people to want to move
Same
out of
thing
New
with
York
California.
was when yeah, what really caused people to want to move out of New York was Bloomberg.
yeah,
The
Bloomberg,
first thing
Mike Bloomberg.
Bloomberg did when he became mayor, he started raising taxes. And that's when people are like, "All right, I'm out." Because, you deal with the amount of money you spend in heating and cooling and insurance, and then you start raising taxes on top of that, it's a wrap.
yeah.
what what's crazy to me is why wouldn't they
Yeah.
just okay?
What's really crazy is I'm surprised how people here in Arizona have a house and they have a nice car compared to the people in California. Most people wish they had that.
No, it's
Like
because
certain people wish
California
they had
costs
that.
so much to live in.
That's
Yeah,
true,
Yeah.
and it's crazy in California because I was just looking at it. If you look at like places like, okay, so like I was talking about civil service jobs in California. If you look at their salaries, because you could go online and look up civil service salaries and everybody's salaries. It's
John,
public
excuse me.
hell,
knowledge.
get
It's
this.
crazy
Even
how much more money they're paid. I don't mean to cut you off. It's crazy how much
even
more money they're
people.
paid
Uh huh.
to
Go ahead,
do
my
a
bad.
civil service job than they
Uh huh.
are like even in New York. Like an NYPD
Yeah.
cop makes
Yeah,
base like
exactly.
starting 50. Top pay is like 80 or something. Over there, you see them making a hundred and this, and then with overtime and stuff, they're making that much.
John,
It's crazy, but they can't
Yes.
Like
even
here,
live on that much money
excuse
like
because
me.
here
it's
in
so
Right.
Phoenix.
expensive to live there.
Yeah.
Okay, John.
Yeah.
When I graduate high school, one of my teachers offered me a job once I graduate high school, and I think it's in repairing stuff. Now, you think that's a good start, John?
Well, here's the problem. You want to get some type of certification or licensing for whatever you're gonna do, right? But
Yeah.
ultimately, you're in the high school phase right now, and you still got a while to go. So you definitely want to get some mentorship from somebody.
You gotta
You
establish
definitely
connections, man.
you have to establish connections. You got to get some mentorship from somebody. But you've got a long way to go. You've got at least 2 years, and granted, you're supposed to be looking into possibilities while you're moving in that direction. But you've got a long way to go. Just before you can't even legally work until you're like really what was 17, 18. You still got at least two or
Yeah.
three
Ready to
years.
conquer the world, though. He is ready to conquer the world.
No, well,
He's
no,
ready to hit the
he's
mountain.
hungry. What it is he's hungry and he feels it. And he's hungry. He's looking for whatever he could do.
Yeah.
Well, maybe like my thing is people like you, they get sucked into these pyramid scams really easily, and they go into these little offices where they're trying to put you into a boiler room and everything.
Multi-level marketing.
Yeah, my thing is,
Don't do
listen,
that.
no, yeah. See, you got to be really careful because the problem is when somebody senses you're hungry, they can get you to do anything, you know.
Yeah.
But my thing is,
I can't
you
blame
just have
them.
to stay the course.
And here's my thing, John. For example, here in Arizona, in Phoenix, there are people that do customer support, and they make over $70,000 a year.
Oh yeah, my aunt does that.
That's
Yeah,
crazy.
My aunt's making 80,000 a year on the phone. Like she's bilingual, Spanish.
yeah. Oh
Nice.
yeah, that's
Yeah.
even better.
Yeah.
That's even better, yeah.
Just 2 hours.
Now,
But see, what you have to do is you have to look around for job opportunities for young people,
And
but you
you
have
gotta
to
make your
stay in
resume
school.
look good.
Yeah, you
You
got to.
gotta you gotta be on LinkedIn. You gotta keep studying.
Yeah, my first job, I was walking across the street from my high school. I was at a mobile mart, cleaning up, picking up garbage, doing the cash
Right.
register.
Well,
You
I got a
know.
little bit lucky, John, because my first job was a IT help desk because I got my
Oh, you
A
got
plus
lucky.
certification.
Well, I started working back in 1997
Oh
or
wow.
98.
Yeah,
So
you're way ahead of me.
technically, if I'm not mistaken, it's like I was working before you were born. If I'm not mistaken,
Yeah, I was born in
Yeah,
2000, so
you were born in 2000. Yeah, in 2000.
Jesus
Shit,
Christ, I didn't need to hear that.
I was working in the I was working in the World Trade Center before they blew that shit up.
Yeah, I didn't need to hear that, man. I was
yeah.
working in. I started my first job was in 1992 during the first Bush seniors recession, and the people who were graduating from college with like all these masters and all these degrees, they were working at Burger King because the recession was so bad back then. So my first job ended up working for the. It was a great job actually because I learned a lot. I worked for the Parks Department of New York City, and
Oh,
I
what'd
was
you do
working
for them?
outdoors. I was working outdoors, cleaning up parks, man.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
I was a pretty good worker. I was a pretty good worker back then, but it's like what is it? By the time you were basically being born, I was working at the World Trade Center when we
Yeah.
actually had the World Trade Center.
I know. We
Hey,
told you.
John,
Yeah.
I need I had wanted advice from you. So, like, I got money saved. I got like almost like 50 grand, and I'm planning to get a house here in Phoenix.
How much is a
It's like
house in Phoenix? 200.
$215,000.
Wow.
Yeah, and it
That's
has like
crazy.
3 bedrooms, and it's an independent house. It's not like a condominium. It's brand new. I don't know if I should put a down payment on that because they said because right now I have a credit score of like 710 or whatever.
Cool.
Yeah.
All
Speaking
right.
of
Well,
houses, though, you got to look at your history because your age. You're only 20. Because I've been looking at the same route as you. Because I actually recently got approved for a conditional mortgage, but the way it was set up is I got
Oh, really?
approved with my parent because
Uh huh.
I'm only 20. I don't have much
Like a
credit history.
co-signer, right?
I got like 4 to 5. Yeah, I got like 4 to 5 years.
Mhm.
And even though I have great payment and great everything, then it's still not going to give me a house because they're going to
Yeah,
say
they're not
you
gonna
don't
trust
make
you.
enough.
Yeah.
Whatever. But you have an opportunity because you live in, like you said, you live in Phoenix, Arizona. I'm sure you could put
Yeah.
a nice down payment, and with your age, you could probably, it works better to your advantage. But continue. I don't mean to cut you off.
here's a question: would you be moving in it alone, or do you have a girlfriend or something?
Me, well, it'd be the help, like, because of like me and my mom or whatever. Like, me and her got money saved up, so it's like,
If I were you, I would suggest you find a roommate or something to offset
yeah,
some of
no,
that.
yeah,
Yeah.
Well, it's like if you're buying a house right now, you have access to probably the lowest interest rates you could possibly have. And if you can
right,
find a house where you can get a 15-year mortgage and you can do it at a rock bottom low interest rate, then basically buying that house right now, you'll be able to pay for it relatively quickly if you could if it's affordable.
yeah.
I'm just saying if it's
I gotta be
affordable.
careful. Yeah, I gotta also watch out how they do that with me because I've been seeing people that like horror stories. Well, this was mainly in California. Like, yeah, it does happen out of state, but it's not as often as because from what I know, I have a friend who did it with his dad or whatever. He and him saved up money and they moved out here. And then like a couple of years later, well, he's like 25, 30ish, and he already has his house. So
Well, the bottom line is you have to make sure your
yeah,
income is stable, and you have
yeah,
to make sure that you
If
should
you
never
return,
you should be spending less than half of your monthly income wherever you move to, less than
right,
half. So
right.
I don't know how the real estate looks out there, and I don't know if you can find anything cheaper. But
Because
if you think you can
houses,
afford something for
uh huh,
215, I would say go for something that's under 200. So this way, if you buy something inexpensive that's easy to pay for,
or
you'll
I could
never
wait a
have the
year and
headache.
wait until I
You
have.
could.
I could wait a year and wait until I have like nearly 100 and something
damn,
thousand.
That's definitely a better thing. It's like if you're stable right now, there's no reason to rush out and spend the money.
Yeah, yeah, because in California, it's just like we pay like over like 2,000 and something dollars on our mortgage, and it's just like, you know what, we're never gonna be able to pay for that house because my parents have they've been having that house for like a couple of years now. When they bought it, it was like 100 and something thousand dollars, and they got into some type of mortgage trap or whatever. So
Okay.
yeah, it's pretty bad. Yeah.
What
Gotta
were you
be really
saying? El
careful.
Seth, what are you saying? El Seth, you were saying something?
But I can make pretty good income, big truck. I can, easily pull like 4,000, $5,000 because like I'm in the IT industry, and so since I'm like studying at the same time and receiving my certification on my resume, I usually put that I got experience, and I've been hired like at like 3 places already. So, and I've been barely started to work since April this year,
Okay.
and I'm currently working remotely. Yeah,
Yeah, well, IT is really good. You can also pick up some extra money if you do house calls. Like, you should make yourself a
right.
business card, and this way,
Hmm.
when people who are working at home are having problems, it's like they know
Right.
who to call. But
I can troubleshoot, help them out with their computer or
exactly,
whatnot.
exactly. So you have a lot of opportunity right there.
Just be
Yeah.
careful. Just be careful because COVID is still out there, man. So just make sure that
Oh no,
yeah.
but I'll tell you something. I mean, like, I do believe that COVID is really bad. I'm not saying it's conspiracy or whatnot. Like, there's people that are crazy out there in a sense like that. But here's how I kind of look at it. It's just like right now, for example, the situation of one of my parents is pretty bad because, well, they're gonna rebel because they had a salon, a haircut salon or whatever, a barbershop, and so then they closed it down because Gavin Newsom has like a double-edged blade. He's like, okay, you can open your business, but it has to be outside, but you have to buy an insurance policy. And it's just like it doesn't make sense. And so like the owner, I guess, is gonna rebel by just opening it up, um, you know, out in the open, like underground.
Yeah, well, they
Have
may
like a
get
hotel
locked
or
up for
something.
that.
Yeah, because in California they pay more than like I don't know, like I don't know how much the rent is, but it's like more than $8,000 per month.
Yeah, that's crazy. It's sad
Wow.
because there's certain businesses that I see like really suffering and really hurting, and the
And in
problem
northern
is,
Arizona, it's worse.
oh
Like
yeah,
Flagstaff, like yeah.
yeah.
Mm.
I could imagine it
Like
gets
Meanwhile,
here in
worse as you
Phoenix,
get near the cities.
yeah.
it's not that bad because you still have people that are still making good money.
It's a shame because there are businesses like that that need the money. Meanwhile,
Yeah.
Kanye West is getting PPP along with MLB, and I'm just like, this is unbelievable. I
Here's
mean,
what I
it's
never
just
understood because I remember here in the United States are like, yeah, you can get paid a lot here, and it's just like that's kind of true, but it kind of feels like in Europe, like when you leave a certain state, like California or whatever, and you go to somewhere else, and it's just like you go to these places, they rely on services like restaurants, retail, and I'm just like, really, this is what they rely on? I'm like, geez, that's embarrassing.
Well,
You know?
if you got to think that the service industry is huge. I
Yeah, no,
mean, you got
don't get me wrong, it
restaurants,
is
you
huge.
got. I mean, when you go to the mall, somebody's trying to service you. Whenever you go
Yeah, they're trying to
shopping,
hustle, they're
there's
trying to make
somebody
that.
this somebody's always trying to service you. So you gotta have those people are important.
Yeah,
If you
they're
when you go
essential.
out
Yeah.
yeah. So I mean, and they're at the mercy of this virus right now because nobody's going to malls, nobody's going anywhere.
hmm
So it's like, what are you gonna do?
Because
You
when
know.
because curiously enough, today I didn't get any sleep because I was working on a project or whatever, and so then people were looking at me,
John,
and they're
look
like,
at
well,
this nigga Cherokee.
you know,
I
they
see.
were working in like retail, and
Look
so
at
then they're
how
like,
much is this
man, I
car,
don't know how
John.
you
This
men
the
do it,
Colombian car.
and I tell them this: you should get into IT because
Cool.
you can get your foot in the door. You know, you don't need a degree; you could get a certification and go along with it. You know?
Well, see,
That's
yeah,
true.
being in IT is a great start, but don't stop there. You got to get more
Yeah,
certifications and whatnot.
yeah. I plan to get my
Hmm.
Security Plus certification. That right there will
I
could
was just gonna
I can
say,
be a network
Yeah,
administrator.
security is a big
yeah,
deal. Security is a
that's
big
where
deal.
I'm. That's where I'm headed next. I'm getting my my
You
CSA,
know what?
CIS or
CIS.
something
Sorry,
like that. Yeah,
CIS, and
yeah.
because that's gonna be needed now, especially with
Oh yeah, definitely.
with the cloud. Everybody going
hmm
using the
Cloud
cloud.
based
Everybody
server.
using
Yeah.
client based servers. Yep.
hmm
You never stop
Yeah,
learning. Just
bigger
keep
than the
going.
Grand
No, you
Cherokee, that's for
never.
sure.
And
Mr.
sometimes
All
it's
type
really
of
Blacktop,
stories.
stressful
Mr.
because I
Blacktop,
get pressure.
have you ever thought about starting your own
Nah,
YouTube channel?
man, the Hellcat is.
I have one. I just need to give it more time.
You're
I've been,
very intelligent, man. You're very
I've
intelligent.
I have one. I appreciate that. Thank you. I have
And
one. I just need to get out because I've been quarantined home.
Everyone
and
has.
what's really
I just
what's
got off work. Speaking of like lawn and garden and working, just
Yeah.
busting your ass. There's people out there that have money and they're all home and they're like, do this, do that, grab,
Yeah.
go clean this. I'm like,
what's really nice about here is since I have like a disability, like I'm visually impaired, and so I'm gonna get approved for bioptic driving, telescopic lenses.
Whoa.
That's what's really nice about here. Yeah.
congratulations.
Hmm?
Wow.
Congrats.
I'm sorry, I unplugged my phone. It's in a box.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Yeah, I'm gonna get my driver's license.
Oh, cool.
That's that's great,
Yep.
man. That gives you another edge, man. 'Cause now you're gonna be mobile. You'll be able to go out and see things and talk to people.
Yeah, it's not easy
No, it's not. Yeah.
because public transportation sucks compared to Europe. I've been over there and it's a lot better.
Yeah, it's like night and day. It's just this is the U.S. is the pits when it comes to public transportation.
Unless you're
Yeah,
here in New
honestly,
York City.
Nah, New York
Man,
is awesome.
no, it's not, dude. If you unless you want to be in a subway where it's 150 degrees
Yeah.
Oh,
and
I
it
hate the
smell
city, man.
and the smell of urine,
Yeah.
and if that's up your if that's up your
No,
alley,
no, no. I figured it was better than
No, no,
Houston,
thank you. I'll
Texas.
pass.
no,
I like the
dude.
suburbs. I
I
like
Okay.
being near the
All,
city.
the
all
best
we've got down here is Metro in Houston. I figured, New York City's a lot better than Houston, Texas. I mean, they're like so
Phoenix,
far ahead. We're like
yeah.
Phoenix
Stone Age.
actually has a lot of they have light rail. They have a lot of cool things. Metropolitan area here.
I really enjoyed the railways in South Korea.
See, I
Oh,
want to go to I would go to South Korea just for that, just to experience that.
Yeah, but
I've never
the
been
only
over there.
downside is I had to use my Google Maps for like everything on my phone. But other than that, man, it was neat. It was clean. It was nice. It
I
was
bet.
confusing as fuck, but it was really nice.
Yeah, and I want to learn the language before I go there. I would want to learn
Korean.
because
Yeah,
yeah.
I should have learned Korean before I went there. I had learned Chinese before I went to China.
Yeah.
See, John, I'm jealous of that, man. When you learn another language, man, that's gold. If you
Oh
can learn another
yeah.
Yeah.
language,
Because I remember
I love that.
because one time they were like, "Oh, so you have a visual impairment?" And I'm like, "Yeah, but I speak both languages and I'm pretty good hands-on with computers." And so they're like, "Okay, we'll hire you because, they're gonna hire someone else, but they put me in the place." So yeah,
See that, and now that I'm thinking is like while I'm home, that should be what I should be doing is learning another language right now.
use Rosetta
Because
Stone, man. You're not gonna
yeah,
learn
that's
it a
what I'm gonna
hundred
do.
percent, but you're
Yeah,
gonna learn a lot. You'll be familiarizing yourself with it.
because this is a global economy now, and that's what the U.S. doesn't understand. It's a global economy, and you got to be able to speak more than one language. You got to be able to relate to people outside
Oh
of
yeah,
the U.S.
No,
That's
no,
why,
no. It's what
yeah,
Trump doesn't understand. It's what Trump. You left out that part. It's what
and
Trump
a lot
doesn't.
of and a lot of the
We're
yep,
people
going to
here in
produce
Arizona don't
everything.
understand
Yeah.
We're going to produce
because
everything.
yeah. Well, right now we're
because
producing nothing, man.
No, no, but he wants us to produce everything. Shoes,
because I
this.
Yeah,
met
that's what he says, but his backroom deals say otherwise because he keeps doing these other. If you take out the noise, he's actually doing like trade treaties with China that
because I
don't
made a
benefit
lot.
the U.S.
Yeah, exactly. I've met a lot of white people who like here in Arizona, and they're like, "Oh, why should we learn Spanish?" And I'm just like, nobody's forcing it on you. It's like you can speak English all you like. There's no problem. I guess it's just like it's important to learn another language, because I speak English and Spanish. And I
Yep.
had a conversation with one of them. He's like, "Why do I have to learn Spanish?" And I'm just like, "For God's sakes, it's like, there's a lot of us here.
Yeah.
You can actually make more money when you learn Spanish and other languages too, because you can.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Even
Yeah.
if you learn Mandarin too, Mandarin is a big
Oh hell yeah!
Dude,
When I
you
learned
could.
Mandarin, let me tell you
Yeah.
something. When I learned Mandarin, I was working. I was hired to work at the Best Buy right here in Rego Park, and it's like a heavily Asian community, and next to Elmhurst, right? I was the
right.
only person who could speak Chinese in the whole store. And it was
Oh
weird
wow.
because Chinese people didn't take that as a job. There was another Chinese kid, but he didn't speak. He was just
Right.
an American Chinese kid, right? So anyway, the
Chinese
Chinese
American.
people would come in. Chinese have a very specific way of buying stuff. They'll basically come in there with cash to buy a computer. They come in with cash to buy a camera. They would never take warranties ever. They would never buy warranties. And
That's
as
me
you
right
know,
there.
Best Buy was always trying to push warranties. They called it PPP back then, or
Right.
P. They called it. They had different names for them, and it was basically bullshit. They were trying to figure out a way to increase the point of sale cost, right? I was the only person who could sell Chinese people warranties on they shit. And it got
Oh
to the
wow.
point where, like, I'd be selling stuff, and the manager would pop back there because he'd be looking at the day's sales numbers, and he'd come back there to shake my hand and be like, "Yeah, man, oh, wow, you're doing great back here. You're doing great back here." And it was amazing just being able to do that, but you'd never be able to do something
Right.
like that if you're not bilingual.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
I don't think it's that, John. You could sell anything.
I
Definitely. You
probably
do a
could.
review. You could do a review on a freaking Hyundai,
Man.
make it seem like it's the best in the world. Somebody's gonna buy that thing. I'm telling you.
Yeah?
Anything
Yeah.
you do is golden. If you like it, everyone
You're
likes it.
you're pretty good at convincing, man. People. Yeah. I've seen.
Like you convinced me to actually look at Cadillac, and I haven't looked
Oh,
at Cadillacs in like
Cadillacs are
20
awesome.
years.
In
You
fact,
see,
I think I'll be in Cadillac on Tuesday because they have the new Escalade coming here, so I'll be doing a video for that.
It's
they
like if
got
I.
some great deals on the 2020s.
Yeah,
They
they
do
have
have
no
good deals on
choice because
Cadillac.
they have no choice but to have great deals. Everybody's got deals now. It's like these Japanese
Exactly
companies are
because of the
trying to put you
coronavirus.
into cars, and they're because they have a lot of cars they have to get rid of, and the used car market's on fire.
Oh,
Yeah.
most definitely. Yeah.
Man, I've
But
been getting
a lot of these
been
new
getting
cars
those
that they're
media
making,
points.
they're selling these cars almost at a loss.
The
Because
thing
everybody
is, the inventory. Well, first, the inventory of new cars has gone to like they're in like single digits now, and now it's like okay, now they look at the used car collection, and it's like okay, that's also going away. They're almost cleaned out with the used cars, so they're looking for people to trade their cars. And however, what they're also doing is
Man,
they're
right now
also
the weather's really
lowballing
cool out
people.
here, man.
Of course.
Jeez.
Yeah.
But they're
So I don't.
killing the resale value of a lot of these things, especially when you factor in all these
Yeah.
leases that are coming in off lease. They're killing resale value. If you've got a car that's coming back in and it's got less than 10,000 miles on it,
Right.
other than like the fact that somebody else's name has been on the title, for the most part, that's a relatively new car, especially if it has a clean Carfax. But the
Yeah.
thing about it is they're killing resale value on everything. That's why depreciation is happening so quick.
Yeah, I had a friend of mine who traded his Scat Pack Shaker. It was like a 2016. He had less than 30,000 miles on it. And when he told me what they gave for him, I was like, "Dude, what?" And I was just like, that's when I realized, yeah, they're lowballing people on all their trades.
Oh yeah, no, but my thing is with an SRT product, I already explained it. With an SRT product, I refuse to take anything less than 100% of whatever is either owed on it or whatever. I refuse. So they'll try it. Like if you bring in my Jeep SRT right now and they were to say, oh yeah, well we'll give you 20 for it, I'd be like, no, you're gonna give me, and I'll tell them what I want. And most of the time, they know that
You'll be
like we're
straight
not
covered.
stupid. They know it.
Yeah.
But it's like and my thing is I don't give a shit if the Carfax says whatever. Bottom line is you're gonna pay this much for it, otherwise I just walk.
Yeah,
Manipulation, man. They do it on their best interest.
Oh, of course.
absolutely.
Of course. The
And
dealers
then
at the end of the day they go in the back room and they're high fiving each other on how good they fucked you.
yeah,
Yeah.
and then they give you,
They
oh
make
well, we
pretty
got
good
to
money,
take
man.
into consideration the $5,000 in reconditioning. I was like, yeah,
I'm surprised.
No, we're doing
I
you a favor. We're doing
I
yeah.
you
thought they
a
make
favor.
less money, the car sales people. I'm like, see?
They make less on new cars. They actually make more on the used cars.
Yeah, because they're giving you a shitty loan.
Yeah,
Oh, wow.
That
because
no one. Yeah.
used cars have higher percentage,
I,
higher APRs
I
because
didn't
it's
know
already
that.
used and it's more of a risk.
Yeah, when I bought
Well, it
my
depends who you
300,
finance through. It depends
it
because I
yes it
actually.
does.
Oh my bad.
That
Go ahead.
that is true. Yeah, that
It
is true.
depends who you
I was gonna.
finance to.
I was gonna
I want to
say
get.
because I never go through, never listen to, they might say, "Oh, what was a good finance option through the dealer?" Blah blah blah. But I
I
Hmm.
just
want to
stick
get
with
that
because
Tesla
I'm in
Model 3,
actually
man.
I'm in
Tesla
MCU
Model 3.
because I got lucky, so I'm in MCU. Because if you go to a CUNY college, you get MCU. If you have family member who's whatever,
Yeah.
blah blah blah. But they give you great options in terms of APRs and interest rates. If you go
Hmm.
use, they tell you right on the website. Literally, they give you a whole scroll. They'll tell you exactly what you get. Like
Hmm.
the car I was looking at was a 2017. I was looking at one of those. The APR for one of them for used was like 2.9 something or 2 or 1 point. It was pretty good. It was honestly really, I don't remember off the back of my head. It was pretty good compared to whatever everywhere else I looked. And knowing me, I'm going to pay off the car early, so it's like either way, you know.
I heard John talking about MCU. Is that strictly for people in New York?
MCU is basically for New York City workers.
Okay.
And that's where I made that video
Or
where I was at MCU getting money in order to invest it from my savings account. And basically, it's like if you're a city worker, chances are you probably are with MCU. If you have a mortgage here, there are high chances that you're probably with MCU, especially if you're a city worker, because it's called
So what is
Municipal
it?
Credit Union. So
Right.
if you're a Long Island worker, chances are you're with NEFCU. That's Nassau Federal Credit Union, or you're
Okay.
or you're with Bethpage Federal Credit Union. Chances are. But yeah, their rates are pretty good, and in many cases, they'll do loans that nobody else will do,
Right.
mm-hmm.
or
Yup.
they'll do
Okay.
terms. They'll do terms that nobody else will do.
Yup. Because they're a credit union, and that's one of the benefits of being in one of those kinds of
Yeah.
credit unions.
Yeah, at the end of the day, man, they're trying to push these cars. Because see, when I look at cars now, all I see is debt, and
Hmm?
Yeah.
they're trying to
They're a
push
money
these
pit.
cars, and they're trying to move these cars around. And the sad thing is, a lot of these people who are stunting and they're buying these nice and sexy cars and everything, they're spending so much on these cars. By the time they decide, you know what, I want to buy a house, they can't afford a house.
I'd
It's
rather
like,
buy a house than a car.
well,
Zero
a
percent.
house is necessary, and
Yeah.
without a house, you're saving nothing. You're not getting any equity.
Right.
You're not earning anything on the money that you're spending. I look at a house just like I look at like a credit card rewards. It's like if
Hmm.
I spend this way, I'm gonna get something back out of it. Furthermore, I don't have a landlord, and I can do whatever the hell I want in here. And not only that, at the end of the day, let's say if worse came to worse, and you were going through a situation like now where people lost their job, the banks are pretty much seized up. They're not coming after you in a short term. Like a
What's really
foreclosure takes a while, you know?
And
what's really funny
they don't want to have a collection of houses on their hands that they got to be
Exactly.
responsible for.
Most
what's
Yeah.
really
definitely not.
funny is
Yep.
They're anxious
I
to
got
get you to
money.
pay whatever you can pay to get you to give them whatever you can give you. But if you're dealing with a landlord, man, we're about to go through a landlord crisis.
Like
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I have a friend who's because like we Hispanic people kind of judge each other, and it's like with us it's like more materialistic. And so then like I have a friend, he has a nice car, he has like a 2017 Mercedes E class, and then he's like, oh, what do you got? And I'm like, I got a house, dude. At least I got a nice house, man. Shit, can't complain
Yeah.
about that.
Yeah,
Honestly,
you're
the
driving
cars
a
are
brand new
cool,
car,
but
but you live with your parents.
that's
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
not smart. It's really not
He lives in
smart.
an apartment.
See,
Yeah.
that
No.
was dumb of him, and I bet he paid a lot of money for that car. Because when did you get the car? I'm just curious.
Yeah,
Yeah. Well, that's the old ways, old thinking.
right.
It's like I gotta have a nice car so I could be flashy. I remember when I graduated out of college, I did not get a flashy car because I think that's what a lot of people when they were close to graduating, that's all they
Mm.
could think about was what kind of car they could drive. Man, I went to
Right.
Chevrolet and I got me a Cavalier.
Well, you
Oh
can get a
wow.
nice car, but spend within your means. Don't go too
Yeah,
crazy.
but I didn't want to spend money because first of
And
all
make sure you can afford it.
I was living in New York City and I was still
Mm.
living at home, so I'd look really
Yeah,
stupid to be living at
that's
home.
see you picked the right
Yeah.
choice. You picked the right choice.
I look
Yeah.
stupid living at home and say, "Oh, let me go get me a Mercedes." Like what? I'm living in my mom. Living with my mom. I'm gonna.
It's
Nah,
like you
nah.
got to look at your
Yeah.
situation first. Your
Yeah.
Exactly.
the way you're living, your living situation.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
No, but
the
that's so
sad
nice.
thing is they make you want stuff so badly, you just don't think enough about it. It's like I try to tell people all the time. I'm like, don't be chasing these SRT cars. Get yourself property first, and then buy into that
Yeah.
stuff. Like
Exactly,
That's
because
I
a
have a
property can
cousin.
be an investment.
Yeah, exactly. You're the first of all, a car is a depreciating asset. If you have a
very
house,
facts.
for the most part, a house is always going to be an appreciating asset, always.
Like
Bec-
the house that we live in California, we rent some of the rooms out, and we make a decent income with that.
and that's good.
So
That's really good.
yeah,
But I've got family members, I got friends. It's like they're chasing used German cars and stuff, or they're chasing, especially now SRT is the big thing because even the German cars are boring. So
right.
everybody's chasing these SRT products. Oh, I got to buy a Hellcat. I got to get this. I got to get that, and they're putting themselves into like amazing amounts of debt.
Debt.
You know,
Yeah, exactly.
Especially at a time like this, I would not put
Yeah,
I
myself
ain't
this is a
buying
in
horrible
shit.
time to
debt.
do that.
I ain't buying
Anything.
Hey,
nothing.
They're gonna have to
instead
give
of
me
buying a
money to buy
car,
it.
invest in an education. If you don't have enough money for a house or a car, then just invest in your yourself.
Yeah, but the problem is that can be done wrong too, because I'll tell you,
Hmm.
for the
Yeah,
amount of money,
if you don't know how to
that
do
these
it right.
kids, for the amount of money that most of these kids are spending for just 1 year in college, I got two masters and a bachelor's and went to
Right.
China for school,
That's
and they're
that's true.
spending this, they're overspending me in 1 year. It's
That makes me
amazing.
want to tell you something because
I'm
I
barely
remember
I'm
when I
barely my
got out of high
associates.
school, I actually was gonna, I got out of a good high school. I went to a specialized high school in New York City, so I had a good GPA, and I actually got into a school, NYU. And if you look at their yearly, it was like $76,000 a year, and I
Whoa.
wasn't even dorming there.
Yeah,
And it's like it's stupid to get yourself in debt for basically the cost of a house, legitimately the cost of a house almost. Just to go,
Yeah.
just to get a fancy sticker on your degree that says I went to NYU when it's an undergrad degree. Like, what am I going to do with it? It's like one of those things.
yeah, and most you got to also understand a lot of these kids that are going there. Like for instance, I was doing work in NYU's robotics.
Hmm.
I
There's some
think
that get
about
liberal arts
two
degrees,
2 years ago or
and they end
something.
up working at Starbucks.
Yeah, but you know what? A lot of the kids that are going there, these really serious ones, you're talking about $76,000. But
Right.
you got a lot of these foreign
That make it or
Asian
break it.
kids that come in. That's $300,000 over the course of 4 years at $76,000 a year, right? But the thing
Yeah.
about it is, a lot of these people they actually have that money in cash and they're ready to pay it. But
Oh yeah. No, most
my
definitely.
thing is, if you know you don't have it, you have to either work your way up to that or work your way up to something else. You know,
Yeah.
because otherwise you're gonna end up with a mortgage on your head for the rest of your life,
Hmm.
and you won't be able to buy anything.
Or just go to vocational school, man. Start off with that, and since you get a little money here and there, you save up, then you can, get
Or
that.
even a community college, like you say. Like it's
Yeah,
never,
Yeah,
it's always another option.
Yeah,
exactly.
like I
a
said,
vocational school is a great choice.
yeah,
Hmm.
like I said, and I'm totally transparent. I was like, man, I knew I got had when I went to this class, and the freaking professor had papers. His notes were like brown,
Right, right.
and they're charging me $1,800 or two thousand
Whoa,
dollars for this
that's a lot
class,
of money, man.
and his notes are brown. He hasn't updated his notes in 20 years, and
Whoa,
I'm like, what am I
that's
paying for here?
dangerous. Scary as hell.
Hmm.
And you
Yeah,
just
You're
and
paying for
all it is
prestige. You're not
is
paying for
just the
quality education.
and I had to take his class
That's
because it was
hard.
considered a core class, and I'm
yup.
like, this is bullshit. I was like,
Hmm.
but by then I was already into it, so it was just like I finally got smart and I started realizing I was like, man, you don't need
What's
a $50,000 a year school. It's what
what's
you
really
make of it.
nice what's really nice about being a minority is, for example, like I originally had to owe like 24,000. Now I just owe 11,052
And keep
dollars.
paying it off. Yeah,
Yeah, and
yeah.
so like I got these scholarships, like Hispanic scholarships and whatnot. I applied for a lot of these grants, and like most of them covered my school. I just have to owe like $11,052. It's not bad. Could have been
No,
worse.
but you're doing the
That's
right
not
thing.
bad at
Just keep
all.
paying
Yeah,
it
that's
off.
smart.
Let's
Like
keep paying
I,
it
Yeah, I'm
I
off.
paying it
I
off.
I don't even pay for school. I go to Hunter College, and between the grants and this and that, I pay
Right,
nothing for school, and that's why I like that. And I still get a nice fancy sticker on my degree that says I went to Hunter College. It's respectable enough.
right.
Yeah,
You pay too
and
much dollars
if
at a
you're
good school.
lucky, you get a decent training so that you can get a nice job, and then you
Hmm.
probably are going to end up earning enough that whatever you have to pay off, you'll be able to pay it off quick. You
Hmm.
know, a lot of these kids, you got to understand, a lot of these kids are desperate to get out of their house, and they're desperate to get away from their parents. They will sign on any dotted line. They don't give a shit. If I told you that it was going to cost you $1 billion, they'd still sign on that dotted line. They don't care.
For example, my
Yep.
father thinks the old-fashioned way. He's like, because since I live in San Diego, he's like, go to the University of San Diego or whatever, and I'm just like, you know how much the tuition there is, right? And then he's like, I don't care, you got to go to a prestigious school, and so I got pressured, and I just got into a community college and whatnot.
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with community colleges except for they're not flashy and they don't have big names.
You get some of the best professors at community, and see, that's why I have so much respect for CUNY, because
Oh
my
yeah,
dad went to
love
CUNY,
CUNY.
and CUNY, they got some of the best professors and the
Hmm.
toughest
That's
professors,
true.
and
Yep.
I love CUNY, and I looking back because my dad, he graduated magna cum laude, so he was just like he wanted me to go a different route because all the people that that knew him would know me, and he's like he didn't want me to go have the added pressure of trying to live up to graduating magna cum laude. And I was just like, he's like, no, go to Hofstra so you don't have that pressure. And I was like, looking back, I was like, I would have welcomed the pressure and just gone to CUNY because I would have been a lot cheaper.
Yeah, and it's funny because of the fact that we've got so much competition, especially when you've got this stiff competition coming in like foreign kids, right? It's like graduating top of the class. It's like some people, they don't care about it so much anymore. I felt good going to CUNY, and I came out of this summa cum laude. I came with my graduate's degree. I got a 4.0, and with the next degree, I got straight A's except for an A minus, which gave me like a 3.9 or something like that. And I got
That's great,
two
man.
grad degrees from Queens College, and Queens College, as you know, Queens College is a tough school. It's just like Hunter, Queens College, Baruch. Those are tough schools.
Hmm.
And
Yeah.
the thing about it is, it did not cost me my life in a freaking mortgage. It cost me $18,000 for the entire degree. Now, if I
Yep.
had gone to St. John's wanted 45,000, and I'm like, nah, that's okay. Nope.
No, it's not worth it because, like I said, I've met CUNY professors. As a matter of fact, I know them because my dad used to drag me along when he was going to school, and I knew all the professors. I knew all of his professors. They knew me, and they were some of the brightest and some of the best. And they were tough, though. I mean, don't think you because it's CUNY and it's not as expensive that you weren't going to work your ass off. You work your ass off. As I saw my dad work his ass off to get that degree, and I was just like, I have so much respect for CUNY. Always will.
Oh yeah, man. Oh yeah. Because I'll tell you the cost to return on investment that I got out of CUNY, man. Well, see, it's just like I posted. I got an 850 credit score. Most people
Yeah.
aren't going to be able to get something like that because of the fact that
Hmm.
they're still paying back so much debt, or because they may have been missing payments because they couldn't afford to pay something here or there. It's like
Yeah.
I was not going to end up monumentally in debt just to get a degree. It was like I wasn't going to let that happen.
Yeah, I started paying mines off when I started consulting, and because when I started making enough money to do it. See, the thing is, what people got to also realize is you got to make enough money to pay your loans off.
That's right.
If you're not making enough money to pay your loans off, you got to make sure you have a roof over your head. You got to eat.
Exactly.
So even if it's so, say if it's past 6 months, what are you gonna do? You got to make sure you have enough money, which is why I was fortunate. I didn't major in IT. I didn't major in computer science. But when I started getting more experience in IT and I continued to work in it, I was just like, I'm gonna stay here because damn, I'm making money. I'm making some really decent coin. I
Follow the
could
money.
live, and yeah, I followed the money, and I was able to continue paying my student loans. Now I'm not done yet, but at the same time, I'm in better shape because I created a career for myself.
And that's
And
why I'm here on this channel
yeah,
right now, trying to
yeah,
follow the money.
yeah. I mean, you can do it, man. And see, the thing is, we get caught up mentally and get comfortable and think that, oh, we're too old to do this and too old to do that. No, you're not, man. Trust me. You could, if you want to get into IT, you want to learn something or do a switch careers. Now's the time to do it, dude. Don't believe the hype. Go change your career, do something different if you want to better yourself, because the economy that we're used to before this pandemic is not going to be the same economy.
Mm-mm.
Exactly. I thought I was bad,
Yeah.
had a crappy job or crappy career or whatever before all this happened. I'm looking at all these mansions and all these people I work for, and we never slow down at all. I told my wife,
Nope.
you know how blessed we are. I mean,
Yeah.
there was a day where she's like, "Okay, we got to go do this other job around the corner. It's like 100 degrees here," and she goes, "It's just right down the road." I go, "You put another job in?" And she looked at me and she goes, I mean, she was like just kind of freaked out, and she just goes, "You're not grateful. You know that?" And I'm like, "Sure, there's people starving right now."
That's right.
And you know
There's
what?
food lines right now going
Right.
miles.
I
Yeah.
shut
Yeah.
up. I just looked at her and I go, "You know what? You're right. I'm sorry." And she goes, "Man, we are so blessed." And she goes, "That lady said that she needed something done. We got to go do it." And I go, "You're right. I'm sorry." And then I just kind of threw me back because you turn on the news. I try not to even watch the news because it's a cluster. People, like you said, food lines. People are hurting right now. I mean, it's crazy.
Hmm.
It's crazy. So
Yeah.
I have to
And
go
the
on the
news
channel.
isn't telling the depth of it though. They're not telling it
No.
all. They're
Yeah,
focusing on the sporadic violence, but they're not telling you how tough it really is.
yeah, I know. And I felt
Yeah.
like I was sheltered, and I'm out there sweating. It's 100 degrees, and I'm working. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not a millionaire. I'm not making like millions of dollars. I'm making money to get by. Yeah, it's good. Two daughters, wife, just trying to live the American dream. And it's I mean, you turn on the news for a second, and you do see the food lines and everything. I feel like I'm
Yeah.
blessed. But then, do I get scared? Do I get scared to take that chance? Yes, I do. And then I turn
That's
on
natural.
Facebook, and he's like, he's out there at the bank. He's got the cash, and he's like, I'm investing. I'm investing. What are you doing? I'm like, uh, I'm a pussy, John. I don't say that online, but I'm like, man, John's just taking those risks. He's
Let
doing
me tell you something. Corona's made everybody a pussy.
Oh yeah, well you got
that's
to
a good
remember a lot of
exaggeration.
people don't know if they're gonna have their job 3 months from now. So
Well, now a
I
lot of people don't know if they're gonna be alive 3 months from now.
yeah,
I
well,
know.
all the like the investment opportunities that have been popping up, they've made it so that these things have basically been timed with tax returns, and they've been timed in a way where they can maximize the amount of possible investors. That's what they've done. So the thing about it is, for some people, investing right now is not safe because they need that cash as their safety net.
Right.
But I've always been good about saving money, and and then I make money on the side doing other things. So for me, it's a little bit easier. But that's just what it is. It's like you hope that when things turn around, that you're going to turn major profits, or that you're going to be pulling enough dividends and stuff out of this money. But with this market, it's a roller coaster. You just don't know.
Yeah. That's why, I admire what you're doing with the YouTube channel. But what bugs me, what trips me out about your channel more than any other channel is I see all these other channels with the flashy cameras, the setups. Dude is in a freaking SRT driving around with a fucking 10x max,
I know.
shaking and shit, and people are tuning in like, what's gonna happen next?
Yup.
I've
It
always
kills
admired that
me.
about his channel
I'm
too.
just
It's
like,
crazy
dude is just using his damn 10s Max, and I'm like,
because
that's
I've
genius,
always
bro.
yeah,
I
you know,
have
I've
a
always wondered.
friend.
I'm like,
I love his
I
channel.
have a friend. I have a friend who he was basically he was like loving hip hop. He was trying to get into like that amateurish video production, like where you join up with a couple of friends and you try to do amateurish video production. In fact, I made a couple of videos when I went to some of their shoots. They were spending money, and they were spending top dollar on computers, and they were spending all this money, and they weren't getting anything out of it. And I was like, there's got to be a way to do this. And granted, if some people always tell me, it's like, oh yeah, well, if you buy a GoPro, your channel will take off and this, that, and other. I was like, you know what? Maybe
Necessarily.
down the road, I'll spend the $400 or the $500 or whatever. But I was like, right now, I can make a channel just using the
Yup,
best in iPhone technology,
don't buy no GoPro.
and simultaneously, I'm advertising what the iPhone can do. Like, I built
Yeah.
an entire YouTube channel off of an iPhone.
It
It
was
may
I
not be
upgrade them
perfect.
iPhones every year, not the
Hey,
same
it was
one.
so crazy. It was like about 3 days ago. We're driving down the highway, me and my wife, and this Mustang is coming up on me. I look in the mirror, and he must have been doing like 125 miles an hour. And I go, oh, oh, oh. She goes, oh my God, you sound like Big Truck. And I'm like, oh, oh, oh.
No, I got a kick out when those Trackhawks start stunting on them.
Yeah.
I
I
got a
mean,
kick
that is
when the
hilarious, man. To
when
see
the
that, and the thing about it is all-wheel drive. So when they stun on them, it's like the back dips, and that shit takes off like a like a thief in the night.
Yup.
I love watching that.
That's awesome.
I tell you, if Chrysler would hurry up and give me what I want, it's like I'm gonna celebrate coming out of coronavirus by buying one of those things. I'm not gonna let them rip me off or anything, but I'm just hoping. I'm just I just want to come out of this.
I just want an SRT. I don't even want the track off, to be honest with you. I saw the interior that you put up of the new Grand Cherokee.
Yeah,
If I could get that in an SRT and that type of interior like that with that screen going horizontal instead of
yeah,
vertical,
uh huh.
I'll take it. I'll take that.
But that's gonna be in the regular Jeep Grand Cherokee coming up. That was the regular model.
That wasn't the Grand Cherokee?
The no. The one that's new, where it's a new touchscreen and new panels and all that
Hmm.
stuff. That is the regular 2022 Grand Cherokee. The other photos I posted were of the Dodge Durango Hellcat.
Okay. Okay.
So basically, the Durango Hellcat is no different really than the SRT right now, except it has more buttons that are physical. Other than that,
Right.
it's about the same. Well, I will say the Durango is a little bit more. It's a little more spacious for bigger men.
I was gonna say because I was just like the Durango. It seems like yeah, it has a little bit more space. Like if you're like your size, I would think you were more comfortable in that.
I checked. I checked the official specs. The Durango's 10 inches longer,
Okay.
and that's about it. But you got to remember that because they have the third row seat, the
That's
front
why the
row
wheelbase. Yeah.
pillars are set back a little bit more so that you
Hmm.
if you're a big guy, you have big shoulders, you'll be a little bit more comfortable probably in the Durango because it's just longer and it's a little bit wider.
Yeah.
But other than
It's
that,
a little cheaper too.
I'm really happy with the Grand Cherokee. It's just that if you have to carry a lot of stuff, the
Hmm.
Durango makes more sense.
Yeah. Yeah. No, no, you're right. You're right. I like them both, to be honest with you. I like the Durango because of the exhaust note.
Oh
To
yeah.
me, that's the way the exhaust. That's what the exhaust note on the SRT Grand Cherokee should sound like. And I don't know why
I
they dumb
think
it
they
down.
tune it. I'm not sure if they're doing it on purpose, but apparently they claim that because these things were designed as like family cars, that they were
Hmm.
deafening them. Or my guess is that because you got to remember, Dodge is sold in America, it's not sold in Europe. It's very possible that what they were doing was they were making it fit into
The
other
European,
country, yeah, the into the
yeah,
European
lifestyle.
guidelines for exhaust.
Okay. The
Also,
decibel noise.
yeah, the decibel limits.
Yeah.
Um,
Okay.
they use those when you put it in sport mode, it opens up the baffles. And my
Hmm.
guess is, and a lot of car makers use those baffles that are electronic controlled in order to get around a lot of these, these laws. But the
Right. Right.
problem is the cops in California, they don't give a shit. They'll still ticket you. You can have a stock exhaust on something, and they don't care.
Yeah.
But here
Well,
in New York, it's
that
not a
makes
big
sense.
issue.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah,
But
it's
man,
not
I
not
love
an
both
issue here.
products. Well, that's why I got rid of my. That's why I got rid of my Scat Pack because I was bored with it. The Challenger Scat Packs, and I got bored with that stuff, man. Because it's like, okay, now they flooded the market with so much of them.
Yeah.
I'm like, a couple years ago when I had one, it was just like, man, it wasn't too many of them. Now I look left, I look right, they're right next to me.
Oh, they're
Like
everywhere.
everybody has one. They're
They're
everywhere.
everywhere.
I'm just like, dude, I'm bored, and I think Dodge really needs to step up next year. They really do, because it's like they need new products, man. They really do.
And as you saw, they're changing the interior on the Cherokee, but they're not. From what it looks like, they haven't really changed the exterior that much. So
Hmm.
the question is, how long are you going to get away with making these cars? Like, for instance, you see the Red Eye Charger. The Red Eye Charger, as far as I can see, is nothing more than a hood. However, you
Yeah.
know that the engine is more powerful, but if you look at the current Red Eye really isn't that much faster than the current Hellcat. It's not really
No,
that much
it's not,
faster
and it's
because
not worth the money.
no, it's only worth it for you to say I have a red eye. Like I saw a dude
Yeah.
on the road, I think it was 2 days ago, and he had the jazz blue red eye, and he had a black red eye emblem with the red eye on it. And I was like, wow, that's really sexy and cool. But my thing is the regular 2018 Challenger looks exactly like that. So
Yep.
if he changed the badges, unless I opened up his hood to check for a green belt, all I know is it's the exact same thing. But the problem is Dodge. They've been getting away with this for a long time. It's working because everything else is so boring. It's working, so they're not. They're figuring, hey, if it's not broken, don't fix it.
Yeah, but if
Right.
you're not a part of the design team truck, I don't even think they should screw with it because they're gonna fuck up like they always do.
But
You
they
know,
have to do
they're
something
gonna
about
do it.
these interiors,
They
and the
need to be
problem
a
is if
part
they
of the
do.
design team.
Well, you saw how much they changed it going from 2012 to 2014. That was a significant change. And people originally they were knocking on the Dart and they were saying, "Oh, the Dart looks like it looks no, I'm sorry, the Charger looks like a Dart and this that and other." Turned out that the Dart they ended up getting rid of because it was too small, and the Charger is one of the baddest cars on the road right now, especially a four-door sedan. And like I mean, a Charger is like a gigantic BMW and Mustang built into one, you know? Because
Yeah.
when you're able to get that kind of power for that much money, it's like a lot of people want Chargers. Women want Chargers and Challenges, and
I
that's
actually
that's
I
They're
actually
amazing.
they're
like
running.
I like the Charger RT actually even more than the Scat Pack because I was watching whose channel is it? RT Life.
Yeah,
Man, I like what he did with his RT. I mean,
yeah.
that's really ingenuity and thinking out the box, and his RT sounds great.
Well, see most of the guys. There's another guy on Team Moveover, Justin, and he did the same thing. What he did was he what they do is they buy a Hellcat bumper as soon as they can. They replace their bumper. They change up maybe the wheels. They change up the hood. And as
And
far as you know, you don't know what it is from the outside because some of these dudes debadge their cars. Some of these
yeah,
dudes up badge their cars. But they look good, and if you change the muffler and the exhaust system, you can literally fool people into thinking that you don't have the regular V8. You can fool them into thinking that you have a Hellcat.
yeah,
You know?
yeah. For six, I think he said he went over it recently. I think RT Life only spent like what between 6 and 8 grand,
Yeah. Well,
and he's pushing.
he could have bought a used Hellcat for that much money.
Well, that's true.
Like
That's
when
true, but
the
I think
day
he
I
did it for the channel though. He wanted to get more viewers to
Yeah,
his
build up the
channel.
car.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah. There's
they
yeah.
nothing wrong
love
with that.
switching out those badges though. They love switching out those
Oh
badges.
my God, they
What was that
love those
VT that
badges.
had the Hellcat?
Yeah, that guy, man, he had me tricked because I knew
I
something
laughed
was
to death.
wrong. I knew something was wrong. I put that guy on blast, man.
Well, you had my better half laughing. You had a video from a couple years ago where you followed
Yeah,
the dude in the
in
Challenger,
the Challenger,
and he
yeah,
had the Hellcat badges, and he's like, "What the hell is going on here?" And you turned the corner and started following him.
yeah,
And as soon as I heard that V6 kick in, I was just like, "Oh man,
yeah, man. I've seen a couple of these fakers around here. I don't play that game.
that was hilarious, man." The fact that when he stepped on that gas and I heard that V6, you could tell a Pentastar. I know a Pentastar. That's
Yeah,
it goes back to Daimler Chrysler,
Yeah,
and it is like
they're
he
all
stepped
over
on it.
Houston too. They're all over Houston.
and
Yeah,
you can bet that this guy's doing the same thing with Mercedes and BMWs. Either they
hmm
debadge them or they upbadge the number. You can bet.
Yeah,
I'm like, if you got a V6, there's nothing wrong with the V6. The V6 is putting out over 300 horsepower.
Yeah, but
V5,
it's night and day compared to one of them damn Hellcats. It's night and day.
it's night and day to an RT. It's
I
night and
my
day to
cousin, one of my cousins, in fact, he was in the video with me when I made the video when I first bought my Hellcat. Right, he's about to come out to like Arizona and California, and he rented a Hellcat, and he's supposed to be able to drive it as he rented it out there. This is the first time he's going to be driving it, and I told him I was like, listen, when you drive that thing, it's like a life changing experience. You're going to hate yourself for not having one of these things or being able to get it once you drive it.
yeah.
It's like having a 4-door Lamborghini, basically.
Honestly, it's addictive because,
It's
like I said,
extremely.
I've had multiple Mopars, and with each Mopar, you want more. Like,
Yeah.
if I had to go back now into Mopar, that's why I went into a lease because I was like, if I my next Mopar, it has to be a Grand Cherokee SRT or a Trackhawk or some type of Hellcat because it's so addictive. It's like once you've gotten that taste, you can't get it out your mouth.
So you've driven the Hellcat.
Yeah, I have driven the Hellcat.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah,
Yeah, so
man,
you can't get it
those
out.
things are insane.
And when you drive the Hellcat, you look back at your Scat Pack, like, what the hell?
Yeah.
It's like I'm just like, no, you never get over it.
well, I wouldn't know what that feels like, but that seems awesome.
And you
The
will, you will
Hellcat.
know if you want. I mean, what's going to end up happening is the used car prices are going to come down because like I said, once the cover is pulled off of this economy and those things start sitting at the lots, you're going to go in there. You're going to be able to make your own price, man.
For the
Yeah,
most part, yeah, see, the problem is we have no idea what's going to ultimately happen with this economy because a lot of it's wrapped up with what happens with the presidency. Trump has got, Trump, we see what Trump's economy looks like. Top
Yep.
corporations have all the money, and the people are facing homelessness and rent evictions.
that's what I don't
We
get though,
see
John.
what they're facing.
That's what I don't get
Yeah.
though, John. But they don't understand. Okay, the first stimulus that they sent. Okay, my wife's got a. Okay, you seen the Durango or whatever? That's her little flashy car that's dirty. We live in Texas, dirt roads. It's dirty. She got a 2011 Tahoe. Took it to NTB. The first stimulus check hit. She needed new tires. Took it up there, and they're like, "Can you bring it in Sunday morning tomorrow, real early?" I go, You can't put tires on it right now." And he goes, "Man, worked here 15 years, NTB, National Tire and Battery. And this is in Katy, right outside of Houston." He goes, "I've never seen it this busy before in my life." He goes, "Everyone's like getting tires, and I got like 5 people in line
Yep.
for alignment."
Yeah.
I go, "You ever seen it that busy?"
Those
And he goes, "I
stimulus
don't."
checks.
Yeah, he goes, "I don't understand why." And I go, "It's the freaking stimulus checks." And he's like, "It is."
Yep.
He 15 years. And I go, "Okay, who's getting the money? The corporations. They
Yeah.
don't understand that yet. It comes from the bottom up, but they're like, let's trickle that. They're going to reinvest in their stocks. I watch your stuff all the time. And before I
Mm-hmm.
watched your channels, I thought I knew everything. I know this, I know that. And, I'm not one of those people that I listen to people that do better than me. Okay. And when you're going out there talking, I act like, and I say some stuff on your channel that you're probably like, "Get social. You're a dumbass." But you don't say it. You just go out there and you preach and you tell, what's going on. Okay. And then I gather up that information and I'm like, this guy is 100%. I'm like, holy shit. I mean, he's
Yeah, but
right.
the difference is, like, when he says it, he walks the walk. He's
Exactly.
showing you, he's telling you it, and he's doing it. That's
Exactly.
different. That's a huge difference in these other YouTubers around here. Getting themselves in debt and giving you clickbait and say, "Oh yeah, I just took delivery on so and so,"
Yeah,
and I'm like,
somebody else's car.
I'm just like, okay, you
Exactly.
just took delivery in the middle of a pandemic.
Yeah,
Whoopee.
good
What
job.
what next?
That freaked me out though when that guy said, "I've never seen it this busy before." And then
Yeah.
I waited like about 2 more weeks to put tires in that vehicle because we don't drive it all the time. She likes
Hmm.
driving her Durango. It's not the SRT. It's an RT that I showed.
They're still great cars, man. They're still
Twelve
great
Yeah.
cars.
twelve hundred. You got to understand, $1,200, or in some cases, some people got 2,400 or 33,000
Hmm.
or 3,200. That $1,200 means a lot more to you where you are than it means to somebody like me in New York City. $1,200 might be 1 month's rent here.
That
Yep.
makes
Twelve
no
hundred dollars doesn't even pay my mortgage for a month.
when he sent that money, or okay, the Fed sent the money. People were that smart to fix up their old cars. That kind of made me all like, wow, they're fixing up their cars and they're not wasting it. I mean, they're getting tires and all that, but I was like,
That's what
you
he
were
doesn't
that
understand, man.
you were
Is like
that
people are
busy.
taking that money, like that 1,200 plus the 600 extra. People
Yeah,
were going to grocery stores and buying essential stuff.
Yeah,
That's why all of a
exactly.
sudden, I don't know if you noticed, but they came out with a report that the grocery prices are dropping.
yeah.
And I'm like, they're dropping because you stopped the extra 600. So now they're like, okay, we can't buy groceries. Now what?
Exactly. Exactly.
Well, and I want you to. Oh,
He's
I'm
gonna
sorry.
he's gonna
Oh, go ahead.
Oh no, he's thinking that you're gonna just give it to the corporations and they're gonna hire more people. How are they gonna hire more people when half the shit's shut down? People don't understand that. And then this is what I love the best. My wife's like, "Oh, you're gonna shut it all down, and then like we're gonna go ahead and cut your money." She's like, "What the hell are these people gonna do? You freaking shut down everything." We got Greg Abbott, as our governor. He shuts it all down. Then Trump's like, "Hey, you need to get a job. You need to get out there and do your thing and work, and we're going to cut your money back." I'm like, you fucking shut it
People,
down. These people are going to starve to death. I'm very fortunate that I'm doing,
yeah,
lawn care, whatever. I'm not rich doing this and
people,
that. And I'm like, I feel blessed, but
yeah.
it's crazy, man. It's crazy.
Well, people are scared to death, man. You're spiking. You guys went past New York. You blew past New York,
I
and
know. I know.
they were sending out the morgue trucks out there, and I'm like,
They were in
people are
South
scared
Texas.
to death.
They were in South Texas. Everybody was getting it, and everybody that I know, I'll talk to customers, and I'm like, how's everything going? They're like, oh, my brother lives here. And it's like, one guy told me his mom got, this is what's so weird about this freaking COVID. And it's not fake at all. He's in Katy. And I go, how is your family doing? He goes, well, my mom went to the hospital twice. She just got out the second time. And he goes, what's so crazy is she's in her 70s. And he goes, my dad
Jeez.
never wore a mask. He never got it. It almost killed her. He's wearing a mask the whole time I'm at his house. And I'm like kind of back, and he's like, I'm not getting there. It's 100. I can't wear a mask and I'm outside. He's like, do this, do this, do this. I'm like, yes, sir, yes, sir. And and I wear a mask every time I go in the store and Walmart, whatever we need to get, I wear a
Yeah.
mask. And I usually wear a mask when I go up close to them. I'm not one of those people who are like, oh shit, oh, I don't have to wear a mask, baby. God bless America, Trump 2020. It's crazy if you're thinking that this shit ain't real. It's real. When they tell me the story like that, you're like, I didn't know what to tell the guy. And I was like, man, I'll just pray for your mom. And he's like, yeah, it's their second time she's back. And he goes, what was
Wow.
so scary? It's like his dad didn't get it. And he goes, he sleeps right next to her. That's what's crazy about this stuff. And I hear those stories all the time. And it's real.
Yeah,
And that's what,
I'm just waiting to see a Republican administration that doesn't end with some massive bailout needed, because you got to remember it's like 2008. They did the same thing. Bush sent out $600 stimulus checks, right? Most people didn't take them and spend them. Most people actually tried to save them if they could, but it was only $600. This is twice as much as that, and when people get that money now, the difference between now and 2008 is that people are in much more debt now than they were then. Back then, it was the banks that they were mostly bailing out. Now, everybody's in debt. It's like it's the banks, it's the people, it's everybody. And my thing is, it's like $1,200 wasn't enough, but the problem is the government's not supposed to be doing that. And then
No.
you see these PPP loans where people are taking out money fraudulently, buying Lamborghinis and cars, and a lot of those people have yet to be prosecuted, and they will be because they already got at least three of them.
Well,
But
the
what?
thing is, are they going to go after organizations like Major League Baseball that took PPP?
Most
They
likely
didn't
no.
admit it. What about Kanye West? What did he need? He just reached became a billionaire and he's taking PPP.
Exactly. But you know what? One thing I realize is a lot of these wealthy business owners, they refuse to use their own money to pay any of their workers. So the reason why PPP was there, like for instance, I know a chick who owns a restaurant. She's got like damn near $600,000 sitting in her bank account, right? She didn't even bother trying to apply for PPP. She just laid everybody off, and
Wow.
she would never tell them how much money she has, so they just think, oh well, she's just laying us off for right now and she'll hire us back later, right? Thing
Wow.
about it is she could have taken out PPP just to keep them working. She didn't even bother doing that. Rich people do not spend their own money, they spend yours.
Right.
They don't spend their money.
yep. And
Mm.
we get inflation later on. That's how we get taxed.
And
It's
then your national debt will skyrocket, and you'll be paying on that forever, forever, ever. And the in the short term, you will feel the price increases. You're gonna feel pain at the grocery stores.
I don't even think
Yeah.
we have begin to feel the pain yet.
Not yet.
Nope.
Not
Not
yet.
yet.
Not
That's
yet.
what I'm
Mm.
It's coming, and it's the sad thing is it's coming, and you just don't know how it's gonna look. It's coming though.
Mm.
Hold on, I'm gonna call my phone number.
crazy.
The passenger seat up here also has like explosive cannon. Different phone numbers.
'Cause I've been trying not to spend anything extra, man. This stuff that I normally would have gone right out and just bought. It's like I'm saving all that money.
Yeah. You have to.
You
You
know,
have to, man.
and that's just where we are, man. That's what
That's
smart people hoard their money.
that's what my wife is killing me. She just keeps throwing that extra job in. It's 100 degrees. You're killing me. She's like, you're not grateful. You're
Every
not
time you get
grateful.
into
And
an
I'm like,
aircraft, you get a parachute.
I'm just gonna push it until I can't push it no more because I don't know what next year is gonna bring. So I'm just gonna keep working now. Keep doing,
Our
No,
keep
but
engine.
doing
that's a
what
good thing. That's a good thing. You save up as much extra cash as you could possibly save up.
I'm trying and
Yeah.
watch your channel and be educated.
Pick you up no more.
Yeah, well, I'm glad I have that effect, and I'm glad I have that impact on people. You know, so
I was just like,
You do.
when you first the first video you did where you took the money out from stocks and you said, "What am I gonna do? Go buy some rims?" You said, "Fuck no." I was just like, that's my man right there because I can't tell you how many people waste money on so much dumb shit. Like for me, I've never purchased a pair of Jordans in my life. I refuse.
Hey, I do too. Sometimes, well, I used to. Like, I'm gonna go out and okay, radar detectors because these freaking state troopers are up my ass all the time. I drive
That's to
around.
save you money.
I'll buy. I gotta buy the latest and
That's an
greatest new.
investment.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, but I spend money. She just looks at me. I always gotta buy the latest and greatest. Now I'll sit there and watch a video on YouTube, and I'm like, I gotta have that, and I'm kind of I better not do it. I better not do it. So
Yeah.
I just kind of back off. But it's just I like cars too. That's why I watch this channel, and it saves me money, John. So I'm not buying cars because I watch all the cars you show on your channel. You're saving me money. I love this channel.
Well, I'm glad I have that impact.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
I enjoy the car reviews.
No, but I'll tell you again.
Yeah.
You're talking about like when I'm talking about not wasting my money on stupid shit. It's like the bottom line is if more people would do that and they would cut some
Hmm.
of this this just crazy spending out. First of all, they'd have more money. They'd have more money
Yeah,
just
they'd
in
be better
case.
off.
Yeah, they would definitely be better off, and then they'd be able to afford more. But a lot of people, they just throw their money away. They literally just throw it away.
Mm.
You know, it's interesting you say that because this young generation, man, especially these young rappers, do they realize that they're being used by like these corporations now? They're just being used to sell shit to people, and it's just like, I mean, like I see people with like Versace slippers, and I'm like, what are you doing, dude? I'm like, who cares?
Well, you got to
It,
understand, Americans want to live a quality of life that their own productivity does not justify. We've been very lucky that China has been sending us manufactured goods in exchange for our
mm-hmm.
money for so long. Like, but the thing about it, it's like, I have a cousin. I just took her out. She wanted to get a television. I took her to Walmart. We got a 50-inch television. That shit was $218, and she bought a couch from Bob's Discount Furniture. And then I realized she had spent all of the money that she just got handed by unemployment, and like she
Wow.
spent her money on that. But she's at home with her children, but she wanted these things, so I wasn't going to tell her what she can and can't do with her money.
Right.
But the
Right.
thing about it is, I was like, okay, you know what? Maybe I can help her make sure she spends it efficiently. But the thing about it is, people who are getting this money, they're not saving this money. They're spending that
Yeah.
money. And even the people, because like when you hear about Americans living paycheck to paycheck, you're
Mm-hmm.
talking about people who make over $100,000 living paycheck to paycheck because they went out and bought a $5,000 a month house. So it's just crazy because Americans are so desperate to just live a quality of life and pretend that they live a quality of life that their productivity doesn't justify. Like when you're talking about these German cars, it's like, listen, if I look, you're driving this car. What people are trying to do is they're trying to drive their wealth. They know that they can't drive their house, so they're trying to be on the road looking down on you. And I'm like, yo, it's like you're not fooling nobody. Either that car is leased or that car is used. You're not fooling me.
Right.
So why would you spend all that money trying to fool me into thinking that you're something you're not? But that's just what we are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And rappers are the worst. Because I'll tell you, if I was a rapper and I was able to come up with lyrics that people were buying into, all of my shit would be leased. I'm not buying any of it. Because the thing about it is, at the end of the day, I'd be laughing all the way to the bank. Here you are thinking that I have a big ice gold chain. That shit's made of cubic zirconium. It's like, but you think you think that I'm living a lifestyle, and most of them are doing exactly that, and that's why they keep on snitching on each other. Like for instance, there's a place called Cloud9 Exotics not far from me, and they allow you to rent or borrow Lamborghinis, rent Lamborghinis, Rolls Royces, and this, that,
Yeah.
and other. It's like if you're gonna spend $2,000 to rent a car so that you could do an amateur video shoot, maybe that's a smart thing if it makes you more money in the end. But
Yeah.
these people who buy this stuff and then go deep into debt on it and then go bankrupt, it's like there's nothing smart in that.
But at the end of the day, it's not worth it.
It's just not worth it in certain cases.
Yeah.
It's not worth it, John.
Wasn't that what's his name? Didn't Mod to Fame use that service for his red eye?
I
Not
don't know if he used them because he doesn't live here. He lives in New Jersey. He could have, or I'm not really
I
sure.
think he I think he did, and whoever rented it out, they
Wrecked that
totaled
shit.
his
Wrecked it.
and you happened to be driving behind it when they were towing it.
Yeah. No,
I
no,
mean,
no.
they
When I was driving behind it and they were towing it, it's because the person who rented it lost the key.
Oh, okay.
So they had to bring it back to the dealership to reprogram another code key. So that already, right then and there, that cost him some money right then and there. But then the
Yeah.
next guy wrecked that motherfucker, and that. Oh man, like
They tore
I'd
that
never
thing
have
up.
gotten over that. I could have never gotten over that because I would have lost my mind.
Well, you see, the thing about Monte Fame though is he had the other Hellcat too, so it was just like,
Cheapo kitty.
and yeah, and he said cheap. Well, cheapo kitty ain't cheap. I don't know why he keeps calling it that, but he just went through a list of what it cost to add the upgrades, and I was like, that ain't cheapo.
Yeah, no man.
I think he went
Once
like thirty
That's
thousand dollars.
once an SRT is off warranty, you have a serious choice to make. Are you going to be ready to fix the stuff that goes wrong on that car, or are you going to buy an extended warranty that might be able to do it? But bottom line is, once those cars go off warranty, it's like everything is just progressively more expensive. It's just
Yep.
ridiculous, you
How
know.
much
And
is an extended warranty?
Extended warranties cost me $2,500 up front, at least.
Every month or just for a year?
No, 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 no. It's for
the
like
whole thing.
if you buy the car, the extended warranty gives you up to like 8 years on the warranty.
Yeah.
But when you come in, you have to pay $100 deductible.
How about
And
the
How
mileage,
much
mine,
though?
is it?
How about the
2400?
mileage?
let's see, how much did it
Mileage?
cost?
How about mileage? The mileage doesn't matter with the extended
Let me see.
warranty. It's basically 8 years, or like in some, I think it was like 64,000 miles or something.
Yeah, that's about how much.
And
That's
how's it?
about how much I
It's
paid.
still expensive, isn't it?
Oh, of course it's expensive. It's expensive just to
Yeah.
use it every day. That's why you see every time you see me driving in a video, typically my gas tank is below medium. You know,
Hmm.
it's funny because I didn't.
Premium unleaded.
Yeah, that's premium unleaded. Now I don't usually fill my tank up because I'm like I just drop $30 in and I'm on my way out. And I could fill it up, I just don't do it.
John, you told me
Yes.
you don't fill your tank up halfway. You said you only fill it up to full when you're going long distance.
Yeah, if I'm going long distance, I'll do a full tank typically.
Yeah.
But typically when I'm driving around the city, I just do it half.
It's not worth it. It's not worth it to do a full tank because all you're gonna do is waste gas on all these slow cars.
Well, for the problem is when you're driving a car like that can't shut off cylinders and stuff like that. If you're just sitting in traffic, you're wasting a lot of fuel.
That's why you
Yeah.
shouldn't fill your tank up.
Well, if you're filling your tank up, all you're doing is you're increasing the weight of the car. Maybe that also
Gotcha.
hurts you. That hurts you in the fact that it may be less maneuverable, or it may also require more energy just to move it. But for the most part, it's like I don't think too deeply about that. If I go on a long trip, I'll fill it up typically. But
Okay.
if you fill it up, you're going to get less than 300 miles of range anyway. So it doesn't really matter because sooner or later you're going to stop at the gas station again just to use the bathroom if it's a long trip. But my long trips are usually no more than about 200 miles.
What cities you go to?
Rhode Island, Providence, or I've never did a down south road trip, but I usually go to Pennsylvania or I'll go upstate somewhere.
John, what does Rhode Island look like?
What?
What does Rhode Island look like?
Let's see. The last time I was in Rhode Island, you could see that opioids had women out on the corners looking for prostitution money. And
Mm.
other than that, it's a relatively old city. It's not a progressive, wealthy city. It's a very old area. It's a very old city. So most of the people are aging out. It's like they do have a lot of kids there because it gets so cold up there. There's nothing to do but stay home and have sex.
What's the
So
rent out there?
the rent is cheaper. It's not expensive like it is here. Rent is a lot cheaper. You can buy houses in the 200,000 or less.
Is it cheap in California though?
California is getting aggressively more expensive. You're not in a good place. That's the problem. You're not in a good place to not have a lot of money.
Oh no, John. I'm asking you: is Rhode Island significantly cheaper than California?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what about Washington D.C.?
Washington, D.C. is extremely expensive
Oh man, why is it so expensive?
because you have a lot of gentrification going on there. It's also the nation's capital. There's a lot of people who are working in politics and media, and they're trying to move there. Washington, D.C. has been gentrified significantly. There are still ghettos, but for the most part, it's very difficult to buy into the ghetto because they're gentrifying it.
My question is answered because I don't know much about this country at all.
Well, it's like most of the stuff that you're going to hear about it is anecdotal. But for the most part, California, New York, the big cities, they're expensive to live in. They're just expensive because you're gonna
So
pay.
I'm
You're
not.
gonna pay for the privilege of being close to social services.
Me, this is ridiculous. California was never this expensive when I was born in 2003.
Yeah, well, ever since 2001, all rent has been going up anyway. You know.
Yeah.
Yes.
Everything has.
Yeah,
Yep.
we never got over 2008, so everything's been going up. To tell you the truth, if the government would stay out of it and stop printing money, the prices would end up crashing and things wouldn't be this expensive. But they're trying to artificially inflate certain people's housing prices. They're trying to keep up property values.
Yeah,
Because the
yeah.
thing about it, and the sad thing is, a lot of it has to do with race.
But
Over
it
here,
was
Wow.
bad though. It was really bad when Obama did it though, John. It
when
was
Obama did
extremely
what?
bad. That Trump, hey, it's okay. Trump's good, right?
Oh, yeah,
But
yeah, absolutely.
Trump's freaking 10 times worse than Obama.
Obama
Trump's
paid the
trash, man.
price.
Trump is cheap trash.
Obama won the presidency and he paid the price for Bush's collapse. If Biden and Harris win in November, they're going to pay the political price for Trump's failure, except because it's fresh in everybody's mind, most people aren't going to blame them immediately for the problems that we're having if they are in there.
And the other thing too is everything that you're seeing is so unprecedented with Trump. It's like, when did you ever see any shit like this? You in the
Never.
middle of you have a pandemic, and then you got race riots going on.
Yeah.
I mean, this is like 1960s and then some.
He ran off of freaking Obama's economy and he's like this, hold my beer, watch this shit. And I'm like, oh no, what is he doing to China? I mean, it was just like cluster fuck after cluster
Yeah.
fuck this guy.
Yeah, but
And
see, the
nothing
media, the
surprises me.
media is
Yeah.
happy because you got to remember as long as the corporations are happy, they will push whatever message they want in that media.
John,
Trump gave a lot of money to these corporations, and as you pointed out, even with these stimulus checks, we're giving that money to them too. So they're happy with him because they're profiting. Meanwhile, the average person doesn't know if they're going to have their job, their apartment, or their house 5 months from now, and that's Main Street. Wall Street is doing better than ever.
Yeah.
And you also
John,
got to remember, what was it? In January, right before this hit, the Dow was damn near 30,000. But as
Hmm.
soon as this hit, everything declined.
Yeah.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah.
John,
Yeah.
what do you think about this? John, you plan on moving out this country? Have you had it? Are you done tolerating this bullshit that's been happening around this whole country?
Listen, if I was going to move out of this country, it would probably be to Philippines or South Korea or something like that. The issue that I would have is I'm not of retirement age yet. And the problem is, if you're living in another country, and you don't have a job there, the entropy on your money it's eventually going to empty your pockets. Because there's a lot of guys who move to like the Philippines, and they think a couple of 100,000's enough, and eventually they end up destitute. And they have to come back here, or they end up homeless over there. So you have to work until you can retire. Once you get a pension, it's easier. But
Right.
if I were to move out of here, then you got to deal with other issues. It's like, do you have your access to health care? Do you have access to, simple conveniences? It's like right now, It's just difficult, and Canada doesn't want you moving up there, and
They don't. Sorry about that. My brother doesn't want me talking to y'all, but I'm still gonna talk.
Okay,
John,
yes.
uh, let me ask you another question because this might not be true, but are they okay, John? Uh, okay, John. When should I upgrade my phone, John?
Well, again, if you have a phone that does what you need it to do, right now you should not be so anxious to spend any money. But the bottom line is, it's because you're telling me you don't make a lot of money, you're not working right now. So my thing is, you should not be
I can ask
wasting.
my mom to do it.
Yeah, but you're saying your mom doesn't make a whole lot of money, so I'm just saying you should
No,
be
my
a
mom
little
doesn't.
bit, because you got to understand, I come from old school before we had cell phones. I would never have asked my parents for a cell phone. I bought my first cell phone, and it was a
I
goddamn,
did too,
it was a
John.
prepaid phone. It was back when you get prepaid cards on a Motorola StarTAC. And now I see these parents being taken advantage of by their kids, and their kids
No, I
got them
don't do that.
spending $300 and $400 a month on a damn cell phone bill, and I'm like, that's obscene. Like I would never do that.
I don't do that to my mom. I earn my stuff. I don't beg for it.
No, no, no. But when you're saying earn, I'm saying I don't believe in the word earn. I'm saying I would never be asking them for something that costs that much money.
Okay, I don't do that anyway. I'm just. I asked you when should I upgrade?
Well, I mean, when you absolutely have to. I mean, right now is not the time to spend any money.
When should I spend money, John?
When things get back to normal or when you get your job back.
Oh, okay. I believe you on that. I'm gonna listen because I asked my
You
mom.
can
My
spend
mom said the
money.
exact same thing.
Spend money after Trump's gone. Do that.
Yeah, or just wait till the end of this year because you got to remember a lot of these products are declining in price very quickly. They can't
My
sell anything
iPhone
right now.
does what I need to do, but I still want to upgrade because my battery life is horrible.
Okay, well then what you could do is you could keep the phone and you could upgrade the battery.
It's like
No,
$100.
John, I'm concerned about the lower quality it costs. So no, I don't want no bad battery. That's why I don't want it to explode on me.
No,
Um,
they'll give you a new battery if it's an iPhone.
yeah, you can get a brand new battery. You can go straight to Apple and they'll give you a battery. In fact, if you start some shit, they might almost do it at a discount because of the fact that they've gotten so many lawsuits about right to repair and stuff like that. So I don't know if there's
What
any recalls on it, but you never know.
what iPhone is it?
He has a
What
7.
iPhone is it? Actually,
My
until
Apple Care expires 2021
December of
of
this
February.
year, if you go to the
Give me
Apple
a
store, they'll change your
piece of
battery
paper
for
towel.
you for like $29.99 plus
Yeah,
tax
yeah, he has Apple
because
Care
of
too. He
their
might get it
last
cheaper.
I have Apple Care.
because of the battery. It's because of the
Oh,
whole battery thing they did.
yeah.
That's why they'll just change the battery for $29.99
Yeah, that
plus the
might work.
tax.
That might
Yep.
work out for you. I had to
Upgrading.
recently replace my screen on my 10s Max because it just went out. It just decided to just die.
What? How much was it?
It cost me about $260, and I had to do it at a third party because all the stores were closed.
I don't do third
Oh, you
party.
paid a
Apple's
lot
not
I
gonna
had
let
no
you do
choice. I had no choice.
no, you paid a
Everything.
lot for third party.
We're talking about the dead of like May. Everything was closed.
Oh,
Yeah, it was.
yeah.
Mm,
This is exactly why I'm gonna wait. I'm not
they paid
upgrading my
you.
phone until everything opens back up until I got my job. I'm not
Well, you
dealing
don't
with
really
this
need to upgrade
nonsense.
your phone. You have a 7. Just change the battery.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with a 7. There's nothing wrong with a 7. A 7 still does 4K video.
4K at 30 frames, not 60 like the newer ones.
Are you shooting
Well, you can.
videos at
Yeah,
a
you
rate
should
where
be.
you need to have 4K 30 frames per second or better?
Uh, I don't shoot my videos to use. I only shoot my videos for usually like 3 minutes on my max because when I went to go get my iPhone 7, the store I went to didn't have any 256 gigabytes, so or 120s. I was forced to get a crappy 32 gigabyte. I'm like,
Oh yeah.
I can do nothing
So
with no damn 32 gigabytes.
well, listen, you rock it as long as you have to. When you feel that you can save up enough money to get a better phone, you'll probably be able to upgrade to something a lot better, like a X or a 8 or something like that.
I'm
But the
thinking about
bot,
just getting. Excuse me, John.
yeah.
But should I? I'm more. I want to. I want to get an iPhone 12 because I heard that's gonna have the best battery in the screen that I actually like on the phone for a reasonable price, not
And
no army and
the
price.
the
But
question is, are you ready to spend $1,000 on a cell phone?
me and my
Yeah,
mama
is
put
that worth
half
it?
on it. That's why. So no, I could do it, but I'm listening to what everybody has to say before I do anything.
And by the way, keep in mind the SE is there for $400 right now.
I was gonna say, if
Yeah.
you need a
You
cell
think
phone
that's a
that
good phone
bad,
for me?
it'll
What?
last you.
You think that's a good phone for me?
The SE
Yeah.
probably is a decent phone for you. You're a high schooler. What are
Yeah.
you
I'm a high.
doing?
Yeah.
And it'll last you a while till you get back up on your feet.
That's true.
Oh, I'm listening to everybody because me, I want that 12, but I can't
See,
do
you
it.
know, that's what really gets to me. It's like when I was in school, most of the kids, anybody who worked a job, they usually was spending their money on clothes. But now they're spending their money on clothes and cell phones, so they're always broke.
I'm not always broke. I
Yep.
get extras. Look
Well,
now, no, John. Excuse me. Let me add something else to that. Me, I get support from like two different. Me, my counselors support me, and so do my teachers. So it's like
Well,
I'm not gonna
that's a good thing, but you don't want to build up a culture of dependency.
I don't.
yep.
I don't depend on no damn body. Fuck that.
Yeah, but
Aside
you're
from
getting support from two other people.
He sounds
that's
passionate.
true. Uh, actually, no, because I do the things I need help on. I get those things done, but the things I can do on my own, I do those on my
I
own.
mean, realistically, if you're really that desperate, I'm not desperate, but if you're really in that
I'm
bad of
not
a need of a
desperate.
phone, no, not desperate. I used the wrong word there. But if you're in that bad of a need of a phone, I mean, the iPhone SE is $400. It's a brand new phone. You might as well go with that. No iPhone phone. Like even me, I'm on the iPhone upgrade program. And although I hate my 11 Pro Max, I should have got higher. I only got 64 gigs. I don't think I'm going to go upgrade to a 12 when I've already paid down half this phone. I'm gonna just slap a whole full payment and keep this phone for the next 2 years. There's no point. You know, it's cool to have a nice, flashy, big phone, but like, it's not gonna be worth the money. It's an
The
iPhone.
only reason I want to upgrade is because I want a bigger screen. Because every
You
time
know,
I
of
watch
course, I
YouTube
get you.
videos, it hurts my eyes and it strains them. That's the only reason I wanted to upgrade, other than my battery.
Well, if you want to upgrade, then you don't gotta get a brand new phone.
I'm
Get
not
a
gonna upgrade yet because
XS.
John said not to.
Get a used XS or get a used iPhone, but get a big one.
Yeah, you
Those are
can get a
iPhones.
used what is it? You can get a used
You
iPhone
can
if
get a
you want to
used
refurbish.
XR
Yeah.
actually. XR for
Or
like $400.
My
if
money is
you
tight right now. That's why I'm gonna wait.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
yeah.
exactly why you should wait.
I am. My
hmm
Yep.
money's too tight. I'm not making a damn dime right now. My
I
mom's
would,
money is tight as hell.
I would wait until next year. Just let everything pass and see where this pandemic and this presidency is. Just let everything
Hmm.
pass.
hmm
Yep.
Where we're at.
Yep.
See
I
where we're at.
wait.
Keep your money.
Most definitely. Save your money.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's too wild right now. It's way. You don't know where
Hey,
this.
as long as the phone can do the minimal stuff right now,
Yeah, as long as you can
just
call,
wait.
text, and
My
yeah,
phone
Yeah.
calls go through. I could talk to my friends on this.
so you're good.
It does what I need to do, but it's
You're
like
good for now.
I'm okay with it. I wait.
Yeah.
Hasn't
Just
gave
hold
up
on.
on me yet. I'm cool with it.
Wow.
Yeah, just wait a little while and see where things go. You don't
You know
want to
what
be
my mom
spending
told
money
me?
if you're not working.
Oh, excuse me, John. You know what my mom told me
What you tell
when
you?
I asked for a new iPhone? Mom told me, "L, keep your iPhone a little bit longer, L. It's not worth it, L."
Yeah.
My mom told me it's not worth it. My mom didn't give me the money to upgrade because I just got my iPhone 7 and I wanted a bigger screen and a bigger battery. My mom told me to keep it a little bit longer because her money is tight.
Yeah.
So it's like
Yeah.
she had money, she'd actually do it for me, but
Well,
she's not giving me no
the thing you
2861.
the thing you also got to keep in mind, which is the beauty about these iPhones, is that you get the updates and you're still going to
hmm
get supported.
You do.
hmm
So the new operating system, which is going to come out soon, that's going to be on the 12. You're going to have it on the 7.
hmm
So,
Apple only does like 5 years at the max. So after this one, I'm getting iOS 15, and after that, I stop receiving updates.
all right. So you
Yeah,
still
but
have another year. You can hold on.
you're thinking way into the future. Like you're
As,
wanting to
so
upgrade.
another year is good then, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got another year.
Yeah. See, I'm gonna end up getting a 12, especially if they have a 1 terabyte. But you got to remember, when I buy it, I'm buying it to make money off of it using it on YouTube.
I
So
know
it
when a girl's
pays
doing a
itself
good job,
back.
it pays itself back. Exactly. I was about to say that, but you said it before me.
Yeah, because I
You're
bought.
the only one, John, that can work a cell phone like you do.
John,
Trust me, John. You're the only. Hey, he's riding, and he's like, "Hang on, guys. No, no,
John,
no.
Yeah,
No.
let me, okay,
He's got it perfect.
let me
This
ask you
guy is the
something.
king. John,
yeah.
you're the king.
Thanks.
Let me ask you something, John.
Okay.
John,
Yeah.
let me ask you something. Okay, back in the day, I was very ungrateful what I got. I was getting attitudes with my mom because I couldn't get the phones I wanted. But I realized as I got older, I stopped getting them funky little pathetic little attitudes because that's how life is. I can't always get what I want anytime I want, especially if it's expensive.
Well, the sad thing about high school is basically, and everybody basically goes through it. There's like a phase, and your parents have to parent you properly in order to get you through that phase. But there's a phase where you're going to try to get stuff out of your parents just so you can show off in school. Some parents make the mistake of spoiling their kids, and they make the mistake of giving in to every infantile desire. But ultimately, that's bad for the kid, and the kids need to learn sacrifice, and they need to learn self independence.
Discipline and
They need to
discipline.
learn discipline in spending. There's certain when I was a kid, there were certain things I realized not to even bother to try to ask for because I realized it was too expensive. It was like, for instance, like I never asked my mom or my father for Neo Geo because that fucking thing was like $600 or $700, and I think that was like the equivalent of $1,200 right now. And I would have
Yep.
never asked them for that. And
John,
then, well, no, all I'm saying is I you when you go through that phase and you hopefully you come out of it, and I think most kids don't learn to come out of that phase until they start working themselves because then they understand the value of a dollar when they start working. But there were certain things I wouldn't ask my parents for. My
I
parents never
understand.
paid for my cell phone. They didn't buy my first car. I bought my first car. So, that's all they had to do was put a roof over my head and feed me, and that was like it.
That's what my mom is doing for me right now. And I'm grateful for everything. I stopped getting attitudes in every damn thing. I respect my
You got a
mom,
great
even
mom.
if I don't.
You got a
Still
damn
respect her
great mom.
always. I love
You
my
got a
mom to
great
death.
mom. And you know what?
I'm
You got a
like,
great mom, and she's got a great son.
my mom is great. I don't care what anybody says. My mom puts
Yeah.
up with my nonsense every year, every day. So it's like,
Hmm.
man,
She has to. Well, not has to, but that's good that she does.
Yeah.
hmm,
Yeah, that's good. It's like you gotta respect your parents and
Well,
everything.
you know
And
what's interesting? But think about this though. You're what, 16 years old, and you
I'm
got
16.
a YouTube channel with a guy telling you how to invest and what to do with your money. I didn't. We didn't have that when we were growing up. So this that's the beauty of the technology, the information age is you got all of this information at your fingertips now. And so there's really no excuse for anybody not to learn or not to improve their situations.
yeah,
John paid for my daughter's wisdom teeth removed.
no kidding.
Thank you,
Okay,
John.
I
Thank
got
you.
another thing.
Bitcoin. When you told me to invest, and when you told me when to pull out, when you did those videos way back when, paid for my daughter's wisdom teeth to be removed. She's 19 now. Thank you,
Wow,
John.
cool.
Yeah, you did.
I didn't
You
even
did.
know John's like YouTube channel back then, but I
I
got
didn't.
lucky with
Hey,
Bitcoin, and I invested
I
into
didn't
it
make
and
John,
a
pulled out everything
I didn't
from it.
make a fortune. I made
Mhm.
money, and ever since then, I was this guy is freaking king. I'm like, I just listened to you. I'm like, he just there's something about you when you do your videos. You got this, I don't know, this aura around you or something like that. And you can just the way you talk,
I
the
Thank
way
you,
you
feel
do
this
the
in my
Jacqueline.
heart,
videos.
John.
I don't know what it is. I'm telling you right now. I don't know if you missed your calling on Fox News or just something. I mean, you should be in the media working for um, one of the not dealerships, FCA, just one of you. I'm telling you right now, if somebody catches on or watches your videos from one of these companies, they'd be a fool not to hire you.
The
Definitely.
first time I saw your video, I thought you were crazy. I really thought you were a nut job. I was like, why is this dude with a camera that's shaking. And I was just like, first of all, I thought I was gonna get dizzy. And you're driving and you're chasing these damn cars. I'm like, what is he doing? I was like, he's chasing Volkswagens and freaking Camrys, and I'm like, I
Love
honestly
it.
thought there was something wrong with you.
I
And
love
then
it.
when I started listening, I was like, oh, okay.
Okay, excuse me. Can I ask something? Wait, can I ask? Wait, can I say something?
Sure.
Yeah.
Only two cars I drive in the world are Toyotas and Jeeps. That's literally it. I would die and have to drive anything else. I refuse.
Yeah,
John,
I knock on Toyota and Honda pretty hard, but I know the value of them. It's like most of the stuff I say is jokes, you know?
no,
It's
but
just
John,
entertainment.
Yeah.
It's just
I know, but
entertainment.
I understand, but they're too small. Some of them are too small,
Well,
but
that's the other
Well, you
thing.
can always get
Honda
you can always
Accords
get
are
bigger cars.
freaking tiny. You'd never see me driving one of those things. They're too small.
oh man, my friends have Hondas and Toyotas, but I told my friends said they get one and they show it to me when they get it. Cause you made some really good points. You got me in the Jeeps. Cause before I got in your channel, I hated every fucking single car brand. I didn't like any damn thing. I didn't like anything until I got on your channel. But now I love every damn thing. I have to give it a chance before I judge it. Like John,
Yeah, I give things a chance. A lot of time. I mean, when it comes to foreign cars, I'm not anti-foreign car. Like I really like what Hyundai's doing. I like what Kia's doing. So I'm less likely to snap on their products because I really like the value that they're giving the American consumer. But
Hyundai's been doing really well recently, to be honest.
Hyundai's knocked it out of the park, man.
Yeah, no, I called an Uber the other day, and he came in. I think what was it, the
yeah,
truck, the
John.
Telluride, or the other one?
The
Oh, the
Kia
Palisade.
Telluride. Oh, the
Yeah, the
Palisade, right?
Palisade. The
Okay.
Palisade has a really nice interior. You'd
Honda,
be
hey
so
John,
surprised.
Yeah.
You know,
which car
cool
gets the best gas
LED
mileage in your
screens,
experience?
panoramic.
Well, to tell you the truth, when it comes to gas mileage and overall practicality, I would
His
have to
Jeep.
say that
His Jeep.
Tesla's going to make a killing out of those things.
Hmm.
With the
Tesla.
Tesla's Model Y is probably it doesn't use gas, but if you had to go to gas, I would say what is it? When it comes to gas and cars, it really depends on every person. Everybody needs something different. But I would say Tesla's about to make a killing.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, most definitely. I'm mad they
especially with
sold
that
their
Model
stock when they
3.
did.
Yeah, the
I'm
Model
mad.
3 and the Model Y are killers. They're just they're
John,
value killers.
did you
Yeah.
hear what happened in California today?
No, I didn't.
Somebody was somebody was speeding in a Hellcat and they got stuck under a bridge and that person got squished.
Oh, damn, that sucks.
That's crazy. They don't know how to drive these cars. Why did they get these
No,
cars in
it's not that they
California?
don't understand how to drive them. It's just that you're giving somebody a car that has like 3 times more power than everything else on the road, and the problem is it's being sold at a price where people who aren't that responsible have access to them.
Yeah, and you
Like
can't
we
go
don't
from
need
a.
any irresponsible people in California because enough people die from these car accidents. I've been seeing that a lot in California. I can't ever walk out my house
But
without something happening.
you have high population density, so car accidents are a given.
I
The
remember
other
the
thing
video
too.
when you were driving the Hellcat. In that video, you were test driving a Hell. Was it a Hellcat? I think, or a 300. And the guy like you were riding with, the salesperson, was in the passenger seat. He was real scared, and he goes, what are you doing?" And you pumped the brakes in one of your videos, and he goes, "Oh, you know exactly what you're doing." And he goes, "I got scared there," and he goes, "You're good. You're a good
Oh, you're
driver."
talking about when he was driving the Hellcat Challenger.
That's what it was. He
Yeah,
pumped the brakes before he came
yeah.
up to stop, and that guy
Well, you
like,
see, and the other thing too, he was driving that in New York City through them narrow ass streets. So the guy who's not used to driving a car like that through those streets, he was scared.
Excuse me.
exactly. I remember that video, and I was like, I watch John's videos all the time. John knows
Why are
exactly.
these streets so
That
narrow?
guy he didn't know John, and when he did that, he knew right then. He goes, okay,
Well,
he knew he was experienced right
you
then.
also got to remember too that if you're a salesperson and you're going out on a test drive with somebody in a Hellcat, the biggest fear that a salesperson has is they go out with somebody on a test drive and the person wrecks it. You know.
Exactly.
And of all the cars that it's possible to wreck, that one goes straight to the top of the list.
Yeah. That
And
one will
that's
get you
messed
fired.
up. And that's crazy.
Yeah.
I remember that video. He goes, "Oh, you know what you're doing. I felt you pump the brakes, man." And I go, "Man, what the hell? Shut up." I was like, "Keep going, John. Keep going."
Yeah. Hellcats get
Good
people in
video.
trouble.
That was a good. That was a good
Yeah,
video.
you're selling people a car that has 3 or 4 times more power than everything else around it. As far as I'm concerned, those things are accidents waiting to happen.
Yeah.
Now, John, let me ask you a question.
Yes,
Why are the streets in New York so narrow?
because New York is overpopulated.
Because here in California, some of my streets are big, some of them are narrow, and some of them are actually big. For my
California is half desert and half mountain.
You got to remember that
oh,
New
that's
York was
why.
built a bit before, the
You're living in
infrastructure
a
was built
valley too.
before.
Yeah,
Yeah.
California is a different. The geography of California is considerably different.
So that's why half desert, half mountain.
Well, have you take a look at your own? Like, have you been to any other states?
I've only been to Las Vegas.
Yeah, and that's basically the same thing as California, except you're not at the coast. If you travel more around this country and you get to see more places, you'll realize that there's a huge diversity in just about everything: street sizes, property sizes, so forth and so on. It's like California is a very high population area, just like New York, and the geography of California means that it's flatlands, desert, mountainous, hills, plateaus. It's like, you live in a place where that's just how it is. That's how it was built.
Yep.
Yeah, John, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Would you like to do a YouTube video on giving me some recommendations on what should I really do after when my future comes?
Well,
I need
okay.
some recommendations.
My only problem with that is information that I might be using now may not be, how should I say, relevant by the time that you're of working age, because things change relatively fast now, as you can see. So all I can say, I have to do things on a case by case basis. There is no one bullet that kills every problem. It's just not. It's like everything is subjective. Individual people have different needs and wants and stuff.
Yeah, I do, but I'm focusing on myself because I need a lot of information because I don't know what I'm doing. I'm lost right now.
Well, you basically, the bottom line is you figure out what you're good at and find out how you can use what you're good at to make money. Bottom line.
I'm good at a lot of things. It's just that I cannot do it right now.
Well, no, but
You
time is
sound
coming.
very
Focus
talented.
on finishing school and focus on doing well in school and finishing school as best you can, and then everything else will fall into place. Because that's what
I
I
need to
did
because my
when I was
GPA
when I
is
was
like
in school.
3.5 solid.
You got to understand, when I was in college, and I was in college, I didn't know exactly what I wanted to do, because you also got to remember, when I was in college, things like YouTube didn't exist.
Yep.
Cell phones and shit didn't really exist back then until I was we didn't really have like smartphones until 2007. So a lot of the things that I'm doing now, I never expected I'd be doing, because I didn't have access to any of it. Like,
Nope.
even like when it comes to stock investment, I didn't know anything about stock investment back then, and I wouldn't have had any access to it, nor would I have had the capital. It's like, as things go on, you have to adapt. You have to adapt to your new situation. So all I can say is focus on finishing school, figure out what you can say. Basically, think of it like this: what do you want to be doing 15 years from now? And if you can see yourself in a specific job 15 years from now, then that's what you should do.
As long
Okay.
as you're happy, whatever you're happy with, that's what you got to do. What makes you feel good when you're working and it's not work? That's what you got to do. And you got to invest. And you got to watch John's channel and just try to get that upper hand on life. Definitely.
Save your money. Save your money.
I wouldn't
Save money.
spend money.
Okay,
I
what
say
about
that,
your
and it's
emergency
hard.
funds and stuff?
It's so hard.
Emergency funds are exactly what they're called. They're called emergency funds. That means that you're
Yeah.
you're
How
putting a
am I
little
gonna
bit of
save
money,
it?
but you're not working yet. You're not. See, the problem is you're trying to get way ahead of yourself.
Oh yeah,
You
that's true.
you're not. People don't build emergency funds until they start working for the most part, unless they get left money by somebody else. It's going to take you some time, but you want to get a job where you can live off of the money and you have enough money to save money in order to have an emergency fund.
That's true. Everybody been saying that because I don't want to be lost. But also, I'm sorry about that.
And the bottom line is, what you want to live, you want to be comfortable, but you don't want to be so glamorous and you don't want to be so gaudy that you're spending all your money on nonsense.
I gotta learn not to do that myself because I threw like $700 away on a cell phone almost.
Well, yeah, cell phones are really bad news nowadays. I mean, while they can be used to bring in income, the problem is too many people have them just for fun, and they're extremely expensive fun. In all of my history with video games and everything, I've never run into a product that costs you $100 a month, and it costs you like close to $2,000 or $1,000 to buy. You know,
Every year.
in all of my life, and Apple got that shit started. Apple said, "Yeah, every fucking year you're gonna spend whatever we tell you to spend to buy a new one," and
Yep.
every single month. I remember when cell phones used to cost you maybe $30 or $40 a month, and that was high. When Apple came out, you were talking about no less than $80 or $100 a month.
Also, you
The flip
remember? I
phone.
don't know if you remember when Apple came out. The
Yeah,
first iPhone actually cost between $600 and $700,
yeah, which
and then
adjusted for inflation was more like 1,000.
and then what ended up happening, and this is what pissed people off about Apple in the beginning is after they initially came out with between $600 and $700, they ended up dropping the price to about a little over 300, and people were irate because it was just like the people who wanted the latest and the greatest, they went and spent between $600 and $700 on that iPhone. I'll
But
never
now,
forget it.
if
I
you
had a
think
coworker
about
who did that.
if you think of the time right before 2007, what was big? You remember what was big right before iPhone came out?
Yeah, it was the BlackBerry, the CrackBerry.
Well, the BlackBerry was big, but the BlackBerry was big mostly because businesses had to use it for their servers. But if you
And then you
think
had the
about it, what
Palm.
was the average person buying?
They were buying the Motorola,
The
the flip
Motorola,
phone.
the Motorola Razr. It was the
Yep.
T-Mobile Sidekick and the Nextel i800 series, right? And
Yep.
everybody was walking around with that bullshit like they were
I
fucking
remember that.
drug dealers. And the thing about it was people. I had friends who were going into debt with Sprint. Like, I mean, they were spending money on them. Like, those phones were like $600 or $700 each. And then
Yep.
on top of that, the bills were crazy. And then there was the
Yeah.
T-Mobile Sidekick. And if you remember, most people back then had two phones because the problem was you had a phone, but then you also wanted a camera phone. If you
Yep.
remember, because
And you
cameras
also
hadn't been integrated well, or
and
MP3 player.
the big thing back then was push to talk.
Push to talk was that Nextel shit. When
Nextel,
Yeah.
Nextel. Yeah, we had that. Yeah, we had that. I
once
thought I was going.
iPhone came out, iPhone killed everybody else.
Dog. I
Killed them.
remember my
I remember. You remember when BlackBerry tried to compete with iPhone, and they made that BlackBerry that had the clickable fucking face.
Nextel.
iPhone killed them motherfuckers. Killed them.
I had Nextel, me and my wife, and she would go up and I was like, "Hey, go look at this job," and I would do the Nextel. That Nextel shit would get me in trouble. I go, "Doo doo. Hope you're ready for tonight, baby." She's
Yeah.
like, "Holy shit, the customer's right here," and I'm like, "That Nextel got me in trouble a couple times." I
Oh
remember.
yeah.
Fuck off. Oh my god.
Yeah, and the thing about it was, even back then, the stuff still wasn't as expensive as it is now. Because
They
now, once Apple broke that barrier where they said, okay, guess what? We're going to charge you $999 for a phone. Once they broke that barrier, everybody else followed them. So now, a top level iPhone is about $1,500. But now you got Android trying to come out with foldable phones for 2,000. It's like,
John,
who the
This is
fuck's buying
this
excuse
that?
is the
me,
shit I don't think about, John. This
John.
is why I watch your channel. This is
Yeah.
the shit I
I
do
have a
not
good,
think
I have a
about.
really good
You,
memory.
yeah,
Do
you
not
do, John. You do.
wait.
You do.
Okay, John.
Yes.
Do not don't buy anything you don't want to buy. You earn your money. Don't let anybody like you into buying crap you don't want to buy.
Well, you already know that's not going to happen with me.
Don't because me
Hello,
do
John.
not. Don't let nobody tell me to buy anything I don't want to buy.
You can't tell John shit. He does it on his own. That's what
I
I
was
love
like, yeah, I
Nah,
about
don't
this.
know if you watch
That's
the
what I
just
love
channel,
like
about
but
John
this
when it comes to
channel.
that category.
I can talk some shit, and John will put you in your place. That's just how he is. That's what I love about. You cannot tell this man anything, and if you
Well,
fuck
He
no,
up,
earns his
I
money,
wouldn't.
so he earns.
I'm not inflexible. I'm not inflexible. It's just that it's like I'll
got to make
listen.
sense.
Like if I see somebody who seems to be an expert at something, I'll take a listen and I'll see what it is. Like I'll let them explain it, however they're gonna explain it, and I'm not inflexible. It's a horrible thing to be an inflexible, unreasonable person. It's
yeah,
just that nowadays you run into people who think that they can override your opinion and tell you what's what. It's like, nah, fuck all that. It's like you're not doing that shit to me.
John,
It's like certain things are is this. I'm not inflexible, but there's certain things you're not gonna tell me if I feel that it's like it's just certain things I'm not flexible on. But I'm not completely inflexible.
John,
Yes.
let me ask you something. Let me tell you something. Me, I don't allow any. Okay, John. You know what? You want to know what happens to me in school?
What's that?
I tell you because people were always picking on me because I didn't have an iPhone, right? I got really mad, so I had to get my first iPhone to keep people from picking on me. I said, "Shut up! If you're not gonna buy me one, then shut the fuck up." Then I had to buy my first iPhone to make them shut up. I was just gonna slap somebody in their damn faces. So they couldn't shut the fuck up because their parents kept spoiling them with them fucking iPhone 11 Pros with these shitty ass Galaxy Note 10s or whatever. I don't care what the fuck they have. I ain't got no time for that shit. I'm working for my shit, unlike them spoiled ass bitches.
Yeah. Well, you listen. It's like my thing is. It's like I'm not. I don't succumb to peer pressure. There are some people who buy stuff and they're showing off. And the thing you got to understand, peer pressure happens on every level. There are people who buy gigantic houses that they can't afford because of peer pressure. There's people who buy and spend their way into debt because of peer pressure. I don't allow that. I look at a situation, I analyze it, and I'm like, does this make sense for me in the long run? And you have to make your own decisions. You can't let anybody force you to make a bad decision. You just can't do it.
you're already trying to figure out life, man. Like you're already like 10 steps
I'm
ahead of these other
16. What do
fuckers.
y'all expect? I can't
Hey,
do much of
you're
nothing.
20 steps ahead of the rest of them. You're a bad motherfucker. You're already trying to figure out life. Don't even worry about
Yeah, don't worry about them. Because the thing about it is, most of these kids that are coming in there flexing on you with iPhones, most of them are living probably. They're not. They're probably not living as well as you're living, and their parents are burning up their money and burning up their cash, buying them stuff
Can
to
I
show
ask you
off
a
at school.
question?
Yeah.
Can I ask y'all a question?
Yes.
Would you disrespect me because I have an Android phone instead of an iPhone, John?
No. My mom.
That's
I
not
bought my mom an Android phone, and I bought my girlfriend an Android phone. It's like, yo, listen. Some Android phones are actually a better value proposition than an iPhone is. I totally understand that.
I got it. No, because
Also
I'm
keep in
tired of
mind,
this nonsense, man.
in
And
other
then I
parts of the
always get in
world,
trouble when I get into conflict with other people at my school
yeah.
because my teachers always blame me for everything, and the other person doesn't get blamed for nothing.
Yeah,
I
well,
don't like
it's
that.
better to avoid confrontations in school because nowadays you have all these police in school and giving people records and shit. It's better to just avoid confrontation when possible.
That's why I don't want to talk to anybody, man. They always they call me broke because based on what I have, I don't want to do anything. They They making fun of me based on the backpack I have, the clothes I wear. What's the problem with that nonsense? Hell,
Mr. Blacktop, can you jump in on this, please? I want to hear. I want to
Um,
hear some of your knowledge,
need to
please.
look,
hear some of your
let me tell
knowledge,
you
man.
something. Let me tell you something. El Sith, you listening? You got to understand this. The people who are doing those things to you, a lot of times when you fast forward to your life about 10, 15 years, you're gonna be in a much better place than a lot of the people that do things like that to you. And the reason why is because you got a good head on your shoulder. You're already thinking about your future. What they're doing is the reason why they do those things to you is because there's a lot of insecurities, and teenagers are huge when it comes to insecurity. All right, so
Yes.
you gotta just
What's
you
up,
gotta
guys?
learn to let that roll off
Back
your
at it
shoulder. I
again.
know it's hard now, but if you don't do that, then you could become then you're letting them win.
How's it going, Mr. Blacktop?
How's it going, man? How are you?
Good. Back at it again. This time my phone is fully charged.
All right, mine's about to die, so
Yeah.
I'm about to have to split soon. But
Yeah, at 11, at
um,
12 o'clock, I'm cut. We'll be done. 12 o'clock. That's
yeah,
15 minutes.
but
No,
Yeah, thank
I'm
you,
gonna.
guys.
insecure teenagers become insecure adults. Most of the people
Exactly.
I knew when I was in high school, they're not doing shit now. I mean, like for instance, some of the girls I dated, they it's like at this point they single moms. It's like
Yep.
my thing is it's like
They're all fat.
you have to paint your own path and you just got to walk it.
Right.
That's the bottom
You
I
know,
line.
bet you,
you know
John.
what's crazy, Big Truck?
I bet you, John. They hate you even more. That's why I love this channel. I love it when you go out there and you freaking just kill it, make all your money doing stocks, and just keep shining. That's what I love, and I love it when those haters get on there and I get to remove their fucking comments. I love that shit, and I love it when you just go out there and you go, guess what? I'm balling, baby, and you
Yeah.
just
Hey,
hit it and
Well,
you do your
Big Truck.
thing. That's what I
John,
love about this channel.
yes.
I can
I
totally relate
me,
to this.
I'm into giving people chances, but when they try to use me, I don't like giving them chances, and it turns me into a big jerk.
Yeah, well, you know what? You're still you're half my age and you're going through the life process. So the thing about it is, it's like it's a lot to learn, and you gotta. But the bottom line is, you have to achieve your entire level of success is going to be predicated on you accomplishing your own goals. They can't
Yep.
do it for you, and you're not accomplishing anything for them. So
Hey,
the
Big
bottom
Truck.
line, yeah, that's the bottom line. Yes.
I can totally relate to this because I know when I was in high school, I had I wouldn't call them friends. I'd call them more acquaintance.
Yeah,
And
acquaintances. Exactly. That's what I have. I have a
one
lot of acquaintances.
once in
Yep.
a while I'd get high with them. I know after high school I'm all like, oh, hey, you want to try weed? I'm like, fuck it, whatever. Let's just try it one bit time. And he's like, hey, you want to hang out? And I'm like, oh no, man, I'm good. It's just like I don't know, they live a pretty bad life because they just sell drugs or. And don't
Look,
get me wrong, if that's their hustle, that's fine. But
No,
I
it's
people
wouldn't
not
want to be
fun.
people
involved with that.
yeah,
No, no,
it's
no, no.
not.
See, it's not fun. But see,
No,
my
it's
thing
not
is,
fine.
I had friends in school, and when I was in
But the
college,
environment they were raised in.
most of my college friends did not graduate because they came in with
Hmm.
unrealistic expectations. They thought it was high
Oh,
school
what?
part two.
Hmm.
They came in with
Oh
unrealistic
yeah,
expectations, and
high
most of
school
them
part
ended up
two.
dropping out.
No, I believe in yeah, I can totally agree because you
And
know
some
um
became baby daddies.
I have
Oh
friends who
yeah.
went to college and they're like, oh man, I'm gonna be this and I'm gonna be that, and so because they formerly didn't do well in school, and I'm like, dude, just go to vocational school. You don't need to get a college degree. It's not like you have to, but it gives you a pretty good strength if you get it. But you can do vocational jobs, and right now he regretted it, and I think he's becoming a plumber right now. And so I'm
Well,
like, well,
what
good for you, dude.
you got to understand plumbing, man. Like the thing about it is plumbing and vocational tech. A lot of people look down on that because of
Yeah, they
what we're
look down on
dealing
it.
with. We're
It's
dealing with a
labor.
situation with these liberal arts have been taken
Yeah,
over by these colleges have been taken over by these liberal arts
I
degree
agree.
professors, right? They looked. It's not that the professors look down on it. It's just that in order for you to
It's seen
pay
as a
their
poor man's
way,
way of living.
Yeah,
Well,
and
let's
it's
be
really
honest, though.
not. It's really not because first of
It's
all,
not.
no matter how rich you are, you're going to end up having to hire these people to fix something. So
Exactly.
vocational, as long as it's making you money and as long as it's making you a living wage, there's nothing wrong with it at all. In fact, it's probably the better way to go because now people are realizing that these degrees that they're getting are worthless.
Because
Unless
I
you
remember
go.
I had a right.
Definitely.
I had
Plumbing,
a
everybody needs
I had a
that.
high school teacher. And so basically when I was in high school she's like, "Oh, you ain't gonna be shit," because I had my own issues with learning. And so then I think to this day she passed away on her deathbed. And I remember they're like, "Oh, you want to go to her funeral?" And I'm like, "No, the way she treated me, the way it's like now again, the students become the bully because the
Well,
bullied gets yeah."
well, let me say this. First of all, I really don't believe in many cases that teachers want. I'm pretty sure teachers don't want their students to fail. I really like, for instance, you know what one of my favorite movies is. I never thought it would be one of my favorite movies, Kung Fu Panda. You remember how Shifu treated
No.
you remember how Shifu treated
Right.
Poe? Because Shifu was like, wait a minute, this is bullshit. You ain't never gonna be the Dragon Master, right? And then he
Right.
realized that the way he was teaching him was a bad way to teach him because that's not the way he needed to be taught. And then once he
Exactly.
understood a little bit better that he was going about it the wrong way, then he was able to change his style of teaching in order to adapt to this person. I think a lot of teachers are frustrated. I think these classrooms are
Yeah, they
fucking
are.
insane. Like
Because a lot of
what
these children come from broken homes.
and yeah,
Let's be
but see,
honest.
the problem is this
So do the
country
teachers.
encourages that. Yes, exactly. A lot of
So do the
the
teachers.
teachers have bad, and that's the problem that you're having with the cops. The cops come from the same problems that the
Hmm.
students are coming from, and you're having these problems from the bottom up.
Right.
So bottom line is,
Right.
I honestly don't think that most teachers probably want their students to succeed. I think
They
that if you
have
have students that come
good
in acting
faith,
badly,
but
if you
they just
no, no
don't.
your phone is losing your phone's
They
losing its
go
connection.
about the wrong way about it.
I
See?
think that most teachers are overwhelmed with issues and mental health issues that are unaddressed.
Right.
Cops have the same exact problem. I think
Yes, they do.
most of these teachers, when they see these kids coming in and they're acting bad, they are discouraged because they're like, "How am I supposed to teach you if you're not going to do this work?" And then the system allows you to slide out of my
Here's my
thing,
thing, Big Truck.
Mm.
huh?
See, when we take a look at the private schooling system, like I watched this documentary about Michael Moore. You could call it, oh, it's propaganda, but at the same time, he's kind of right. There was a part where it said that there, in I think in the Czech Republic or in Sweden, where children don't get homework, and it's just like they discover within themselves their creativity, what they want to be, you know?
Yeah, but there's no pressure on the Czech Republic or Sweden. It's like there's no pressure on them. See, the pressure is
No,
on Americans. The pressure is on Americans to do better and be better, and
Well,
we've
they always
created
want
a
to be number
culture.
one. That's the
Right.
thing. We've created a
Americans
culture.
want to claim that they're number one at everything, and the reality is we're not. The reality is we're more than likely going to end up outsourcing from those countries. But those
Hmm.
people, for a lot of those socialist welfare states in Europe, those people don't have the pressure on them. Like, for instance, if you
well, here's
lived
the
in
thing:
Hungary, well, let
they're
me
more
just say this.
capitalistic than we are.
No, that's
They
not
have
true.
more.
That's not true. That's not true. Most of those countries are welfare states, and they're going through austerity since 2008. Look what happened to Greece. Most of those countries ended up going through austerity, and they had to
Oh
cut back
yeah,
on their welfare states. But let me point this out: if you were in
that's why
Hungary,
I
if you
I
were
think
in
the EU is
Hungary
doing a
right now,
reform.
do you know what? In Hungary, the birth rate is so low that if you have children, the state will give you a damn minivan to have more children, and they pay you to have children.
That's
Literally.
almost like in Norway too. Yeah, it's like in
Well,
Norway.
but
Now,
but
all
look
we have
at
to
look at
do is
what's
get
happening.
that. Yeah, all we have to do is make that minivan a SRT. Then I'll be good.
Yeah, nah, they're not giving away no SRTs over there. They'll give you some basic little bullshit ass minivan made by the state.
I want a damn
Yeah,
SRT again.
But
give you a
see,
damn Volkswagen.
my thing, you also have to remember those people look out for each other. Like
They do.
in Italy,
It's a
when this
commune society.
yeah, in
Yeah.
Italy, when this coronavirus started, the first thing they did was they suspended work and they
They help
suspended
each other out.
mortgage, they suspended rent. Look at America. America's like,
I
oh
did
shit,
a
we don't know what to do.
I did a video on my
New nation,
channel.
John.
I did a
We have to.
video on my channel talking about that very thing, and I said what we need to do is cancel rent and cancel the mortgage, because this thing about that they keep throwing out there about deferment. Deferment means you're just kicking the can down the road, man.
Yeah,
If somebody can't pay their rent or their mortgage right now, then what makes you think that they're going to be able to do it when they start working again? So
I think
you're going to ask people to pay the deferment and pay the current mortgage and
yeah.
rent?
No, well, no,
It
no, no.
doesn't
because
It's
the
even make
called
any
poorest
That
sense.
it's
that's the
called
reason why I think
forbearance.
the
Yeah.
poorest population in America are Native Americans, and then after that, it's minorities. I think
that's why I think Biden's going to win because he's not doing anything with them, and these people felt like left out and lost. They don't know what
What
they're
they
going to
should
do.
have
They don't
done,
know
what,
how
what
they're
they
going to
should
do it.
have done, they should have taken some of that PPP money and given it to the landlords and given it to the people who are holding the
yeah,
deeds, so that way you can
small mom and
cancel
pop
it.
businesses.
No,
Yeah.
but see, I have a different take on that. As far as I'm concerned, they should not have been giving out money at all.
Welfare state. Yeah,
Because the
exactly.
problem is, see, look at what happened. They print
We
out
have to have
$2 trillion and they only gave 300 billion to the people. They printed
Well,
out two
that's
trillion.
because of how, well, that's more about execution and how it was done.
Right.
But
It
The
doesn't
I
matter the
execution
way
was
it was
horrible.
done.
Yeah, but I
Yeah.
don't think you can't just say don't give anything to the people, because if you can't go to work, if your choices is to go to work and die or stay
Maybe they
home and
should
live,
subsidize them, but they shouldn't give them
yeah,
like a lot.
No, well,
They
but
should
that's the
sub.
thing.
No.
But
Here's
see,
the
but
thing.
here's the problem. The
Send them
more you
home.
subsidize
No good
people,
shit.
the more you subsidize people, what ends up happening is you end up in a situation just like you're in now. Because
What
see,
would be the solution then, John?
eventually you got to turn that spigot off because you can't print yourself into a like for instance, the question is, well,
All
why
right.
are they only giving out $1,200 checks instead of giving out $1 million
Well, it's a
checks?
trillion
It,
dollar. It's a trillion dollar welfare budget. I think.
Right, and now you're in a situation where you have to keep passing them. So you now see the
yeah.
problem is in the very beginning, if they had done what Italy
It should
did,
have never happened. Yeah.
well, no, it should have
But
never happened.
what
Granted,
South
but
Korea
it
did?
did. So the problem is you have a choice. You have to work your way out of it. We
Right.
can't even get these people just to wear the goddamn masks.
No, no, no.
Right.
But he said in the beginning we don't need them. That's what he said,
But yeah,
John.
but we knew he was full of
We're
shit.
good to
Yeah.
go.
We knew he was
That's
full
what
of
he
shit.
See,
said.
the problem is it's not the stimulus money was not meant is not meant to be handed out over and over again. But the key to not doing that
Hey,
is
I'll tell you something,
you
man.
have to
I
get
got
hold on, you have to get this
I got like
virus
nine
under
thousand
control.
dollars in stimulus.
If you cannot get the virus under control, then you're going to have to keep printing paper,
There you go.
and that's where he's failed, because you can't tell people that, hey, and the stupid thing is they're saying, oh yeah, we want to give people an incentive to go back to work, but here's the thing: the companies
Really?
are trying to make people sign these waivers which are
Yeah.
not legal.
Disclosure. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
They don't read them. Yeah, I remember when they
they're
laid me
not
off at my
legal.
IT job, they wanted me to sign it, and I'm like, oh, what is this for? And they didn't explain me real good, so I read it a little bit, and it went in detail, and it
Right,
was like,
so
oh, we do this, you can no longer
no,
come
and
back.
see, that's the thing: people are not stupid. They're not going to go and say, hey, yeah, I'm going to come back to work, and if I catch COVID, you're not responsible. The hell you say.
Right.
The hell you say.
Yeah,
Because
it's crazy.
I mean, you're talking about, you could be in a hospital for 3 weeks, or you could be in a hospital for 3 months.
And now that you
Here's
mention the
my take on
hospital,
it.
think about the number of people who are going to come out with those bills from those hospitals over COVID related illnesses. And
Here's
they've
my
got
take, John.
no, see, here in New York
On
City,
that point.
if you're a city worker, for the most part, if you have a
Right.
COVID related illness and you go into the hospital, they're not like trying to bankrupt you with a goddamn bill.
Right.
Here's my
So,
thing, John.
yes.
A lot of doctors actually, and I believe most of them believe it's a push society, but the reality is most of them now are complaining. They're like, "Oh, why is this happening?" It's like you have to be ready to get dealing with this type of crisis. Or like nobody thought it was going to happen this quick, but it happened, and so now they're complaining, and it's just like they
But they have
shouldn't
a
be
right to
complaining.
complain.
Oh well, yeah, that's
You're
true,
about
but
to get off, right?
they knew what
Yeah,
they
I
knew
was
what they
I was
signed up
trying
for.
to get ready to go off at 12, but I'll let you guys finish these points. Go, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
they have a right to complain because the whole situation was mismanaged, and the pressure is now being placed on the healthcare and the doctors and the nurses. So
I feel,
you
but at the
yeah, I
same
mean,
time,
you got nurses and doctors working
right?
literally 20 hours a day around the
Yeah,
clock.
Yep.
Okay, so
here's what
you
I'd like
think,
to.
and then you got your idiot president telling them, oh, the virus is just going to go away.
Yeah.
Don't worry,
No,
you
it's
don't need
not.
to wear a mask.
Yeah.
It's not going to go away. It's going to be here as long as it has to be. But my point is, there's some doctors that I believe we can't trust because, for example, this might be kind of a little stupid. Most doctors, like I know in California, if they tell you, "Do you own a gun or not?" and if you say yes, and if you say I don't have to answer that, they'll fall into a suspicion, and they might see you as a threat. There are certain characteristics of that.
Well, they tried to make gun ownership linked to mental health, and basically, see, my only thing is we're politicizing medicine and science. When you do that, you're gonna have problems because science is not political. So the bottom line is, Trump mismanaged this whole thing from the very beginning. I was hearing about coronavirus back in December, and they gave it January and February to spread. You mean to tell me the CIA and the FBI and the NSA, you mean to tell me none of these organizations had any idea what was going on in China?
Excuse
Really?
me, John.
Yes.
They
I'm gonna be AFK for a minute. I'm gonna go take my
No,
shower.
oh, no. Take your time because I'm going to probably be off by the time you come back.
Oh, okay. Sounds good.
Okay, yeah, but all I'm saying is they mismanaged this thing. They spent the whole time calling it a fluke. But see, what Trump does is he tries to shift the blame to somebody else. So they're busy talking about the Democrats impeaching him, and they're busy talking about, calling it a fluke and this, that, and other. And the thing about it is, if Fox News, if Trump was Obama, Fox News would be going on and on about Obama's death rate. That's what they'd be calling it. They'd call it
well
Obama's death rate.
they tried to attach some phony death rate to Obama on Ebola, but they went into,
Like what?
I
Two
mean,
people?
two people. So I'm like, dude, they went into immediate action as soon as that happened. Because I tell you what, anybody who knows anything about Ebola is even worse
Yeah,
because you bleed throughout every orifice of your body. So they weren't playing around with that.
yeah.
Exactly.
I remember when my mom was in the hospital sick around the same time Ebola they were having outbreaks with Ebola, and it was to the point where you'd go into the hospital and if you saw any quarantines, you automatically assumed it was related to that, right?
Yeah.
But now coronavirus took over the goddamn hospitals. And it took
It's
over the funeral. The funeral services here are booked for like years. It's crazy. They're so booked. They've
yeah,
never been
that's
booked like this
crazy.
before. Like they, I mean, and then if you die right now, you get like a 10-minute funeral, and they're cremating you for the most part.
Yeah,
It's
you can
just
only have
crazy.
like 10 people.
It's like you never existed.
Yeah.
It's
It's
crazy.
unbelievable.
And if anybody else, if this had been Obama, Fox News would have tried to impeach him over this shit.
Oh yeah.
If it had
Oh
been
yeah.
anybody else, but Trump, state-sponsored media, they're making a mockery of everything. It's like,
And his GOP buddies, don't forget them.
oh God, these guys are making them. Well, see, but the problem is, the GOP guys, they're looking out for their constituents who are calling them, threatening them. So they don't really have much of a choice but to stand behind Trump, even if they don't want to. Trump is a
Yeah.
poison pill for them.
The thing is now that they're starting to defect because a lot of them are like, hey, they're starting to ask the questions to themselves. Are we going to continue to follow this guy and die on that hill?
Yeah, and most of them who aren't facing re-election and plan on retiring, they'll stay lockstep right with Trump right to the
Yeah.
end. But the thing about it is the end is sooner than they feel.
Oh yeah. Well, they feel it coming now because they're like some of them are just. I think a lot of them are going to end up retiring, and I think that's what it is. Because
Yeah.
if they were really that concerned, they wouldn't be on vacation right now. Because you
Well,
got to remember too
yeah.
that they've made their money.
Yeah, they've made their money.
Yeah, because he's helped them make their money. Like McConnell and his wife, and they made their money.
They'll say lockstep
Hell,
forever.
even Kanye made his money.
The thing about it
Trump's
Yeah,
buddy.
No, well,
Kanye made money too.
Kanye's entire existence bothers me because you think that, and I understand he's rich, so he's removed from the regular person. But these people who keep on trying to disrupt the election process, that really bothers me.
yeah. That's it. That's I find that really irritating. Like this whole thing with that came out today about all of a sudden Kim Kardashian cares about C murder. And I'm like, look, we understand what and a lot of people were able to pick up on it and say, she's trying to,
We're living
get
through a
votes for
crisis,
Kanye
man.
by doing shit like
Telling
that.
you right now.
Yeah, and
I
my
think,
thing is, what do you like? You're trying to get votes for this idiot. He didn't have any debates. It's like if Kanye West was running on the Republican ticket against Trump, that might be interesting, but he's still disrupting the process. You're taking away attention that's needed to
You
what's
gotta remember that
serious
Kanye
yeah,
for
actually
your bullshit.
was
And
friends
you're
with Trump.
no, I know Trump, but Kanye's a fucking idiot though.
yeah, he's not
First
well
of
read
all,
at all.
there's no way in fucking hell I'm marrying somebody who's been pumped out by another dude on fucking camera. No goddamn way. So that's number one. So I already think there's something wrong with him. But the thing about it is, you see how serious this situation is, but you're so narcissistic that you're desperate to keep your face out there and disrupt the process. This isn't the time for bullshit.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, but as much as I like Dave Chappelle, but I'm not going out there trying to help this dude. I'm not doing anything. As far as I'm concerned, he's radioactive. Nobody should go near this dude and be trying to, do anything with him.
Who are we talking about?
You know, I'm talking about Dr. Dre. I'm talking about anybody because all you're doing is you're giving him attention. You're feeding his ego, actually.
Yeah, yeah, and then when Kanye when this idiot starts crying, they're like, oh
What is
yeah,
that?
well he lost his mom and all that shit. It's like, listen, I don't give a fuck about any of that. You're
And what is
disrupting
that?
the process. I'm about to mute somebody here.
Yeah, you're gonna
Not
have to
me.
mute
Yeah, I
somebody.
got him. Yeah, but anyway, it's like, yo, bro, you're disrupting the process. But the problem is the Constitution does not specifically say who can't run for president. And because it doesn't say something to the effect of, well, you need to have been a governor first or you need to have been a mayor first, you're going to keep getting this craziness,
Right, right.
you
Yeah,
know? And we don't need
yeah.
that. Enemy Nation. I know who this is. Wait, Enemy Nation. Enemy Nation. I know who this is. Oh yeah, this is that dude. This is that dude that was challenging me to a debate. This is the second guy. Enemy Nation. Yeah, that's the guy. That's the guy. You remember I put him on blast and then he deleted the video because he was trying to challenge me on something. I don't even remember what it was at this point, but I'm pretty sure it was.
Yeah.
It must have been important.
Fuck him.
What a
I
jerk.
didn't delete the video. I re-uploaded it.
I call that. Well, so wait. You say you re-uploaded it. So what you're saying is you did not delete the original video.
No, I put it in private.
Yeah. Okay. So anyway, it's amazing that you decided to get in here now because we've been on here for 4 hours. We're getting ready to get off, but apparently, what exactly is it that you plan to debate somebody on?
Here we go again.
Well, I told you, my upload is on my channel.
Nah, fuck
I
your
told
upload.
you
I'm
to hold
talking
on,
about
listen,
what are you talking about?
hold on. I told you in a message. I said I'm going to re-upload this video because the original video didn't include the text that you had wrote in your question.
Okay,
So
good. Now, all right.
I wanted everybody to have context and
Uh huh.
everybody to have the text so they wouldn't just hear it from my side, so they hear from your side as well.
Oh, okay. So now that's bygones. So here's the thing. I'm ignoring. Okay, forget the video right now. You're here right now. What exactly is it that you want to debate? because I can always set this up for another day, and I could have a nice long. I could put a preview up, and I could invite people to come sit in a debate. What is it that you feel is necessary to debate?
We could debate anything,
No,
man.
no,
I just don't
no,
get
no. What
into.
is it that you specifically said needs to be debated? Because I know
Well,
I was talking about Biden and Harris, and then you were linking off to some
see,
Obama did this, Obama did that. What is it
no,
you feel
no,
you need to
no,
debate?
no. See, if you look at the context of what you're saying,
Uh huh.
you uploaded a link, right? Well,
Uh
not a
huh.
link, but a question, right?
Right, right.
And your question was, could someone please tell this stupid person
Yes.
that Trump
I'm
doesn't
sorry.
have the power? Trump doesn't have the power of the purse,
Right, he
right?
doesn't. He doesn't. There's no
Okay,
debate.
okay.
That's the Constitution.
That's
Go ahead.
Okay,
Go ahead.
and
All right. Go ahead.
that's why in my video
you're
I
right,
didn't
bro.
address it
Okay.
because the part that you put in the original text had nothing to do with Trump having the power of the purse. It was about Trump uh, circumventing Congress,
Which is
not.
exactly what I'm talking about.
Well, that's what you were talking about, but that's not what you. That's not what the questionnaire said. You know what I'm saying? It was like a it was like a question basically posed to your audience. So I addressed that question that was posed to your audience, not to your side comment. And
Okay.
so
Okay.
so I said I would debate you any I said I would debate you any day,
On what?
right? On the initial comment, on the initial post.
So
But I'll
what is
debate
your
you on anything
here's my
else.
thing. Here's my thing. Let's get this out of the way right now. What is the premise that you want to debate?
Gotta clear that beef. Gotta clear that beef,
All
man.
right, look. President Trump on Saturday attempted to bypass Congress and make dramatic changes to
What?
national
No,
spending
okay. Okay.
policy.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go
Right?
ahead.
This
Yes.
is what you said, right?
Okay. Okay.
Signing executive actions that challenge the boundaries of power that separate the White House and Capitol Hill. Trump also mischaracterized the legal stature of the measures, referring to them as bills. Congress writes and votes on bills, not the White House. The documents Trump signed on Saturday were a combination of memorandums and executive orders. So that was the premise of your that was the
I'm letting you
premise.
talk. I'm letting you talk. I'm hoping
Yeah,
you're
but
gonna get it out.
somebody's trolling, right? So that was the premise. That was that was the premise, right? So
Okay.
that's what
Do
I
you?
addressed. That's
Okay.
what I addressed in my video.
All right.
So as
So
far as I'm
here's the.
concerned, so as far as and say I was debating in the chat. I said what I had to say. Then somebody said, make a video. A.R. Walker. This is what he said, right? That's exactly what he said, right? He said, come from behind your keyboard and do it. Upload some videos. So I made a video and uploaded it.
Okay.
You
So
jumped on the video on the first one where it didn't have that text that I just read. So I told you in the comment section when you jumped on it, I said, I'm going to re-upload this video. Now I can unprivatize that video and you can see where I told you that.
okay.
So I let that stay up for a day. So you'd have time or whatever. And then I put that one in private when my other one was up. So they were simultaneously up, essentially the same video. They were simultaneously up for a day. And then the initial one I put in private. And then the second one, it had the initial text. So as far as I'm concerned, on this part, I've already said what I had to say. I said it in text, and I made a damn near a 26-minute video about it.
Yeah, but no. Here's the point, though. What are you debating? First of all, the paragraph that you just read off, I got that as a quote from one of those articles that I think I provided a link to, right? So when I added in my own words, I specifically said Congress has the power of the purse. Trump cannot overrule the Congress when it comes to spending. And that's the reason why what you were reading said that he miscategorized it as a bill, because that would mean that he's legislating from the executive branch. Meanwhile, an executive order doesn't give him the power to spend money that the Congress has to spend. He cannot force the Congress to spend money. So when I'm asking you, what is it that you're debating? Are you debating the clip that I got from a news article, or are you debating when I said that Congress has the power of the purse, which is not debatable because it's the law? So my question is, what are you talking about?
Yeah, I wasn't debating the ad hominem part at all.
What are you debating?
Yeah, what are you debating exactly? You just
I
said
was
it.
debating the part that you got off the news site, and I addressed that in the
But
video.
it's true though. It's true. There's nothing to debate. It's a fact.
Okay, well, I mean, if you're gonna, there's there's some background noise. Let me see who it is.
If I see who the background noise is, I'll reduce it.
Who's the
But
pro here?
I don't. Well, you mean VIOZ? Is that him? Because I can block him.
He's
Yeah,
got
I
like
know
an
who it is.
anime. He's got like an anime icon.
Because I see BAM lit up. I don't hear anything else. But no,
Somebody's like
Yeah, it's
making.
Block his ass
IOZ.
out.
all right. Then
It's
I'll.
somebody doing that truck.
Well, I turned him down, so I'll just push mute. Okay. So no, but the bottom line is what you're talking about. There's nothing there to debate. That is a fact. That you can't debate a fact. It's the law. I know the law.
See, we're missing each other.
How are we missing each other?
There were two sections to your post,
Okay, so which part
correct?
do you have a problem with?
So the part that I debated was the part that you said you got it off another website.
But there's nothing to debate there. That's a
How
fact.
is it not? How is it not?
So
How
what
is
is
it
your
not? I addressed
what
it
is
in a
your premise?
26-minute video. Now you didn't watch the video. Now you want me to tell
No,
you
I did
about the
watch the
20.
video, but I didn't see anything of substance. My question to you right now
Okay,
that you're here is what is it that you're debating?
what I'm debating is, first of all, Trump can bypass
No, he cannot.
Congress.
No, he
Okay,
cannot. And I'm
well, he
saying that
just
as
did.
not a debate. No, he did not. He can change the unemployment to some extent, but what he cannot do is force the Congress to put through a stimulus check again. He can't do that.
Okay, see, you changing words. I said bypass. Now you're changing the definition of bypass to force. You
He
never said
tried to. No, no,
force.
no. Excuse me. He. Okay, fine. You can use what. Listen, if you want to play semantics with me, I'm really
It
good
ain't
at that.
semantics,
The
man.
bottom
It's
line. No,
not
no, no.
semantics.
It is
It's
semantics
definitions,
because
bro. It matters.
the bottom line is Trump cannot. In fact, you know what? Forget bypass. Forget force. Trump cannot legislate from the executive branch. The executive branch's job is to execute the laws that have been put down by the House and the Senate when they're passed through the Congress. So I'm gonna ignore both of those words and I'm gonna use a legal definition right then and there. He cannot legislate from the executive branch. There is no debate. That is a fact.
Okay, well, that's not what this. That's not what this. See, this is what I'm
He's
saying.
actually right
Is
on that.
that you have something that you posted up, text, right?
I saw it.
And
Yeah.
it, hold on, listen. And in this text, it neither says force, it neither says legislate, it neither says any of that.
Oh
What
God. Now
it
I'm gonna go
says
pull
in
it
the
up. I'm gonna
text,
pull it up right now.
what it says is bypass. So that's what I'm addressing. Just like it said mischaracterized. Mischaracterized is not the same thing as misspeak. So if I said that Trump misspoke, you said mischaracterized.
No, fuck
There's a
that
total
misspeak
difference.
shit. You know what? I'm sick and tired of people trying to cover up for this motherfucker by not calling a lie, or
Okay,
if he's first of all,
gotta get control of
if he's
yourself.
no, I am in control of myself. If he's misspeaking to the point where he's doing a poor job in the executive branch, then the issue is he shouldn't be there. So it's not about mischaracterizing shit. Here's the
All
problem.
right, so
He
I think
he thinks that he can bully people into doing what he says. Now I'm using the term bully. He cannot legislate from the executive branch, and that is undebatable. Bottom line.
yeah,
That's one piece.
okay,
What we
but that's
talking
you
about?
know that's not what I'm debating.
What
I'm
are you
debating what
debating?
was written. I'm debating
He's
what
I'm
was
pulling it
debating
written.
up. I'm pulling
You're
it up too.
constantly
Listen,
changing
hold on,
the
hold on. I'm
terms.
gonna pull it up. I'm gonna pull it up right now. I'm gonna pull it up. I'm gonna pull it up right now. Let me see. I'm gonna keep looking. It should be like right here. I'm trying to figure out how many days ago that was because I post a lot of shit fast. So hold on, give me a second.
He does. He posts a
Enemy
ton.
nation.
It's there. I'm not. I didn't delete it. It's there.
Enemy nation. One question. Why are we debating about this anyway?
I have no idea.
Like, yeah, most of us already know. Well, we should know by now.
Truck, you're 100%. This is crazy.
John, what are we talking about?
Two different. I was on two
We
different.
got enemy nation in the house, man.
Yeah,
He's wanting to debate with
there
John.
was a question.
For no purpose. Like, this has no purpose at all.
Yeah, it has no bearing on like real
It's
life.
clueless.
It's like it makes no sense.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
I'm
Why are we
looking for it
debating in the
because
first
he
place?
just read it back, but I'm looking for it where it is because I know it's here somewhere. But the bottom line is, I was 100% right with what I said because it's
Yeah,
legal.
exactly.
It's not something that I came up with as an opinion. It's a
It's a hard
legal
truth.
fact. It's nothing. There's nothing. There's no way around that.
Well, I mean,
Trump can't do nothing.
if we get on the mic together and we're talking, and everything that you say is just going to be your opinion,
He just
and
wants
you're
more
But
gonna
that's
views.
say
not an
because
opinion.
it's your
That's
opinion,
not an
it's
opinion.
fact.
Not an
Hold on.
opinion. It's
That's
a
not an
fact.
opinion. That's a
It's
fact. Do
law.
you know the difference
It's a
between a
fact.
fact and an opinion? If I can read the Constitution and it says something very specific, that is called a fact.
My man, if I'm reading from your your upload, and it doesn't say any of the words that you're using, and you say, well, that's a fact. That's a fact. Of course, if you're gonna pick the terms that you want to
Don't
be
put words in
facts,
his mouth.
look into your community on your channel. Look into community.
I'm
It
looking at
should
it.
be there.
I'm looking for it. It should be like one or two away because the problem is this happened like 6 days ago or something. So I'm still looking.
Again, this video is just going to be long with no reason. Like, we have to stay on topic anyway. We shouldn't even be debating about anything.
Can you speak up?
Tell
Why you
you what,
speaking
I'll
so
just go
low?
in my recent my comments folder,
No problem. You'll probably get it quicker
and
than
I'll
I do
find it.
because it's in your comments, I guess. So yeah, you'll probably get it quicker than me.
Yeah.
Okay, wait. Okay, nope, that's not
The
it.
real question is, who the hell is he voting
Yeah. Who the hell
Yeah,
is he?
yeah. Well, I think. Well, you know what? He could tell you that. Who are you voting for?
It's none of your business.
Well, why don't you be a man and just answer the question?
for? Uh-oh.
Yeah, don't be a
It
little
has nothing
bitch.
to
I
do
should have
with.
fucked
He
the
just wants
question.
I
more
want to see
views,
the
man.
Trump finger. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
See, I'm not afraid to tell you out front because I can be a man and I can stand up for a decision.
Hey, John.
I'm supporting Kamala Harris. Bottom line.
John, he just wants more views,
Yeah,
man.
I know who you're
Yeah, I know,
supporting.
I know. A lot of people try to ride me. I know. It's not a big deal.
Okay, here we go.
Let me ask you this question.
Yes.
What are we talking about? Because I know a little bit what we're
I'm a,
talking
I'm
about.
a,
This
I'm
guy
gonna
wants
post
to.
it in the.
He
I'm gonna
wants
post
to
it in my
debate.
Discord chat.
He wants to
I don't
debate
hear
whether
you.
or not.
Shut up. Truck, speak up, please. I can't hear you.
Okay. Wait. Because I'm still trying to look for this thing because I don't know how many days ago it was.
Where
So
you want
I'm
me to put it in? Where you want me to paste it in? The Discord chat in the general?
pasting it wherever you think everybody can see it, and then they can read it for themselves.
Make it
Let me read
visible,
it for
I
man.
just
myself.
pasted it
Let's in the
in
Discord
the
chat.
Discord.
I'm
Okay, he
not
posted.
reading that shit,
No,
okay?
go no.
Not
Listen,
reading
listen,
it.
listen. He figures it's important. He might as
Yeah.
well. He's posting it. Go ahead,
Oh,
read it. I'm not afraid because I already know
good.
what it was. I'm not even. I'm
Truck,
not worried. I'm not worried.
Well,
some
I
fake
don't give a
shit.
shit. Well, if
My
you say
question
something
is, where's
bad,
he
hey,
getting his information from?
I don't care
That's my
what
question.
what you say.
Oh, okay. You know what? Now I found it. This was 1 week ago. What it was is I posted
What?
a picture of Trump signing $1 million check. It was a joke. It was obviously a joke page. But anyway, it says President Trump on Saturday attempted to bypass Congress and make dramatic changes to tax and spending policy, signing executive actions that challenge the boundaries of power that separate the White House and Capitol Hill. Trump also miscategorized the legal stature of the measures, referring to them as bills. And this is all in the quote marks. This is all in quotes, by the way, because it came from that news story. Congress writes. Exactly. Congress writes and votes on bills, not the White House. The documents Trump signed on Saturday were a combination of memorandums and executive order. Can someone please, and now this is my words coming up. Can someone explain to this stupid person that only the Congress has the power of the purse and the presidency cannot force them to spend money? Especially considering this is an election year and it might be looked upon by many people as attempting to buy votes in time for the election. Now, you claim that this is debatable. The bottom part, the third, hold on. The third paragraph, that part is me. The first two paragraphs came from the news story. Now, I don't see anything debatable here. The presidency cannot force the Congress to spend money. I'll say it 100 different ways. The presidency cannot force them to spend money. The presidency cannot legislate from the executive branch. What else do you want me to say?
It's your channel, man.
Whole life.
It's your Discord, bro.
No, but see the problem. You know what the problem is? You know what? No, but I'll just say it like this. The problem with me right now is this. When there's so much riding on the line, there are lots and lots of males specifically, black males non-specifically, just like you, spreading bullshit on the internet constantly, and you've got this shit so fucked up. But now, the beautiful thing about it is, your vote doesn't count enough to really swing the election, but it bothers me that there's so much disinformation on the internet, because half of you motherfuckers don't know the law.
Hey, John.
That's what bothers
So
me.
you just really want to? So you just really want to just yell and scream?
Well, even if I say nothing, you know what? Look, what is the discussion? You're trying to debate something that was a fact.
All right, man.
What is the discussion?
You saying the fakest shit we heard in a fucking minute.
I left this quote up there. I didn't take the quote away because I've got nothing to hide. If I say something, you can bet that there's law behind it. I'm not going to say an opinion.
I put the quote up, and somebody called me a troll. I didn't know if it was one of your admins or what, so I was like, I don't want to get kicked. You know what I'm saying? So I just took it down.
Listen, it's a week ago. It's exactly 1 week ago, and there's a picture that I put with Trump that has it says $1 million check from Mexico, and the quote is there. Everything that I wrote is still there. I'm not going to erase anything. I don't have to hide. There's nothing to hide.
Hey, John.
There's been comments that I've took down that he's put back up.
Who are we talking about?
I took them down.
Okay, well, all right.
Take it down.
Oh, you know what? Listen. You know what I can do? I'm looking at it right now. So what I could do is I could just take this whole thing and I could repost it again. But my thing is, it doesn't matter to that point. But
hey, John.
When he says he can debate me, my question is, what are you debating?
Hey, John.
Yeah,
I just told you what I was debating.
What are you debating? What are you debating?
Listen,
Yeah, what are you?
I'm not debating I'm not debating what you said, the power of the purse and all that.
No profanity.
Right? Because
fair.
First of all, I felt like that was your opinion on the person, on them being stupid, and
yeah.
And secondly, in the initial part that you had in quotes, right? I'm not going to debate your side comment, because it was not addressing anything in the initial quotes. This is a whole nother.
How do you even know what he meant when you came into his home, his channel, and started talking shit? How the hell do you even know what he fucking meant?
Well, no, okay, wait, hold on. Refrain
You're coming
from
on
the
right now.
cursing.
Explain what the fuck you saying. I'm listening.
My question is,
Sorry.
I'm reposting it right now.
No
Reposted
profanity,
for the
okay?
Discord
Let's keep it
conversation.
professional.
I
I'm gonna
apologize.
yeah. Let's try to
I
keep it
apologize.
professional.
I hear
I'm
this.
reposting it right now. El Seth, I'm reposting it right now so everybody can see it. It's there because I know I didn't say anything incorrect, and I also know that the quote that I got, there's nothing incorrect in the quote. So I just reposted it. I reposted the whole thing. It says
I'm
reposted for the
sorry, but
Discord
you know what?
conversation.
I apologize, but this is
I'm
your
about to
home.
attest.
This is your home, John. I apologize, but it just feels
Exactly.
like
I
we don't take this.
apologize too.
He's
We
on your
don't
turf.
take this crap.
No, I listen.
Don't take this crap.
Well, first of all, especially if I know I'm right, it doesn't bother me to take the challenge. But when somebody says they're planning on debating me on something that I know is a fact, I'm like, well, where's the debate? That's all I'm saying.
It doesn't make sense. And John,
Yeah,
let me add something to it because I, for one, previously was a Trump supporter, not because of what his policies were, but how he smooth talks.
right.
You know what I mean? It's
I
like
got you.
there's no president. No president has a solution. The Congress
At the
does what they
At
want.
the
They
Hillary
got the
point.
power.
At the Hillary point, you were right. At the Hillary
They're the
point,
mafia.
because yeah, I was at
John,
the Hillary point with the mafia, and then once I started seeing, and then John started telling me all the
Both
information.
parties are
I,
garbage.
yes, they
Yeah,
are. But then I started getting
John,
all the information because John is a conservative. I started doing my own research with John, and then I come to find out this fucking guy is just evil, man. And this other
he
guy doesn't even get the hint. Trump is fucking
doesn't.
evil. He's 10 times worse than Obama. But when Obama was spending all that goddamn money, oh, he's evil. You know what that is? I'm like, look, I'm white. Yeah, it's fucking racism. This
absolutely.
guy,
Here's
I'm
my
serious,
question to
It's
you.
Lee
dude. Like,
Atwater's. It's Lee Atwater's Southern strategy. Only it's done in a way that's so subtle that unless you understood where it's coming from and where that anger is coming from, because like for instance, what do you think these people would be saying if Obama was passing a $2.2 trillion stimulus right now? What do you think they'd be saying? What do you think
God,
they'd say
they'd
if
Oh,
be
Obama
flipping
lost
out.
170 plus thousand lives in America? And what would you think they would be saying if he had been calling it a fluke in January? What do you think they'd
John,
be
John,
saying?
They would be
John. I
calling
don't
him
even want to
everything.
say. I don't even want to say the.
They would
Okay,
be calling him
I don't even want to
everything
do it.
short of the N word.
Yeah,
Nah,
exactly. You
they'd be
know what?
calling him that too.
And this guy don't even realize it. You got to like
he
sit there
doesn't.
and read between the lines. This is like, hey, you know what? You know what it is between all of us. You know, we're getting sick of this bullshit.
We're
I mean,
getting
it
sick of
doesn't
it.
fucking matter.
There's gonna be a civil war.
There is. You know
No,
what?
we're in a civil war right now.
We are,
That's the
Getting
thing.
sick
It's
of
it's
this.
already
just
started.
it's just a beginning.
People don't
Okay, guys.
understand.
My problem is, why do we tolerate this bullshit then?
Why do you
No
tolerate it?
profanity,
You
man.
know why you tolerate it? Because you don't want to end up getting shot on the Southern State Parkway by some cop because you
Hold on.
decide that you're going to protest. That's
Hold on.
why.
Or, or a
Here's
knee
my
in your
question
neck.
to Enemy
You,
Nation.
What?
or a knee in your neck. I could
Here's
tell
my
you
question to
stories.
Enemy Nation.
I could tell you stories when I was
What?
16 and I got pulled over
Oh, hold on
by
one
a
second.
cop.
I think Garrido's trying
Yeah,
to ask Enemy Nation a question.
Oh,
yeah.
sorry, I
So
apologize.
Enemy Nation. Here's my point.
Yeah.
I don't know if you favor the guy or not. Probably you do. I mean, that's none of my business, right? But being 100% real, what makes Trump so like seen for you? Just curious.
What
Oh,
makes Trump what?
say that question again one more
Like
time, please.
like what's the reason why you want to talk about this? Because it's been proven that the Congress has more power than the president. I think we've been
Thank you.
seeing it for over the years. You know what I
Well,
mean?
Then they got
well,
shit.
like I said, I responded in the chat. You
Right.
know, I responded to the thing in text. Then, like I said, somebody told me to upload a video, to make a video.
Right.
So I made a
Right.
26-minute video. And in that video, I showed the difference
Well, I don't know
between
because I've never seen the video.
when
People
Obama
can say what they want to say. So,
when Obama
all
made
right.
the executive order, when Obama made the executive order for DACA, and Trump tried to
It's because he had people on his
rescind. Hold
side.
on,
You got to
listen,
remember.
listen. When Trump rescinded it, when Jeff Sessions tried to rescind that from the Department of Justice, and they sued to get it rescinded, right? The Supreme Court said you don't have the power to do that. Now, Obama circumvented Congress, but that Supreme Court decision is what set the precedent, and it basically gave Trump the same power to
Because
circumvent Congress. Hold on,
because
No,
every
it
it
gave
judge
did
has
Trump
an
this.
not.
overwhelming majority in the
Okay,
Congress. You
okay.
realize that,
Nope,
right?
nope. Nope, over. Once he said some fake shit, nope. I want to hear some
Whoa,
real
whoa, whoa,
stuff.
whoa! Hold on. First
Nancy
of all,
Pelosi could be fake.
DACA. You got to understand. First of all, DACA is deferred action, basically for removing immigrants for the country or whatnot. The thing
Yeah.
about it is the executive branch has the decision on whether or not they are going to deal with border security in certain ways or whether they're going to deal with immigrants who may
It's
or may
handled
not be
separately.
here legally
Yeah.
in certain ways. That has nothing to do with spending money in the Congress. Nothing
Even if
to
it
do
did,
with it.
even if
First
it
of
did, the
all, Trump
Democrats
never
are the
said that he was
overwhelming majority in
spending
the
money in the
Congress.
Congress. When the CARES Act was passed, okay, that money went to the
That was passed
states.
in March. Why you tripping?
See, I can't.
No, go ahead.
when
Let
the
him talk. Let him
CARES
talk. Go ahead. Let him talk.
when the CARES Act was passed, that money went to the states, and a lot of that money wasn't spent. North Dakota, I think, either North or South Dakota, never even shut down their state. They don't even want the $400. Now, what Trump said was, if you guys give $100 to people a week on unemployment, the government will pick up 75% of that. The federal government will pick up 25% of that because the federal government already got the money from Congress. So the money had already been dispersed to the federal government, and the federal government decides where the money goes and which state gets what. That's why the governors have to call the president and say, "Hey, look, we need this much money to get our schools ready. We need this much
The
money
president could only do so
for
much.
for this and that."
That's not
So
even.
so what Trump did was he signed directives and said, okay, so that money that we have left over that hasn't been spent, we're going to
Right.
use that to extend unemployment. We're going to use that for the the I think it was the housing, so people won't get evicted.
They've been talking about that for years, even in California, man. The thing
So
is,
he had the power to do that.
he can't do anything. No, he
Now,
can't do anything. He can only
what he
speak
said.
about it.
Oh, look. This is why I put the news clips in my video. All right. So if you're gonna argue with somebody, you don't gotta argue with me.
Fake
You
news,
argue
man.
you argue with the people that get
Excuse
paid
you.
and the
No,
lawyers
I'm
that are
not
on that.
arguing with it. You don't start.
It's fake
Well,
news.
okay, listen. See, here's the problem that I see. I think that and a lot of people I've noticed are doing this, especially when it comes to Trump versus Obama. What they're doing is they're making false equivalencies between the management of the executive branch.
They're
Now,
nitpicking.
well, no, but no. What they're doing is they're reaching as hard as they can to find some type of false equivalency. And the thing about it is, in this case, if you're going to try to conflate DACA with being
It's not me.
spending money,
It's not me. It's
well,
not me that's
oh,
conflating it.
okay, then
It's
maybe
not
what
me.
you should do is you should be more careful of where you're getting your news from. Okay, so this way,
Exactly.
I'm getting it
like,
from you.
you know
I'm
what
getting
that's
it
doing? You
from
know what that's like? That's like taking a hand grenade and throwing it over a wall, and if it hits somebody, you're like, oh well, I didn't know it was going to hit you because I didn't see where it was going.
no, it's not the same
You're
thing. It's
trying.
like you have your news sources where you no, it's like you have your news sources, right?
Uh
Where
huh.
you bet the form on, right?
We're
Okay.
You have
biased,
your
dude. We're
news
independent.
sources
We're
because
libertarian, homie.
oh, okay, well
Let him
that's
talk.
that's
Let him
fine.
talk. Let him
That's
talk.
that's that's fine and dandy. But if you get your news sources, if you're getting your news sources from a certain spot and you're saying what you're saying from through the news, I don't know what you do. I
No,
don't
we
know
look
if
at
you're in
different points of
government.
view
I don't
and
know
we
if you're in
analyze what is
government
true
or
or
not.
false.
I should
I
be.
don't know if you're a lawyer or not.
Something close
That's what
to
I
it.
looked at too.
Well, that's fine and dandy. I mean, but what I'm saying is that if you're getting your news and then I say, okay, well, this professor or this legal
My news
scholar or
doesn't come from one
whatever
source; it comes from multiple.
says, yeah, this is what Trump can do. I'm not digging for this. I'm already kind of knowing because I'm following it. So I come across a clip and I'm like, damn, this is what I've been knowing
The only
already,
thing Trump can do is call
right?
Mexicans rapists and just say
Okay,
stupid
well,
shit.
look. If people don't get the simple way to end this debate is if people don't get their unemployment extended, then guess what? Then I guess he can't do it,
We never
right?
wanted this in the first place. I never
But
wanted a welfare state. I want a
see,
job. I'm a
this is
college
not
student.
this is not. I like to stay on target. You know what I
Okay,
mean?
okay.
And the target that I'm on, the the, the the target that I'm on is first of all we're in
What
a
happened to the job that
national
you said he was going to
emergency.
Let him
create?
talk. Let him talk. Let him talk. Go ahead.
We're in a national emergency, right?
Right.
Which gives Trump a whole bunch of power.
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
Nope, it doesn't.
See, we can't continue like this because
Just
I
be.
can't
Listen. No, no, no.
because I
Excuse me.
can't
You
tell
may
you.
remember. Hold on. Hold on. Let me just stop for a second. He passed the Defense Production Act. You can
Yes.
call this is a national emergency, which normally would be held by FEMA, which is the Federal Emergency Management System of this country, right? Now, here's
Or
the
Homeland
thing:
Security.
the
Whatever.
powers that Trump has are still the powers of the executive branch. He has the power
Exactly. They're
of
limited.
managing a war. This is not a war. He doesn't have the power to declare it, but this is not a war. He may have been able
Exactly.
to use the Defense Production Act, but that does not give him the power of the
Temporarily.
purse. It just
It's
doesn't.
temporary.
I've never said, look, when you on your statement, I'm gonna say this again.
Okay?
On your statement, anything in your statement, I didn't address because when you started it out with this stupid person, what that says to me
That
is
I felt that
okay,
he was
if he's
stupid.
okay,
It's
that's
true.
fine.
It was
That's
stupid.
fine. But that's your opinion,
That was an
right?
opinion, yes.
So from that opinion part, as well as it never mentioned the purse in the part that you quoted. It never mentioned the power of the purse in the part that you quoted. All right. So I'm not addressing that because you're
Enemy
talking
nations
about
like
something.
Donald
It's
Trump.
you're talking
Donald
about
Trump.
something that
Donald
you
Trump.
that you posted it, and from what I looked at, the way I looked at it is that you didn't understand what you posted. So you're
Whoa,
talking
whoa, whoa,
about
whoa! I
something.
Oh,
posted
okay. Wait,
something.
wait, wait. You know what? Okay. No, no, no. Okay, okay. Let me go right back. And by the way, I reposted that photo just so everybody could see that photo, and I didn't take anything out. I didn't crop it. Let's read the first sentence in that second paragraph. It says Trump miscategorized the legal stature of the measures. Let's stop right there.
Exactly.
Referring to them as bills. Congress writes and votes on bills,
Checks and
not
balances,
the
man.
White House.
Exactly.
Can we agree on that?
Yeah, we can agree on that.
Thank you. Okay, the documents Trump signed on Saturday were a combination. Now they're telling us what it is he signed. A
Hmm.
combination of memorandums and an executive order. But the problem is, he's on television calling it a bill. It's not a
Exactly.
bill.
It's not a
And
bill.
when he says that it's a bill, he gives the public the false interpretation
He's
that
lying,
this is a
basically.
law. The Congress passes the laws. Can we agree on that?
Exactly. They're the ones who approve it.
We can agree that Congress passed the laws. Yeah.
Okay, so there's nothing
To
wrong
debate.
with this statement. Trump miscategorized it because a lot of times he talks real fast and he
And he
tries to,
talks out of his ass.
get things across and get them past you, but
Okay. This
he
is this
called
is
them bills.
Okay, this is what we'll do. We'll look up what a miscategorization is, right?
I don't need.
Let's pick
Listen,
out.
miscategorizing is when I call a dog a cat.
No, no,
Listen,
we're gonna
what
look
you're
up the
trying to do.
definition, bro.
Listen, now everybody can
It
see what you're
matters.
doing. Hold on. Now everybody can see what you're trying to do. You're playing a game of semantics with me. That's what you're
He's
doing.
nitpicking.
I didn't
You just
write
came
the.
from
I
another
didn't
bro.
write the. I didn't write the article, bro.
That means you didn't let the
But the person who
definition.
wrote the article wrote it from the standpoint
That
where
means
they
the
used the
definition is
language
something.
properly. He said bills, they
That
weren't
means
bills. He
He said,
miscategorized them.
observant.
"Listen, he
Oh my
Does
look,
everybody see
look.
what's going on here?
No, no,
wait,
First
no.
off, this is not even a
I
debate.
mean,
John, just
okay,
continue.
so
No
I mean,
question.
you got your cheerleading. I
Oh
mean,
my
that's just
gosh.
not how debates. That's just not how debates happen, bro.
You gotta leave the free space.
You're trying. Are you trying to change the
He is wrong.
definition of miscategorized?
Let's expel
No,
Enemy Nation.
no.
No,
I'm.
I'm not going to just kick him out. That's too easy. No, but
Exactly.
the problem. See, here's the problem. When I
He
make a
defeated the
statement,
purpose of this debate.
when I make a definitive statement, usually there's going to be something backing it up, and
Yeah,
that's just
there's a
that.
lot of people like that
But
nowadays.
see, the problem is, and he's not the first person to do it. I get
Yeah,
anything that I post that's anti-Trump gets challenged automatically by these people.
and they think
And
it's
when I
funny.
realized that I was being trolled, I just started blocking people left and right. And now they try to fight their way back on with these fake Google accounts and this, that, and other. But the bottom line is now you all see exactly what was done.
They
You
watch too
pick
much
out
Joker,
you
dude.
you you try to defend something that's not defendable. And when I come back at you with this is what it was, now there's no way to run.
He's a Trump supporter.
Of course he is. I know he is. He doesn't have to tell
So,
me he's supporting Trump.
I'm automatically wrong. Because guess
Yes,
what?
you're wrong. There's nothing to debate
Okay,
there.
okay.
Yes.
If you
If
don't
because
have
I'm a
nothing,
You've
Trump
been
supporter
wrong since
makes
the
me
beginning you
automatically
came in.
wrong regardless of what I say, then there's no
that's not
reason
how
to
it is.
even be having this conversation. I jumped in your chat, you know, to see if you're gonna have that type of discussion. But what I've found is that you
I'm letting you talk and it taking you so long to actually pose a decent premise. What do you want me
well,
to
I mean,
do?
if if I'm telling you something and I'm constantly getting interrupted by your listeners,
Oh
Dude,
my
you're
gosh.
stalling
Whoa,
at this
whoa,
point.
whoa.
You're stalling.
Yeah,
what I said was, and what I said, see, we've all read your post,
Uh huh.
right? Ain't nobody watched my video, right?
No, I think
So
26
it's
people
like,
watched it.
Don't do
Oh,
that.
No, I'm pretty
so
sure.
come
I
on,
think it
man.
was about
Nah, I
26.
mean,
I think it was 26. I'm trying to
it
state
doesn't matter your views, bro.
I'm stating proper numbers. I think it was about 26 people. All right, okay, you know what? No. Okay, 47 people watched it. 47 people. 47.
Oh, this is gonna get good.
I'm looking at the number right now. 47 people watched it. The last time I checked, it was 26. Now it's 47.
N- Not even 1,000 views, bro.
Well, listen, 47 people watched it, so that, 47 people can now consider themselves informed.
all right, man. You know, it's all good, bro. You got your fun, bro.
So,
You know,
Enemy Nation, here's a question. What don't you like about Kamala Harris? We'll change the subject.
nah,
What
man,
don't you like
nah,
about
ain't
Kamala
Exactly.
nothing.
Harris? I'm giving you a chance to speak. What don't you like about Kamala Harris?
All right, bro.
Oh,
You know,
Let him talk. Let him talk.
just
Let him talk. Let
I
him
gotta,
talk.
He got the
I gotta.
he got the tail
I tell
between
you
his
what.
legs.
Real quick, real
I'll
quick.
send you.
What don't you
I'll
like?
send you
This is.
my.
I'm not even arguing with you on this one. What don't you like about Kamala Harris? I'm just asking.
I don't know about Kamala Harris that much.
You don't know about her. So, what don't you like about Joe Biden?
Well, that just shows how
Uh,
informed you are.
he's
No, let him
been
talk.
he's been in Congress for what 40 years. He had 8 years in the White House, and all the stuff that he said that he was going wanting to accomplish. Now he hasn't.
And he was with Obama
He
before.
often uh, shows his covert racism. So and
Who
I don't
don't?
like him. Plus, he's on the left, bro.
He's on
So
the left. Okay.
he's made a deal with Bernie Sanders, who's far left,
People on the right are
to
not
get
also
Bernie supporters.
innocent.
Let him talk. Let him
So
talk.
All right, my bad.
so uh, I don't think he's mentally as sharp as people have made him out to be.
As Trump?
So he just not interested. He's not interested. Interesting to me as far as what I would like to see the country going.
Okay, so what you're telling me is that you're happy with Trump and you want him to be in there another 4 years.
No, actually, I'm not.
Okay. So how are you going to deal with the fact that Trump is there if you know that this is a binary choice and you have no other option?
Exactly.
Well, the other option is is to take away the electoral college and have Democrat rule for the next 40
It's a rigged
years.
system.
No, okay, no. But let me ask you specifically, because the Electoral College isn't going away without a major act of the entire government. So let me ask you again. November's coming up. You have only two choices. One is Biden, one is Trump. You've seen what Trump's presidency has been like for the last 4 years. What are you going to do?
Oh, so this is a way to see who I'm going to vote
It's
for.
called a binary choice. Yeah, it's something like
Be
that.
honest. I've been honest too. They
Yeah,
didn't teach me this
just be
question too.
honest, because I tell
Yeah,
people
be
up
honest.
front because number one, I'm a man. Number two, I ain't hiding from nobody, and I
So
say things and make it definitive. All I'm asking you is, you only have two choices. What are you gonna
Exactly.
do?
Pick your card, any card.
you know, I tell you, I'm not going to be black.
I'm not gonna be black. What?
What?
Huh?
Well,
What do you mean? What do you
Well,
mean by that?
Biden said if I didn't know if I was going to vote for him or not, I wasn't going to be black.
Oh, come on. That's your argument.
what the
What's
Come on,
that?
hell?
man.
That
This
must
is
be
an
some
easy.
East Coast. That must be some East Coast stuff.
I'm
You
from the
know,
East Coast, and
I,
I swear to God,
that must be East Coast.
E-
I'm from the West Coast, man. What are you
What do
talking
you
about?
mean with East
Trust me, I
Coast?
don't like the
Because
East Coast as well,
I
but like,
don't
come on, bro.
understand. I don't
What is it?
understand how it makes a difference one way or the other. I mean, this is a these things that we talk about. The power of the purse, all that stuff. That's side
You
arguments
don't
to
even
the
know
issue
about
at
Kamala
hand.
Harris, anyway. You're not even
Technically,
born.
it's not because of the fact that that article was specifically about something he said as an edict from the presidency. So technically, that article was very very relevant.
You
But
know what I heard
let
you
me
say
ask you a
earlier
question. What
today,
state are you from? Let me ask you a question. What state are you from?
Texas.
Okay, so I've got a
Oh,
couple of Texans in here.
Oh shit.
I think Blacktop's in Texas, and I'm pretty sure Get Social Butterflies in Texas, right? Now you already
I'm in
know.
North Carolina.
Oh, you're in North Carolina. My fault. My fault. Because I know
Yeah,
Get
no, no
Social. He
worries.
said Texas, but okay. So here's the thing. Texas is slowly changing into a blue state. It may take another 10, 20 years, but Texas is eventually going to be blue because big government conservatism has done the exact same job that big government liberalism has done and is slowly
Exactly.
making these people more and more dependent.
I'm
So
not
They're no
arguing. I'm
great.
not arguing with that.
okay, no, I'm not saying that to argue with you. I'm just saying that it's slowly happening, and it can be seen just by looking at the recent elections and the recent turnouts of these recent elections, right? So
Yeah.
my
Well,
bottom line is this. Let's say that what they're saying about Biden is true. Let's say that he is in cognitive decline, and if he gets elected, Kamala Harris is going to end up being president. Let me go back to asking the same question.
Or Nancy
What's your
Pelosi.
problem with Kamala Harris?
Yeah, what is your problem? Besides
I've
that you don't
told
know
you
her.
I don't know anything about
That
Kamala
just shows how
Harris.
you
So if
don't
you
know
don't
her.
know
Therefore, I
much
do not
about,
have a problem with her.
okay, fine, fine, fine. So now you said that Biden had been in the vice presidency for 8 years and he didn't get anything done. Do you understand that the vice presidency does not have any real power with the exception of breaking ties and taking over the presidency if the president dies or is assassinated. You understand that, right?
I
You
said Biden didn't do what he's trying to, or he's saying that he wants to do in 40 years of government. You're harping on the vice
Oh,
presidency.
okay,
What was
fine,
he?
fine.
What about him being a senator?
I'll ignore the vice presidency. Biden was senator of what state?
Shit, I don't know.
What the? Well, come on, man.
That just shows how
If you're
smart
if
you are.
you're gonna tell me
That's
that
an
number
easy one.
one, you don't know anything about Kamala Harris, and then I'm asking you
Yeah, no
about
facts.
Biden and his
That's an
state
easy
and
one.
him representing his constituents, and I'm
Let's
asking
just call
you.
him out,
See,
John.
here's the problem. This is the
Let's get
problem.
on him.
When Fox
Let's
News
get on
starts
John.
saying shit like this, and they're like, "Oh yeah, well Biden didn't do anything in 20 years." Well, here's a question.
You
If
assume that I
Biden was
watch
it, no,
Fox
no, no. Well,
News?
hold on. No, I'm not saying you watch Fox News. I'm saying this in general. If Biden was elected and
Hey, Elsa.
reelected by his
Yeah, yeah.
constituency and reelected again by his constituency, then he must have been doing something that they liked. So
Let's.
you're living in a totally different state. You don't even know what
You're not
state
even
Joe
informed.
Biden is from or what state
But
he represented, but yet you're telling me that he didn't do anything. Does everybody
Yeah,
see what's
exactly.
going on here?
Let's get on his ass, John.
I mean, are you talking to, are you talking for your audience? I mean, because
I'm
look,
talking to all of you.
this this is because
That's
Good.
messed up.
Destroy him, John.
I know it's messed up, but well, here's a question: since you have a computer, why don't you find out right now where Biden was a senator for? Could you do that?
Exactly. Because I can hear the mouse rolling on
yeah,
your end.
I'm looking at it.
Yeah, what state was he a senator for?
Hey, John.
Uh,
Well, just to give him a
John.
little hint, it's he was senator for one of the toughest states to actually be a senator for. Because if you know anything about that state, they're not going to touch you unless they believe in you
All right, well
or unless you've done something for them.
let me help him out since he doesn't know enough about Joe Biden's record.
Delaware.
Yeah, woo, yeah, we got it, yeah. Okay, so anyway, he was in Delaware and he was in office for how long? How long was he in Delaware?
Let me
Don't
ask you
do
a
that.
He
question.
was in office from
Hey,
1973 till 2009.
that's
So
OG right there.
if these people kept him in from
That long.
1973 to
That's
2009,
impressive.
does it stand to reason that he must have been doing something they liked?
Yeah,
It does,
he
right? Okay, so when you say he didn't get anything accomplished, does
He
it
just got something that he
stand
liked.
that maybe he got things accomplished, but you don't know what they were?
oh yeah, that's within
Yeah!
reason.
Woo! Now you see, now we're going somewhere. Now we're agreeing here. Yes!
Yeah,
Yes!
yeah, yeah.
Yes!
We're agreeing on your side arguments. You know what I mean? But they're horizontal arguments. You know what I'm saying?
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
They're
No,
horizontal
no.
arguments.
Manipulation without
Those
It's
are
just
not
like
manipulation.
me
horizontal
saying,
arguments. You just
it,
told me that he did nothing. I told you how long he was in office and his constituents
Hey, John.
liked what he was doing. And then I asked you,
Let's get
what
on him.
about the second person on his ticket? To which you replied, I don't know anything about her. So how are you so certain that Trump is the man when you don't know anything about, you don't know
Exactly.
even what state the guy came from, you don't
That just
know
shows how
anything
informed you are.
about the competition, but you're 100% certain that Trump is the man for the job? Do you understand
Exactly.
why I have a problem here?
Exactly. Hey, John.
what you asked me why I didn't like Joe Biden.
I asked you why didn't you like Biden
I
after I
gave you
asked you
right,
why didn't you like Kamala Harris.
right, right.
Okay,
You asked
why?
me
Why?
now. I just told you. Now I just
He's a
told you.
womanizer.
I told you like four other
Had to.
things besides the fact that hey, look, he's a. So
What else? What else? Now
let
I
me
pointed out
clarify.
his
Hold on,
cognitive decline. What else do you got?
hold on. Now let me clarify the not done anything towards his agenda so far. Because even if he has, he's already he's already agreed to the manifesto from Bernie Sanders, so he can get the
Oh
Bernie
my
Sanders
God.
vote.
Okay, you know what?
So
When you say that he signed and agreed to a manifesto from Bernie
I
Sanders,
I, I said he agreed
I
to it.
oh, you agreed to it? Now here's a
I said
question.
he
Since you love posting video clips of people agreeing to stuff, where's your video clip of him signing or agreeing to a manifesto from Bernie
He
Sanders?
probably got it from Alex Jones, John.
Of
He
course
got it
he
from
did.
Alex Jones.
Of course, but I'm asking him because it might not have been
okay.
Alex Jones. It might have been something else like Fox, or it might have been right wing talk radio. Do you understand that what you're doing is you're parroting information, but because I listen to the same sources and I have an excellent memory, do you understand that you
Uh huh.
can't get this stuff past me? Do you
The
understand
far
that?
right is
Okay,
no good with the
okay,
far left. I
okay,
just want to let you
okay.
know right
So
now.
what makes you think that I'm talking a right wing talking point
Because
when
that's a
Bernie
right wing
hold on
talking point.
listen when Bernie Sanders himself comes out and says that, hey, look, you know what, I'm going to make sure that that Joe Biden is president, is, you know, I'm with everything in my power. And then he goes to the Democratic Party and he says, hey, look, do the right thing, let us in. Right? I got clips of Bernie Sanders
Oh my God.
saying his
He probably got it from Breitbart or somewhere.
Let him talk. Let him talk.
well, I mean, you know, hey, look, I don't even go to Breitbart because that's. I'm sorry, babe.
Well, first of all,
Let me
I
go
don't know
into
how
the.
long. Well, let me just say
Let me
this
go
real
into
quick. I
because
don't
me
know.
talking over all these people.
Well,
I'm
hold on
talking
one
too
sec.
loud, waking
I
up my wife.
I don't know how long
So
you followed me, but I've never been a Sanders supporter because Sanders, in my opinion, his agenda is way too radical, and I understand that it's unrealistic.
He has heart
Now,
problems anyway.
well,
yeah,
you can
but
look at
Uh,
you can look at today where Kamala Harris, right? Kamala Harris and Bernie Sanders, because they're
oh,
Sanders
here
is
we go
still a
again.
senator,
yes, and so is
right?
Kamala Harris.
Here we go.
So they just
No. Let him talk. Let him talk. I love this. Let him talk. Let him talk. Let him talk. Yeah, I know, but let him talk. Let him talk. I'm enjoying this. Go ahead.
see see I said in my I said in one of my previous videos that, you know, I prefer, like when you said I do copy and paste, right? You say all he does is copy and paste. And the reason why is because you said you have an excellent memory, right?
Excellent memory.
Excellent memory. Like my memory is not that good
That's
for.
not a good way to
Hold
get
on,
into a debate. That's like coming to a gunfight with a knife.
listen.
You're
Okay.
kidding
I
yourself.
came to your channel because I'm a subscriber to your channel.
Okay. Thank you very
So
much.
you you know, for 3 years when I was about to buy my SRT, I was like, damn, there's a black guy with an SRT. It's red. You know what I mean? But that's when I subscribed to your channel 3 4 years ago. So when I look at you have a live stream, I'm like, oh well shit, let me jump on his channel. He's got a live stream, he's got a Discord. Matter of fact, I was in your Discord
Why are you
3 nights
bothering her?
ago. So
Huh?
say what?
Somebody's talking in the background of somebody else. Go ahead. Keep going. Keep
Okay.
going.
So when I jumped on your Discord, I'm not coming to your Discord to disrespect you, to talk shit to you. You know what I mean? None of that. I'm coming on as a subscriber.
Okay.
Now, you want to talk and, you know, have a debate or discussion, and then I got like 5 or 6, you know, guys in my ear. You know,
You
they're
wanted to do the
anti-Trumpers.
debate.
So
Let's
I get it.
be
Y'all
clear on
anti.
that.
You guys are anti-Trumpers, right?
No, we're not
But
anti-Trump. We're
whatever.
anti-establishment.
Well, I mean, okay. Well, I mean, I can't tell because
You're wrong. We're libertarians.
okay, okay.
Yeah, I'm actually a
Uh,
concern. I was registered Republican, but I cannot support Trump because he's not a Republican in that sense. And on top of
uh,
that, he's done a
what is it?
terrible job.
He's a
Okay,
crypto Republican.
so So
Wait, get social. Let him talk. Hold on, get social. Wait, I'll give you a chance, but let him run his. Let him talk his.
Okay, no profanity.
No,
Let's keep it
let's
professional.
try to keep it professional. Go ahead, Enemy Nation. Come on.
so at any rate, when I come to your channel just to kind of listen to what you guys are talking about tonight, I'm coming as a subscriber, right?
Okay, gotcha. I got you.
So I'm not coming in the chat to debate. I'm not coming in the chat with notes because I was in debate, all 4 years in high school. So I know how debates go. You don't have people cheering and shit like that. You have a moderator and you have an affirmative and you have a negative. And the affirmative talks when they say what they gotta say, and then the negative talk. That's what a debate. So when I say debate, I don't mean an argument. You know what I'm saying? I don't mean a talking over each other like rabid dogs. That's not what I'm meaning. When I say debate, I'm meaning in the debate in the scholastic or academic form. You know what I'm saying? So I didn't come to your channel tonight to debate you and have like all my key talking points or whatever. I didn't come to that. So if it seems like, hey, look, he's
Now,
kind
why
of
you gonna come and she
not
sleep with
going off the
somebody?
top of his head or whatever, I don't possess that type of memory to for minutia. You know what I'm saying?
But
I
that's
had
not. But
my
hold on, hold
own
on, hold on.
business.
It's
You
not.
mean stuff akin to
When
like
we're talking about something so basic as what state was Biden the senator of, and what is it that he accomplished for them? That's not minutia. That is actually part of your debate points.
exactly. It's like
No,
if you can't name the
because
capital of the
like I
United
just
States.
told you, I didn't come on your channel tonight to debate. I'm a subscriber. I get a notification. Hey, look, we're all fucking on talking about election 2020, Kamala Harris. I just want to hear what you guys got to
No
say.
profanity.
Yeah.
You
Okay.
call me out, right? Okay, man.
That's
No
terrible.
profanity, guys. Let's keep it PG.
That's
Let's
why
keep it
I
professional.
was like that.
listen. Okay, man. You know, look, I got a
Get
Discord.
social. I get you.
I got a
I get you,
Discord,
man.
and I
So
will I
that's
will send
why
you the link to
I
the
wasn't
Discord.
on Discord.
I'll send you the link, John, to the Discord.
No, well, yes, yes. Hold on. What? Get social. Yes, get social without profanity, please.
Yes.
Now, now, Enemy Nation. Here's the thing: if I do any level of anything on a Discord server, chances are, what I would do is I would change it so that the only two people who would be able to speak is me and you, and everybody else would not be in the chat voice server. The problem with me going on your Discord is you don't have as many people as I do, so I don't. We don't get as much of a audience there.
Exactly.
I would
Well, I mean,
rather
if you
do it on mine, but
well,
what I
Same
would
see,
on
do is
same.
I'd
well,
blank
listen,
everybody else. I'd mute everybody else.
listen.
Yes.
When I came on, you sent your initial statement, right? You sent your initial statement to your subscribers, right?
Right.
Now, if your initial statements was for people to come in on your stuff only for them to agree with you,
No.
then I'm
No.
like, listen, hold on, listen. Then I'm like, then let me know, because I've seen
How could
YouTube
we agree
channels
with
like
him?
that where they delete
I
the
disagree certain
negative
points
or
against
the
big president.
disagreeing
Hold on. This is what
comments.
I'm gonna do. I'm
You
gonna
know what I'm
mute.
saying?
Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna mute everybody else except you. Hold on. Go ahead. Keep talking.
Yeah. So I'm like, look, let me know that, and I'll be like, okay. So if I just want to hear, John talk about cars or investing in stocks or Kamala Harris, whatever. If I just want to hear him talk, then and hear his opinion on something and not say nothing back, then I'll just do that. But for something that's a channel that has like a political discussion or something like that, then I'll go to those channels for that. But for his, I'll just do it like that if that's what you want. You know what I mean?
Well, no.
Because
Okay.
I'm 45 years old, bro. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So a lot of this stuff, of people jumping on me don't even know me. You know, it's like, hey, I'm trying to have a discussion with you. You're a brother. I'm a brother. So I'm trying to have a discussion with you.
Okay, so
You know
right
what I'm
now
saying?
everybody else is muted, which is why right now that allows me to ask you directly again. It's like you know that this is a binary choice. You know that you have no other option except for Trump and for Kamala Harris. What are you going to do?
What I'm bro, I'm not voting for Kamala Harris and I'm not voting for Biden.
So then you have two options at that point. You're either not voting at all or you're voting for Trump.
I
And if
didn't
you're
vote in 2016.
so here's the problem, bro. If you're not voting, then why are you so vocal?
So
If you're not
so
voting, why are you so vocal?
I never said that I wasn't voting. I said I didn't vote in 2016.
So are you going to vote this time around or not? It's a binary choice, yes or no. That's it. Yes or
So
no. You don't have to give me a long drawn out speech. My question is yes or no, are you going to vote?
yes.
Who are you going to vote for, Trump or Biden?
Nah, you know, from what I understand,
Yeah, no, but see, this sounds like a long
I
drawn
would
out
tell you,
speech. I
I
gave
would
you a
tell you,
binary
I
choice.
would tell you to you, but I'm not gonna do it, and I'm not gonna tell you guys
Well, why
on
not
this
just
base.
say, here's my problem. If you're proud of Trump as a candidate, then you should just say, I'm voting for Trump. That's it. Most people are already going to expect that that's what you're going to say. So just
See,
say
this
it.
is what you think is no. This is what you think. You think it's about Trump, and a lot of people when I talk to people, because I've been on the Debate Me channel, I've been on the Pascal show. When and it's a small channel. He just started out like a couple of weeks ago, but they automatically assume that I'm a Trumper. You know what I'm saying? And it's not about Trump.
But listen,
It's
listen.
it's not about Trump.
Listen. Regardless what your beliefs are and the logistics of it, all I'm asking, and this is real simple, binary choice. You only have
What difference
two
does it make?
options. You can only vote for Trump or you can vote for Biden. Which one are you voting for and why? It's just that simple. That's all I'm asking.
Oh, it's which one I'm voting for and
Who
why?
are you voting for and why?
Oh, okay. I'm voting for Trump, and then the reason why is because I want him to keep the far left at bay.
Now, here's a question for you. How much at bay is the far left when he himself is writing larger welfare stimuluses, or you can call them whatever you want? He himself is writing larger government assistance and growing government more than Bernie Sanders even could have dreamed of. You remember how Bernie Sanders was talking about a universal basic income and all this? $600 comes out to $15 an hour. So basically, Bernie Sanders will never be president, but through Trump, he's already won. So how do you consider that to be keeping the left at bay? Now, the House is controlled by the left. Nancy Pelosi is still there. More than likely, these senators are going to get flipped because a lot of them are not running for re-election and a lot of them are retiring. How is he keeping the left at bay? That's what I'm asking. How?
How is he keeping the left at bay?
How is he keeping the left at bay?
Well, keeping the left at bay by keeping the Dems from controlling the House and the Senate.
Now, what happens if the Senate gets flipped? Then what?
Then it's
So you'd
it's
end up
it's
having a
it's bye
lame
bye
duck.
to a bunch of it's bye bye to the United States as we know it.
Well, when you say United States as we know it, how well are things going right now in the United States as you know it? How well
Look,
is this
look,
country doing?
look. Like I said, like I said, I agree with you earlier. I agree with you earlier about the Republican, you know, how they were doing the corporate, the neocons, as well as the neoliberals, how they've been taking this country off a cliff. So
I
I agree
yeah
with you there.
yeah. I
But
mean, listen, I point out the
but
problems on both sides.
because the conservatives really really before uh, I'd say Ronald Reagan on up until probably Nixon was probably the last true conservative president that the United States had.
All right.
Nixon, Reagan, Reagan, Bush, they messed it up. They messed it up, right?
Okay.
Clinton, they messed up the Republican Party.
Well, keep in mind, when Clinton was in office, the Republicans had him in check, and he actually left office with a budget surplus. Now, granted, his
Well,
misconduct in office maybe not a bit good thing, but the country was in nowhere near as much problems as it is now.
the reason why the country went into a recession in 2008 was because of Clinton rolling
No,
back all
no, no, no,
those
no, no.
rolling.
Who was president between 2000 and 2008?
That was Bush.
Okay, and what did the Federal Reserve do around 2001 that allowed a bubble to inflate that busted in 2008? What did they do?
They they cut interest rates, didn't they?
And now, okay, good. I'm glad you remember that. Now, what did the Federal Reserve just do in this situation right now that we're going through? They cut interest rates again, didn't they? So basically, we're just seeing a repeat of what happened back then. So this is all going
No,
to end
that's
up.
not what happened.
Really?
That's
Really?
not what caused it.
What caused what?
That's not what caused it.
Well,
That's
here's
not
the
what
thing. Here's the
caused it.
thing. Listen, I'll tell you just like this, and this is a fact. I bought my second house in 2018 at a 4.7% interest rate. The Federal Reserve had been cutting interest rates up until December of last year. So if they've been cutting interest rates and interest rates are still lower than ever before, then the same bubble that grew in 2001 has either been regrown or reblown right now. But that's a fact, though. They've done it again. Now, you can argue that they did it because of coronavirus, but coronavirus didn't come about until December of last year. So, my question to you is why was the Federal Reserve doing quantitative easing? That's the proper term for it. Why were they doing quantitative easing during the entirety of the Trump administration if the Trump administration and its economy was so great? They'd been cutting rates since 2016 till now. So if this economy was doing so great under Trump, why have they been doing quantitative easing in a growing economy? Now, I'll give you my answer. I don't know what yours is, but when you cut interest rates, it allows more deficit spending. It allows people to spend more on credit, and that gives you the false impression that the economy is growing when it is not. The stock market is a
Okay, who?
perfect barometer of that because the stock market is at 30, damn near 30,000. We're almost to 28,000. Bottom line is the stock market
About
would never
Fannie
be
Mae
that
and
high if the
Freddie
stocks
Mac?
weren't inflated. I'm sorry, what?
Why wasn't you? You talking about Trump? I'm talking about Clinton.
Well, yeah, but see,
Under
here's the problem. Here's the problem. If you're trying to go back to
who
Clinton,
started who?
our economy was in
Well, I just
better
said
shape.
we were talking about Republicans and Democrats, right? And then you said, oh well, the shit got bad because Bush, and I'm like, Bush didn't cause a recession. It was Clinton. You know what I'm saying?
Clinton didn't cause the recession.
Clinton with the GSEs and rolling back, we're rolling back uh, and that's just the Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac under Hood and Andrew Cuomo. Um,
Cuomo.
he he rolled back a bunch of depression safeguards from the 1933.
Here's my question to you, and I'm sure some other
Man, look,
people want to ask you this. What are
he was
you
the head
reading
of
from? Here's the
he was
question.
the head of
What are you
he
reading
was the
from?
head of Hood.
What are you reading from? See, the problem is if you're saying stuff that I know that you don't know, I know I can hear it in your voice. You don't know what you're talking about. So the bottom line is, what are you reading from? What are you reading? What are you
Okay,
reading?
okay. So you got which one you want me to say? You got CBS News. You got CNBC. You got Reason.com, Investors.com. None of this is right wing stuff, And I read from the Wikipedia page that was talking about his rollbacks in the 90s.
And whose rollbacks are we talking about? Whose rollbacks are you talking about?
Clinton's.
Okay, now when you talk about Clinton's rollbacks, I would argue that rollbacks that led up to the Depression in 2008 were started under Reagan, who got the ball rolling on allowing houses to be in an industry that had been deregulated. And we have videotape of, and I'll post it to your channel if you want. But I got videotape of Reagan and Clinton and Bush and Bush Jr., all of them calling for deregulation of the housing market. But it started under Reagan. I would argue that most of our economic problems that we're suffering right now
Okay, well then
started
Reagan
under
caused
Reagan.
it. Okay, well
Okay, all right.
it started under Reagan then.
Okay, then we can agree on that. We
It
can agree
started
on
under
that.
Reagan then. But let me go on because my wife's sleep. She's got to go to work in the morning.
Oh, well, you know what? I can let you go because I'm pretty sure that
No, I'm
most.
just going in the other. I'm going in the other room. She used to me talking loud.
Oh, okay, because
She
I hope
military.
she's
She
not
military.
watching. I hope she's not watching this Discord and seeing what's happening here because it's like a massacre.
To you,
I'm messing with you. I'm messing with you. That was a joke I had to sneak in there. I hope
yeah.
she's not watching you
But
get torn apart on this Discord. No, I'm just joking. I'm just joking.
but the point that I'm making, I mean, like I said, these things are side arguments. Like I asked you the other night. I said, what does Democrat mean?
I don't think the
Where does it
average
come from?
Democrat. I listen. I understand what the Democrat and Republican parties' backgrounds are, but I would argue that most people who are Democrats right now don't understand what their party came from, with the exception that they vote based on issues that their party seems to represent.
No, I'm just asking. I'm just asking now. Like, what is Democrat? What is I mean, why do they name Democrats and why are Republicans named Republicans?
Well, the Republican Party came from the Whig Party. I don't know if you know who they were, but
Yeah,
the new
yeah.
Democrat Party is not the old. They're not like the problem is. It always bothers me when somebody tries to say, "Oh yeah, well the Democrats were the party of racism and this, that, and other, and the Republicans were the party of Lincoln." Yeah, but after the Southern strategy and the Republicans refusing to support civil rights, that changed. The current parties are not where they were 50 or 60 years ago. So,
None of that is that there was no Southern strategy
oh,
and
so
there
you
was
don't know
no.
who, you don't know nothing about Lee Atwater, and you don't even, have you not seen the video that's right there if you type Lee Atwater Southern Strategy? You don't know nothing about the Southern Strategy?
That's Lee Atwater.
Yeah, but
What
Lee
policies? What
Atwater and
policies? What
Strom
po-
Thurmond, Lee Atwater and Strom Thurmond changed the Democrat and the Republican Party. They flipped
what?
those parties.
Okay, well, it didn't reflect in voting.
Yeah, it did. Blacks went to
The
the Democrat Party
No,
because
we're not. The
The Republicans did not support civil rights. So most Democrats ended up taking in the black vote, but
that's
most whites went over to the Republicans, yes?
that's not true.
If it's not true, then how do you represent how the Democrats are overwhelmingly represented by the Democrat Party right now, but it flipped during that time of Strom Thurmond and Lee Atwater? If you're telling me it's not true, I want you to explain to me how that happened, if for nothing more than the Southern strategy. Tell me right now. Go ahead. I'll listen. Go ahead.
Well, if that was true, blacks started going to the Democrat Party right after World War right after World War II, when Truman integrated the well, actually, it was right before that when Franklin Roosevelt, FDR, started catering. He started doing the minimum wage and all that shit. That's when blacks started voting because it was more of a social program, a social safety net. So that's when blacks started voting Democrat. And then when Truman came in, blacks started voting Democrat because he integrated the military. And so by the time you got after Eisenhower, then you had uh, uh, John F. Kennedy saying that he was going to push these civil rights, but the civil rights had already been pushed in 1957 and 1960. And the Democrats, matter of fact, uh, um, they blocked those bills. They tried to block them. They was doing those fucking filibusters. So the blacks didn't start voting Democrat when Martin Luther King and all that shit was marching in '64. They had already started coming over to the Democrat Party, and the Democrats wouldn't have been able to even pass the the Voting Rights Act had it not been for Republican support, because LBJ had overwhelming, so he had overwhelming uh, 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 Democrats in Congress, but he couldn't get them to jump on board. And so when you look at the states in the last, uh, the states that was in the elections from 1964 all the way to 1980, you had a bunch of swing states. Hell, Texas was a swing state. So the fact that to say that the southern states were voting Democrat, how do you explain Jimmy Carter when the southern states voted for Jimmy Carter? They, he's a Democrat. If that was the case, they would have voted Republican. So my point ain't even all of that. My point ain't even Democrat and race, this and that, because it doesn't start that. Democrats want democracy. Republicans want to keep the republic. That's all it's been. That's why they name themselves Democrats. They want democracy. Republicans want to keep the republic. So you got an offensive group of folks, and you got a defensive group of folks. And people are gonna latch on to whatever uh, ideology they think fits them or suits them better, whether they like a candidate or not. But that's what the thing is to me. That's what I'm looking at.
Um, okay, you're done because I wasn't going to interrupt you.
Well, I appreciate that.
Okay. So no, well, bottom line is, my statement was that, and like you point out that after the war, that blacks decided to follow Franklin D. Roosevelt. The problem was the Lee Atwater Southern Strategy and Strom Thurmond, and this is something that I'm saying, and I've seen some historians try to dispute it, but mostly it's usually a right wing historian who tries to dispute it. But they moved to the Democrat Party overwhelmingly because of the support for civil rights. Now, most blacks were Republican due to the fact that President Lincoln was Republican and he signed the Emancipation Proclamation. But my bottom line is that since 1862, blacks have basically followed whoever seems to represent their rights. That's the bottom line. So I insist that the Southern strategy is real. Some historians will say that it's real, some will say it's not, but I insist it was real. We have it on tape. We have Strom Thurmond saying it himself, deathbed confession. I mean, the problem is it's like there is an effort to rewrite history, but it's funny because they can't. It's just like I asked you. I'm like, well, listen, if this
But
wasn't
you're
true,
talking about something. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
no, I'm just saying, if this wasn't true, how did so many blacks end up in one party? That's what I'm saying.
Well, they had already. Matter of fact, more blacks um, before Obama. Obama got 95% of the black vote. That hadn't been replicated until since 1964. Since 1968 with LBJ.
No, okay, well, let me
Oh,
just ask you
oh,
a question.
64.
Well,
64. It was
well,
64 with
well.
LBJ.
Oh,
That hadn't been replicated until LBJ.
here's a question.
So
What is the problem with Obama getting 94, 95% of the black vote? What's the problem?
what's the problem with that?
Yeah, what's the problem?
With black people or just in general?
If we know that
Because I'm going to talk from a black point of view. I'm not going to talk about from a white point of view.
the majority of blacks are in the Democrat Party or registered as Democrats.
Right.
Barack Obama was the Democrat candidate of 2008, and the only option was McCain and Palin, which were obviously Republicans who were coming behind a Republican president who just had a disastrous economy. So, what would be the problem with the majority of blacks voting for Barack Obama? I don't see the problem.
I never said there was a problem.
Oh, okay. I'm just checking. I'm just checking because I when you said that he got that much of the vote, I'm trying to figure out
I
why
voted
that's an
for him
issue.
twice in 2008,
I
2012.
voted for him twice too. I voted for him
So
2008 and
I mean,
2012.
but what I'm saying is that you saying that majority of blacks moved to vote Democrat.
Democrat, yes. And I said the reason why they moved to vote Democrat it's because the Democratic Party was looking out for civil rights. Did I think you dropped because I heard I think your signal dropped. All right. Well, if your signal dropped, I'm just gonna unmute it. I'm gonna unmute everybody who I muted. Sorry about that. Let's see. Mute, unmute. Hey guys, are y'all still here? Yeah, I can hear you now. I
I got a
unmuted.
question.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, not a question, but here's my opinion I want to give. So basically, yeah, you were kind of right what you said that how they switched back because I remember the Democrat Party when they actually went into Texas and they had slaves, and so then after that, years later, now the Republican Party is like, oh, let's guard the borders, blah blah blah. Now they're playing, it's basically going the other way around. You know what I mean?
Well, you
It's
know what?
reversed.
There's a lot of disgruntled Democrats who are. There's a lot of disgruntled Black Democrats. There's a lot of disgruntled Hispanic Democrats.
Oh
But
yeah,
because see, the problem is, first of all, this guy right here, he's talking about the fact he didn't even vote in the last election. So
yeah,
my thing
and
is, if you're gonna be disgruntled, you got to understand. If you're not voting, then you've got nothing to say. So again, that's why I grilled him. I was like, "Yo, listen, who are you voting for this time around? Now you know the state of the economy. You know shit is fucked up. Like, what are you going to do? Are you going to sit on your high horse and not vote, or are you going to vote for Trump? And if you're voting for Trump, why are you voting for him? That's all I
and the
said.
worst part about it is he's uninformed.
He's extreme. Listen, the poor dude didn't even know what state Biden was the damn senator for, and has the nerve to tell me about all the shit that the guy didn't do. And then you've got couldn't tell me anything about Kamala Harris. Can't tell me anything about Biden, but he's 100% certain he's suffering cognitive decline. It's obvious when somebody's getting their information from a right wing radio source. It's obvious. It's like it's so obvious that it. But see, the problem is when somebody like Hannity on TV starts talking shit. There's nobody like me able to stop him right then and there. There's nobody like me able to say, "Wait a minute, explain that. Tell us what that means." Because the problem is, if they're just able to talk, then they'll talk and talk and talk and talk and talk and spread disinformation, and by the end of the day, everybody doesn't know anything. It's incredible. And then these motherfuckers have the nerve to call themselves news. You know?
What's really crazy, John, is let's look at this at a reality point of view. Both parties are very bad. There has to be a restructured, political system.
You guys still?
There has to be more competition.
Yeah, we're still here. Well, you know what? The problem isn't so much just the parties. The problem is the voters.
The system.
It's the voters. No. Well, the system is just a symptom of the underlying issue. The underlying issue is the voters, just as you just saw with this guy, are mostly uninformed. They're not voting because if you really think about it, like the electorate is not as big as it should be because a lot of people just abstain from voting. And then these people are upset with the parties because they feel they're not getting what they should get, but they're not even working on changing it.
They're not compromising.
Yeah, but I'll say this. Certain problems in this country, especially when it comes to healthcare, you're not solving those problems unless you do big FDR things or unless you we need bigger moves, but the country is so divided that those moves will never get met.
Exactly, it's not going to happen.
What I was saying was because we were talking about the Southern strategy and all that. What I was saying, make sure that I got my mic on the right side. Hold on a second. What I was saying is that if the Southern strategy was actually a thing and it actually mattered to get black people to vote Democrat, then why did Democrats vote 95% for LBJ 20 years earlier, 24, 25 years earlier?
No. The Southern strategy was not designed to get black people to vote Democrat. The Southern strategy was designed to teach these new, basically racists, how they could speak without alienating their audience. If you listen to what Lee Atwater says, he talked about making everything as covert and making everything as abstract as possible. He specifically used that word, abstract. He said you can't call blacks niggas, so what you got to do is you got to talk about busing, and you got to talk about why you're against affirmative action and stuff like that. That's what it was about. It wasn't designed to get blacks to vote Democrat. It was designed to make it easier for racists to speak in code. That's what it was
talking
about.
Dog whistles?
Dog whistling. That's what it was about.
Yeah,
so
who created dog whistling?
Dog whistling is just something. Well, first of all, you understand what the term dog whistle means, right? What does that mean?
Of course.
What does it mean?
It just means talking basically in code.
No, that's not what it means. I'm going to tell you. I'm going to teach you something right now. Let me teach you this. What does it mean? Go ahead. I'm going to let you say it. Go ahead. Go ahead. Tell us right now. What does it mean?
Because it means that you have a certain base and you say certain terminology and that it'll go over everybody else's head, but to other people it'll be like, oh, okay, this is what he's saying. Two different people will hear different things.
Okay, good. Now, good. Now I'm going to teach you something. Dogs do not hear or see the same frequencies that humans see and hear. Dogs cannot see color. Dogs hear low frequency sound. A dog whistle is designed to broadcast in a low frequency so that humans who hear a higher frequency don't hear it and the dogs hear it. So when you say dog whistling, when you're talking about these people, what they mean is you can say something aloud where everybody can see your lips moving and hear it. However, only some people are going to understand it. So yeah, it is talking in code, but now you understand what they mean when they say dog whistle. Now you understand.
Okay, so I guess it's right because you explained it.
And you can look it up and you can double check me. Go, I don't have a problem
Well,
with
I'm
that.
well, I'm on my porch. I'm not in front of a.
You got a
I'm
cell
not
phone,
looking.
right? You got a cell phone?
Yeah, I got a cell phone.
You can type it up in your Safari browser.
I don't use Safari.
Oh, okay. You got an Android phone?
No, I use Tor.
Oh, okay, fine. No, but listen, the bottom line is this. If you gotta vote, you're gonna vote for whoever you want to vote for. My only thing is, I need, I wish people were more informed. I wish people were more objective and stop listening to this shit on the news.
I wish
And
I was honest.
Yeah, we talked about that. We talked about that the other night when we were talking about civics.
yeah, but that's what I'm asking. I wish people were more informed, and I wish
So,
people
so,
were not
We're
being
honest.
allowing themselves
so,
to be
so,
jaded by what they're hearing in the news.
so,
I
so,
watch I
so,
watch the news and I watch it very carefully.
John,
Yes.
so
so
in
would
so
you
in politics, a dog whistle is a use of a coded or suggestive language
Right.
in
Now I
political
taught you the
messaging.
background. I taught you the background of what a dog whistle is.
John,
Yes.
so I don't know why Enemy Nation was on here anyway. It was a waste of the good
Nah, it
live
wasn't a
stream that we
waste.
had.
It was a good hour. It was a good hour of
Yeah,
content or whatever. It's no reason for him not to be there.
Yeah, I definitely enjoyed it.
Every now and then, like I wanna flex my debate muscle, and I have to take those challenges. I gotta take them.
I think everybody got something, a little something out of it.
I hope so.
Um, yeah,
Well, I mean,
because
the whole, like I said, the whole premise of who I'm supporting and why I'm supporting it might be different from why you support a person and why someone else is supporting. Somebody else might support Kamala Harris because she dresses nice. I think that's short sighted. You know what I'm saying? So I I support who I support uh, based on uh, the color of my skin and my people and what I want to see done. So,
And you
like
think
I
Trump
said,
is good for the color of your skin's people? You think Trump is good for us?
I could I could list about 20 things that
Please do.
that
Oh,
he's
I'm
done.
all ears. Go ahead. Let's list the first one. Go
Shit,
ahead.
and you got about 15
this
people
is
Oh
the
saying the
shit.
same
problem.
things
Oh
all the
shit. I
time.
gotta hear
Now my
this. 20 things. 20 things. Give me one. Give me the
Can
first
I
one. Give me the
just?
first one.
not,
I gotta leave. But can I
look,
just say this one real quick? I think
Yes.
a lot of people who live in other states, I grew up in New York. I studied Trump going back when I was in high school. What I'm realizing is a lot of people who don't know Trump think they understand him and they don't.
No.
And I think that's the problem. They don't understand what a con man is. They don't understand. They've never followed his con like I have. And so when they see him, they think that he's giving them something, but he's really not. He's a promoter. He's all
well,
he is Vince McMahon in politics.
Well,
That's
see,
what he
now
is.
some people would look at him as just a con man. I recognize him as a sociopath, a classic textbook definition sociopath. And the issue with him is he had just enough money from his father to put
Uh-huh.
his name out there. And at some point, he must have realized if I can keep pushing my name, I can build a brand. And then at some point, he was like, you know what? If I keep trolling Obama, I can run for president and I should be able to win. But
and he did.
this guy doesn't care about anybody else. This guy doesn't want anything except what is in it for him. And my thing
Exactly.
is, he like when he's talking about black unemployment. Well, where's black unemployment right now? You know, we're even during what was it? If I go back to December, black unemployment is
Said
exactly where it's
14%.
been. It's exactly where it's been. It's like you might have had more blacks in the gig economy, but they don't have health care or full time work. So yeah,
And
it's
There are no
easy to.
that's
jobs
It's
that's
being
because of
created.
him. That's because of Trump.
is it because of Trump? Would I say that's because of Trump? I would
Not
say it's
exactly.
because of the Republican leadership. That's what I would say. I
Well,
would say they
I'm not.
specifically have created a situation where getting a job does not guarantee that you'll be able to live working
John,
on a job, no matter how good it
So
is.
so so so
John,
so so.
Yes,
what about the jobs that he was going to create? So he's a damn
So
liar. He's a con man.
he's a con, well,
okay,
a
well, okay, well,
sociopath,
I
I
mean,
say.
if see, this is what I'm saying. You know, if I've heard arguments that Obama was the same. You know what I mean? And the con man, blah 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 blah. And you know, if I'm talking to a person and they are going through these, they use these uh, adjectives to describe people. I just be like, okay, well, I understand that this person is has their mind made up and they have their mindset. So it don't matter what I say. It don't matter what how
No,
many
no, no, no,
facts I
no.
show them.
This is
Uh,
fact.
okay, well, I mean, you saying he's a
This
con
is
man. You saying he's a con man, and I'm
he has a
saying,
history of doing that, man. Go
And
look
okay,
that's
at
and
go look at
that's the real issue. When somebody says this is fact,
we're
there.
talking about
Yeah,
go
but
ahead.
what somebody's talking about is they're talking about his entire record running businesses. They're talking about
Exactly.
he marketed himself as a businessman, but if you look into his records, it's littered with bankruptcies, not paying people and stiffing them on the money they're supposed to get,
Hey,
and court
Okay,
hey,
settlements.
and
hey,
court
John.
settlements and
Hey,
non-disclosure agreements. That's a con
hey,
man.
John. Look at how
okay,
many
so was
casinos he had go bankrupt in Atlantic City. He
Yeah.
lost
okay,
damn near every one.
Believe me, I drove to the Trump Casino in Atlantic City, and I saw Trump Casino, and this was after we had a Hurricane Katrina, and sure enough, that shit went
Exactly.
bankrupt.
Exactly. And if you could look at the skyline now, I live outside of Atlantic City. He responsible for damn near half the casinos that was here.
Hmm.
And look, he took the money, fucked it all up in rent. Excuse my French, but you telling me that he's a good businessman, and then this
Not
is
at
the
all.
dude you got running the country?
Yeah. Now listen. If he wants to say that it's an ad hominem attack on Trump, that
Right.
and calling him a
Right.
con man, okay, fine, I could agree with that. But now let me say the factual things that we know about him as president. As president, he has manipulated positions by filling them with interim acting workers that aren't allowed to discharge their offices the way they should discharge their offices to the letter of the law. They're forced to do things that he tells them to do, and they're not allowed to actually serve the government the way they're supposed to. He has a number of empty positions. That is not running the government properly. I can also say that he was impeached, and that's a fact, but he was impeached. He wasn't removed, but he was impeached because there were conflicts of interest that were considered to be a threat to national security.
that's
I
why he
can
was
also
impeached.
no. He was impeached. He was impeached. He was not removed. Impeachment means textbook definition of impeached is to bring charges against an elected official. He was impeached. Nancy Pelosi had him voted impeached. He was impeached.
Hmm.
He wasn't removed.
Hmm.
So you have to understand what these law. When I'm saying these words with this legal representation, this is what I'm talking about. But bottom line is, on top of that, Michael Flynn was found guilty of money laundering. And Michael Flynn claimed that he did it at Trump's behest, to which point Trump pardoned him. So if Trump is letting out people who've been found guilty of crimes and are confessed,
I
I
thought he
would
was found guilty of making false statements.
oh well, he was found guilty of money laundering too. Double check on that one. Flynn found guilty.
Same thing with Joe Arpaio.
Yeah, sounds like it. He
Yeah.
said he was right.
Yeah, so my issue is you have, but see, the problem is if you're not hearing the facts, then it leaves you to think just about anything if you're not hearing facts.
Well, I mean, if the facts,
Are
like I said,
facts.
if the facts that you're, if that you're talking about, if the facts that you're talking about is not, uh, uh, it's not in my overall viewpoint. You know what I'm saying? It's like if
Well,
you saying,
facts
well,
facts are irrelevant from a
it's so,
viewpoint though.
no, no, I'm saying if it's like if you saying, well, Kamala Harris wore snakeskin boots to uh, her campaign rally in 2011. Like that's a fact. I don't know that fact, but that doesn't that over in the overall scheme of things, to me is it's irrelevant to
How
what
how
what the
so
the
how
target
is the
is,
Hello.
what we're discussing.
how is the person's pattern and
Yeah.
behavior not relevant to
Yeah.
a
Good.
presidency? If you have
We're
somebody
not
who's a
talking
pattern,
about. We're not
who's
talking about. I mean, we I was asked about 30 minutes ago. Uh, why would I vote?
Okay.
Who would I
So
vote
you
and
had
why?
it in
Who
stock.
would I vote
Yep.
and why? Who would I vote and why? Right.
Yes.
So I told you who I voted for, who I would vote for, and why I voted for it. So if you say,
Today,
well,
though.
if you're
Okay.
bringing up
So
something,
would I get a tracking number for it, or just
Who the fuck? Oh wait, I gotta
what the
mute
hell?
this guy.
yep?
Hold on. He's talking on the phone. Sorry about that. Go ahead, the Aussie. He's talking on the phone to fucking Amazon. All right, go ahead. Go ahead.
if you know, and,
Yeah, well, listen, I personally feel that Trump is a horrible president, and I
oh,
think he's not
I
good
gotta
for
mute
black
this guy
people.
too.
I'm sorry, and that maybe that's an opinion. That right there is an opinion, but for black men to say that they're voting for him after what we've seen for the last 4 years, I'm just shocked. Sorry.
I pushed him to sit on for another 4 years.
Shit.
You see what I'm saying?
It's
So
some,
basically,
no,
listen,
it's
if you're
somebody. Hold on, I'm trying to find out who's talking in
I
the
just
chat.
muted Aussie. I think you must have been talking about El South. But all I'm saying is, listen, if you think that that's your man and you're gonna vote for him, well, I can't stop you, and that's what you're gonna do. Fine. But my thing is, I think that he's been horrible, especially for black people. And it's easy for you to talk about, job creation in the abstract, but the ultimate issue is to have a situation where black people are still being record incarcerated and still being scrutinized by the justice system in the way that they are. I don't consider him having been, I don't consider him to be as good as he claims that he is. That's my bottom line.
So, so was NAFTA a good thing or bad thing?
In the long run, NAFTA was a bad thing. I knew it a long time ago. I knew when China entered the WTO, especially considering, the labor that they had to bring. I knew
Mm-hmm.
America was never going to be able to compete with China. But the thing about it is, this country has always gone for slave labor of some type. This
Right.
country, yes.
Okay. So NAFTA. What about the China agreement?
Which one?
The U.S.-China agreement that he signed on the 15th, and not even 3 hours after he signed that agreement, China said, "Oh yeah, by the way, the COVID is transmissible from person to person."
Yeah, I think Trump's attempt to start a trade war with a country that manufactures more than 70% of our stuff, I think that was a stupid move. I would have
That was
never
an immature move.
I
Well, I
think
mean,
I would have never,
well,
but I want you to understand something. There's a reason why he's been so tough on China. Trump has been pushing forth white supremacist talking points for the entirety of his presidency. He did it with South Africa when they were talking about those land thieves that stole those people's land, and he brought that to the forefront. He did the same thing against China. Every single white supremacist talking point suddenly ends up at the top of Trump's agenda. So for him to try to start a trade war with China, well, now you're living his trade war with China, and you got 170,000 dead. So I really think that that was poor leadership. That's what I think.
I mean, you say a lot, you know, and I'm
I told
like
you I have an
all
excellent
that.
memory, man. I can bring shit up that you probably forgot about.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, if I'm not sitting in front of my talking points,
Okay.
then it's easy. You know what I'm saying?
Well, it's really
It's
easy for
easy.
me.
It's easy for you.
Yes.
But as far as China and the trade war is concerned, I mean, hell, people been talking about China for the longest.
Well,
So Trump been saying he been screaming about China for at least 15 years.
That's theatrics, Jimmy.
and I'll
So
say it again. The reason why he's been screaming about China is because that's been a white supremacist talking point for so long.
well,
Do you understand that these white supremacists are terrified of China because they know that China is the one country they can't fight? They can't sanction China. Their sanctions are useless against China simply because America gets more from China than China gets from America. For
and you
you to
think that's a
go
good thing?
no, 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 no. It's not about a good thing or not. This is the free market at work. If our American corporations are going to go to China and use their slave labor for their people in order to build products to bring back here and sell to America, and we're losing 1/3 of our money to China on an annual basis, then we're, again, and I said this already, China has been allowing America to live a quality of life that our own production does not justify. I'm sitting here in front of a $6,000 computer. I'm sitting here in front of a 80-inch television. I could have never afforded shit like this if it hadn't been for China. But that's part of the free market economics. This Republican Party is not for free economics. They want to control economics to their own benefit, and when I say their own benefit, they privatize the gains and they socialize the losses. And that is the reason why you have a national debt going up to 30 trillion, while meanwhile you have a handful of companies becoming trillionaires. And at the same time, Main Street is facing eviction and foreclosure. So Trump's economy has helped nobody except for the upper 10%.
Yeah, understandably so. But at the same time, if if we're talking about China, who is that? And you're shipping jobs out of the country. Who is that hurting? Because see, I'm always looking at it from a black perspective. You know,
Okay,
I look at it from American perspective most of the time, but when I'm talking to another black person, I'm always looking at uh, the political spectrum from a black perspective.
okay, fine. Name me one job industry that was shipped off to China.
A lot of manufacturing was shipped off to China. Even low skill income, even low skilled workers, which affects blacks the most. And we're not even talking about them. I'm talking about immigration as far as affecting black folks.
Okay,
You
so
know,
all right, I'll agree with you.
the shipping the jobs off to China to the Chinese. I mean, that could have went to other countries. That could have went
Yeah,
to
like India.
South America,
No,
India.
India.
So
Apple's going to India
yeah,
right now.
yeah, yeah, they could use that. So regardless, I mean, the high tech, the tech shit is probably going to be sent to other countries that are probably more friendly to the United States after
No,
this.
that's
But when
that's
we're talking
that's
about
that's already
when we're
been
ta-
done.
okay, when we're talking about things like face masks, where our face masks were coming from China,
Yep.
our fucking our fucking pharmaceuticals are coming from China. So much of our so much of the stuff that made America a great country, which actually is production, because the government don't produce shit. The people in the country produce stuff, and we sell it to other countries. So if we take our production or our means of production and put it in the hands of another country, and China is basically like a disease.
No, it's not.
In my Yeah, they are. They grow. They're just like a virus. They grow and they grow.
No,
They're
they're
just
they're
gonna
not a
keep on. Oh yeah,
disease.
okay, okay, okay. That's your opinion. But from where I look at it, China, they're all in Jamaica. China's all in Africa. China's in Afghanistan. So if you want to talk about colonization, China's doing their colonization today.
Now, here's a question for you, since naturally Africa ends up always coming up. African governments are getting more out of China than they're giving up to China. And the thing about it is, America and Europe had a chance to develop in Africa, and they did nothing except bring those people apartheid. At least when China comes in, instead of handing you Bibles, they're giving you toilets and they're giving you infrastructure, and that's at the cost of being able to get at your natural resources. But guess what? Those governments are inviting them in. Then it's not like China's invading them. Those governments are inviting China in because America did nothing for them. I'll tell you
Yeah,
what. Well, you know what's funny? A stark
Nor
contrast.
did Europe.
And I'll tell you this. Oh, Europe didn't do anything for them except give them apartheid. But I'll tell you like
Exactly.
this. I want you to take a good look at Vietnam. In fact, if you ever get a chance to go to Vietnam and then go to the Philippines. America was in the Philippines for more than 30 years. China kicked America out of Vietnam. And I want you to tell me which one of those countries is doing better. Just
yeah,
go
but
to
you
and
you're
the
talking
simple.
about you're talking about administrations and senators and Congress people that did that. That's what you're talking about. That established that.
No, but what you know what?
We've already agreed.
America's foreign policy has been pretty coherent over these years. You can look at Haiti, you can look at Cuba, you can look at Bolivia, you can look at Venezuela. America does the exact same thing to these countries, and then they want to point the finger at China for cutting in on their action of crippling these countries, because China doesn't cripple these countries. China makes these countries more powerful. America
Well,
went over there and took over Taiwan. British had the Hong Kong. And now China is basically pushing American interests out of Taiwan simply by a proxy war.
It's
so you
called
like
a it's
China?
called an economic
I
coup.
know you said
Yep.
That's what they
you
do.
live
It's
there.
called an
I
economic death
lived there.
blow.
Yeah, I
And
know
the
you
thing
say you
about it
live
is,
there, so I guess
I
you
lived
like it.
there. Oh yeah, I do like it. I now the
Okay.
thing about it is, I don't have the money to simply just move there permanently, because I still have to pay the IRS here for the properties that I have here. But I will say this: when I see China go into other countries, what I see is China improving the quality of life in those countries, even though those countries don't
Yep.
produce enough to put themselves on the level that China's putting them on. And
Okay.
they've done
Okay.
it here. They've done it
Okay.
here.
I
So
gotta
let
hey,
me let you
I
know where
gotta
I'm
let me
at. So
just
you
interject one small
go ahead.
thing to just add to that. It's called economic destabilization. There's actually video on it's a blueprint that the United States follows that they do to economically destabilize a lot of these regions.
Yeah, I know the
To
blueprint.
it, okay, so then if you know the blueprint, then like Big Truck said, it's a pattern.
Well, I mean,
That's why China's thriving.
Yeah.
well, well, I understand it's economic. That all they do is instill democracy in these countries,
No,
and
no, who's instilling democracy? It's not us.
yeah, it is.
No, we're not. We're
That's
not.
not democracy.
We're not,
We,
dude.
we, we just tried to
That's a
do a
coup.
coup in Venezuela. We tried to install, what is it, Juan Guaido?